Khalil. third one will be, isn't the logic of your argument that we should do it acceptable implication, and due to why you're not discussing that? Is it because you think that sovereignty is too hard to do, or politically will not be supported? Because as an economist, that's
no,
that's
okay.
And
I guess my answer would be maybe it's part of the package.
Okay.
But it's not going to work on this.
So those are the three.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Vous allez bien? Ouais.
Juste une question par rapport à vos slides. Vous voulez le passer maintenant?
Bonjour. Je passe les slides.
Non, c'est monsieur qui va. Vous pouvez essayer, comme ça on...
Oui, parfait. Et donc, oui. Donc, au moment où on arrive au deuxième slide, c'est nous...
Should I go through this? Est-ce que tu vas montrer ça?
Non, pas du tout. Montre le tout.
Donc, ce sera directement sur mes slides?
Oui, voilà. Donc, nous, on va lancer vos slides et ensuite, c'est à vous de simplement passer. Oui, non.
Merci bien.
Yeah. Can we get in? No, let's do it now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the National Bank of Belgium for this joint conference with Bruegel. So, please take your seat for what promises to be an energetic day and actually a day full of energy today. We'll now begin with the introduction session. So, Jeroen Zettelmeijer will make the first introduction, and then the Governor Wench will make a presentation with his views at the start of the meeting. And hopefully we'll see some additional contribution during the day that may change the view at the end. We'll see. Jeroen, you have the floor. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Luc. So I just wanted to welcome you. This is our, so far, most intellectually ambitious, biggest, and I hope you will find it the most interesting anniversary event that we are doing. We have started celebrating Bruegel's 20th anniversary back in January, actually with a private event that was also hosted by Governor Bunch to honor Jean Pisani-Ferry, the founder. co-founder of Bruegel. And now we are ending with a big academic bang. And so, of course, the interesting friction here, and I say this as someone who was parachuted into Brussels in late August of 2022, and as a macroeconomist, and discovered that the only thing people were talking about was energy. The friction is that this is probably the greatest collection of energy economists ever assembled inside a central bank. And for those of you who know Governor Wunsch, this is no surprise. So the idea was a joint idea, and I'm just incredibly grateful that we have an intellectual partner who is willing to tackle one of the, if not the most controversial and important question of the day, which is how we reconcile energy transition, meaning decarbonization, and competitiveness in Europe. This is a question that has often been fudged, and Governor Wunsch is not someone who goes for fudges. And so the way we will do this is I'm going to give the floor to Pierre and ask him to do a lecture on precisely this topic. I will then use my prerogative as the chair to ask perhaps up to 3 questions. And then I will hand the floor to you, and we have some time for Q&A. Pierre, please come up.
Thank you so much, Jeromin, and welcome to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here with you and to organize this event with Bruegel. And again, happy birthday, Bruegel. It's great to have you here in Brussels. When the Green Deal was announced in Europe, like I guess most of you, I was happy. I was like, great, we're moving. I'm an economist by training, a public economist by training. The main instrument is the carbon price. That's the good instrument, and we are moving in the right direction. A few years later, I have to admit that, yes, the world has changed and it's becoming more difficult. Now, I wanted to make it very clear that the main reason why it's difficult, it's because others are not following. So I will be critical here and there. I will be even maybe here and there politically incorrect, but I want to make it clear that the problem, the main problem for which there are no good solutions, is that we have only one planet, and if some people don't participate in reducing emissions, we are in trouble, whatever we do. Now, beyond that, and maybe to come a bit more to what we're going to discuss today, a lot of the discussions on climate are organized around scenarios and pathways to net zero, and the International Energy Agency just published one a few days ago that made some noise. And typically when you do that, it's more like an engineering perspective. You look at the technologies available to abate carbon emissions, and you typically arrive at a number of billions of investment, actually hundreds of billions of investment that are needed. So there is an economic dimension because it's investment, but it's basically we need to do it, it's going to cost as much. And very quickly you are like, we need those investments so they will take place, so they will support growth, and we need to find money. I think that's not a good way to deal with the issue. Especially this idea that we need to find money, I just don't understand. I mean, if investments are profitable, they're being done. If they're not profitable, you need public money, and we don't have a lot of that. So another view, and of course, there has been discussions on that front as well, is to look really industry by industry, what are the abatement costs, the green premia, to use the wording of Bill Gates. And then the question is really, how much is it going to cost? What's the easy part? What's the not so easy part? What's the very difficult part? And most importantly, who is going to pay? Because if you don't ask the question who is going to pay, you cannot inform the policy debate, and you will bump into walls because some people will resist what you're doing, and then you will be surprised, and you shouldn't be because you should know. So yes, I'm convinced that we need to work on the cost of abatement, and that a good understanding of that, and hopefully a common understanding of that, is essential to calibrate policy, but also to calibrate the narrative, not to announce things that are actually not correct. So, a lot has happened in the last two or 3 years, and not all of it is good news, let's face it. And I guess the story about the evolution of the story is actually part of the story. And that's why I'm going today to explain where I was 2 or 3 years ago, and I was optimistic, how my views changed and raised a number of questions. It's a stock-taking exercise. Hopefully, it's also a call for regroup and relaunch. My real concern is death by 1,000 cuts, that we will defend the line and defend the line and defend the line without being able to regroup around something that can work. So where was I 2 or 3 years ago? Well, 2 or 3 years ago, energy prices were high, and pretty high, actually, if we go back 3 years ago. And you know, I was looking at that and I said, well, the transition, maybe it's back to cheap energy. Because we had these very high gas prices, oil prices were high, and you had these tremendous improvements and declines actually in the cost of renewables, and you had these estimates of a levelized cost at the end of the period, which were quite low. And I was like, you know, maybe it's really going to relatively low price, at least if you look really to the relatively long term, like 2050 and beyond. Now, you know, I know renewables are not perfect. They are intermittent. Storing energy is expensive. There are the issue of reinforcing the grid cost, and this is going to the grids, and this is going to lead to a lot of investments. But there are also good news. There are a number of areas, and they are not marginal: transportation, heating, where going electric actually leads you to efficiency gains in the order of 300 to 400%. And that typically makes up for the difference in price between, for instance, gas or oil and electricity. You have also co-benefits, and here I have air quality, but I guess co-benefits in terms of geopolitical autonomy, strategic autonomy, are also important. So if you take some distance and you think about it, you know, most of the discussion about transition is about electrification. Not all of it, but most of it. And then the question is, okay, what is already electric? And then you have to compare green electricity prices in the future to electricity prices today. And I would say, you know, probably slightly cheaper at the end of the road. Now, then the question is, what is not electric? Can you electrify or not? And if you can electrify, can you electrify with significant efficiency gains, EVs, heat pumps, or not? And then you have what you cannot electrify. And that's typically more complicated in many instances. So first, the good news: transportation and heating. What we've done here is just compare the energy component, so without capital, but the energy component of driving an EV compared to a combustion engine, and running a heat pump compared to running a gas boiler, compared to historical oil and gas prices. And based on our best estimate of electricity prices at the end of the transition, which maybe are a bit too optimistic, but it doesn't make a big difference. And for those, what we see is that the energy component is lower if we go green. Now, I know EVs are more expensive than combustion engine cars, but prices are going down very quickly in China, which leads to other issues. But I'm pretty confident, discussing also industry, that we are going to parity in terms of the cost of the vehicle, you know, in so many years. And heat pumps are a bit more expensive. They're okay already for new builds. For renovation, we know it's complicated. There are as many cases as housing. Then you have, of course, if you can electrify, but you don't have efficiency gains, then you have to compare electricity prices to gas, typically. That's more expensive, significantly more expensive. And then you have what you cannot electrify. And then, indeed, decarbonized fuels, and that's carbon capture, hydrogen, and so on. This is way more expensive. So the idea here is that when you think about decarbonization, you have the easy part, the not so easy part, but, you know, okay. And then you have some part which is more complex. And I think any discussion on the transition should be based on that reality. Then, of course, the question is it macro-critical? I mean, if you add all these green premia, is it macro-critical? Weirdly enough, there hasn't been so much discussion on that front. Because again, as we started with all these investments that were required, economists took those investments, they put them in macro model, and they had a positive impact on growth. And that's where the great opportunity narrative started. So I remember going for a meeting in Moldova, because we are in the same constituency. And of course, you had to conclude by saying, and now we need to leverage the huge benefits of the climate transition in a country that is an old industry that was used to very, very cheap natural gas. So we went for this narrative, and I think it's now a problem because, I mean, my way of looking at things, it is a negative supply shock. If you think about it, you know, doubling gas and oil prices is bad news. Tripling oil and gas prices is very bad news. While going to infinite prices so that you cannot use it cannot be a great opportunity. Our best estimate, bottom up, technology per technology of the cost of decarbonizing the Belgian economy, and remember we have a big petrochemical and activity in Antwerp, around 3.5% of today's GDP, 2.5% of 2050's GDP. That's a loss of growth of 0.1% per year. It's not negligible, but it's also not that huge. And then you have all of the other issues, of course, of skills, impact on interest rate, and so on, but that's not for discussion today. So, again, 2 or 3 years ago, I identified two main issues. One is we're running out of time. And that's really the discussion about the instrument. I'm a public economist, so, you know, in a way it's easy. You set a peak-within price on CO2. Of course, you have to deal with redistributive issues, job done. Well, the problem is because the cost of these decarbonization technologies are so different, and if you use only one instrument, you either immediately go for the most expensive technology, and it's that direct air capture. I say here more than 300, but I guess it's more like 700 or 800 euro per ton. If you put a carbon price of 800 euro per ton in our economy today, you know, you have a revolution. Of course, you can go progressively and increase the cost of carbon, but then you don't work on all fronts, and you will be late. So the way I look at it is like the carbon price should be the big wave that moves all the boats, but you need other instruments. But when you use those other instruments, you still have to think about whether they're efficient or not. And that's what we missed in many cases. Like we went for extremely high level of insulation, like in Belgium. This is probably not cost competitive. So we need to have those discussions. And of course, the second issue I had in mind, but you know, it was there, but it was like, maybe we should pay more attention, but I was not too concerned about it, was, okay, we need to keep the voting public on board. And we knew that as much as 80% of Europeans would tell us climate is important, when you ask them, are you willing to pay? The answer was mostly not much, and actually too little. We knew that, but it was not really part of the debate. And of course, in the meantime, we've got a number of bad news on that front. So today's climate vision, a lot of things happened in the last year, actually. I'm going to try to attempt to get to a vision on climate that takes that into account. So, of course, the first big thing that we have discovered is that greening the economy has now met competitiveness and geopolitical issues. And there I would include identity politics, the move to a populist, right-wing populist, and basically a clear reduction in our democracies, and especially in the US, for support for the climate transition. So this is clearly something that we need to take into account, and I believe you know, the fact that Bill Gates came out with what he said is significant. You know, the way I was looking at the climate issue was really after reading Bill Gates' book, like you look industry per industry, And the fact that he came out with this message, I think, is significant. The world has changed on that front. Like the idea that the climate is the priority number one that trumps all the others, we cannot count on that anymore. Now, what about technology? Because I'm essentially a technology optimist. So what about technology? Well, good and bad news. On the one hand, you know, if you look at China, it's moving very fast. Prices are going down, and this is, at the end of the road, going to have a positive impact in terms of reducing emissions. So if you look at EVs, solar, batteries, and so on, it's even accelerating. So that's very good news. But it's China, so geopolitics. Where we have less good news is on wind offshore. The costs have gone up. We see cannibalization, so where people would basically invest without subsidies a few years ago, now they need subsidies again. And where we have bad news is on hydrogen. The bubble has burst. Now I think most people, but not everybody, understand that it's going to be expensive. And carbon capture, I talked to some people in the industry. They hope they could do it for €100 per ton. Now the best guess is 200 or more. Well, €200 per ton, that's €40 to the price of gas. That is 4 times the price of gas in the US. So, if you look, and I'm not going to go into the details, but if you look at the cost of abatements in our economies, you basically arrive at the conclusion that actually decarbonizing households, I mean, you know, activities that are related to households' consumption is relatively easy. You need green electricity, we'll have that. Green cars, going to be EVs. And at the end of the road, you know, heat pumps should do it for warming houses. Again, complicated for existing houses, but we should get there. Now, for industry, it is complicated, and we don't have much good news. And it's interesting because we had the yellow vest, and in Europe, we immediately said, okay, we need to keep people on board, so we need the social fund for households and so on. But the industry, we put a price, they'll pay. And I think now, actually, it's nearly the reverse, that it looks feasible for households, but it is difficult for the industry. So more on that. And more on that because basically, you know, in the US, you now have drill, baby, drill. Now, US, they have gas prices at €10 per megawatt hour. Our price for gas is triple, €30. That's because it's coming with LNG, mostly. Future electricity price is green, and I'm really at the end of the transition here, and it's probably a bit optimistic. We'll see, we can discuss, but it's part of discussion. It's more expensive. But if you need to go for decarbonized fuels, like you need heat above 200 degrees, you need, you know, for whatever reason, to use decarbonized fuels because you cannot electrify, then you are at least 7 times more expensive than US gas. And when I say 7 times, it's really gas €30, carbon capture adding 40, and you're at 70. That's a big problem because even if only a fraction of your costs are gas in the US, it means that there might be more than a fraction in Europe. And this leads me to my trilemma. Apparently you need a trilemma to make a name with academia. If you don't have a trilemma, you're a nobody. So I'm giving it a try. It's not a perfect trilemma. I'm not very good at producing trilemmas, but okay, I'll give it a try. So my trilemma is between trade openness, single market, and climate ambition. And as any trilemma, you can have 2 of those, but you cannot have 3 of those. And it's not a perfect trilemma, so you can play at the margin, of course. So you can have openness and climate, but then you see the start of a subsidy war and you have your single market that is threatened. And we see that. In the heavy industry, there is competition now between France, Germany, and others to subsidize heavy industry. We are back to the oil shocks and to Eurosclerosis 1.0. You can have the single market and climate, but then you have to restrict trade. And that's CBAM, that's tariffs on Chinese EVs, the Germans now pleading for tariffs on Chinese imports of steel and others. And of course, you can protect the single market and remain open and decide that you're not going to be ambitious on the climate front. I'm not pleading for that, but just to be complete. Now, just to give you another example, the CSDDD, a lot of people talk about it. Now, we probably want to diversify out of China to India, right? Now, India has an objective of 2050. Now, how in God's name is a firm in Europe going to fully decarbonize its value chain and be active in India? That's not going to work. So you want to trade with the rest of the world. If you are more ambitious on the climate front, you cannot impose to your companies that their value chains need to be fully green. This is not going to work. So to sort of already start wrapping up, I really think we need to distinguish between the tradable and non-tradable sector. The non-tradable, it's really about voters, keeping the voting public on board. And I would say, you know, as long as if it's that it is below €100 per ton, of course, if it's zero, do it. But if it's relatively cheap, we'll find a way. And there are a number of instances where it's more expensive, and you know, maybe the public will not vote for it. But where I see the biggest problem is with the tradable sector that is energy intensive. There, basically, what I hear is that you know that part of industry is dying in Europe under the current policy mix. So it's not huge. It's probably 15 to 20% of emissions. So you know, but that I think is an area for discussion. And I'm not going to look at all the options. There are no good solutions because, again, the problem is not us. Putting a price on carbon is a good idea, but the problem is that others don't do it. I think we should reopen, for what it's worth, the discussion on an ETS rebate for exporting firms, because CBAM should protect you to some extent if you are faced with imports, but you need something for firms that export. Okay, so a preliminary conclusion. My first conclusion is that we have the technologies to decarbonize. This remains true. And we can decarbonize our economy if we abstract from international consideration at a price which is reasonable. Of course, some people will find it less or more reasonable, but it's doable. It's something we can absorb. It's like a permanent oil shock, basically. But I guess what we miss is a new consensus in this new world. And let me give you a try where that consensus could be heading. First, energy and electricity is unlikely to become cheaper in the coming 5 to 10 years. So saying to industry that the solution to their problem is to accelerate the transition, sorry, that's fake news. That's not going to work, at least in the coming 5 to 10 years. Maybe on the other side, a significant part of investment needed for the transition makes sense even if others don't do it. You can decarbonize a substantial part of your economy for a low price, or even a price which in some cases will be negative. And if you look at the co-benefits in terms of air quality and in terms of strategic autonomy, a big chunk of it makes sense, even if the US is not playing its part. But indeed, some parts of it are difficult. And I'm going to repeat that. I think under the current policy mix, our heavy industry in Europe is going to largely die out. Whether we want it or not is a question, because probably at the end of the road, the cheapest energy will be in Southern Europe and not in Germany or Belgium. And some people say, yes, let it go, but that at least we would have the discussion, an informed discussion on that front. And then it's for politicians and not for me to decide. Now, I could stop here with a still relatively optimistic message, but I want to discuss the elephant in the room. And I'm going to take my glasses to do that. So the elephant in the room is, of course, that climate policy and the climate debate have been hijacked by identity politics. If that's not part of the discussion, I think we're missing the discussion, because it's not rational anymore. And it is the US, of course. They have left Paris again. The IRA has been reversed in favor of clearly unfriendly climate policies. And this means that we are more likely than not to miss the 2050 net zero target and the 1.5 degree objective. And also, and I think it's very important, that it will become ever more difficult to ask efforts from our citizens and firms when others do not contribute their part and claim that climate is a hoax. Again, I could stop here. We are in trouble, and from a European perspective, the trouble is largely exogenous. We are doing the right thing, others are not. But is it really the full story? It is easy to be on the right side of history when the other camp claims that climate change is a hoax and that windmills are woke. But even among climate believers, I would claim that one, the quality of the debate can be improved, and two, that we are still or now lacking a realistic narrative. So let me start with the quality of the debate. So part of the problem, to use a shortcut, is that you still have a lot of people that believe that if we go for nukes, it's going to be easy and fast, and other part on the other side of the bench that believe that green electricity prices are going to fall like off a cliff tomorrow, and that green hydrogen with negative electricity prices are just around the corner. Now, if you keep those two groups citing, you're not going to get there. I think it should be relatively easy to demonstrate that they are wrong, but that's still part of the discussion. And of course, in this context, you would hope that our institutions, and here I'm broadly talking about the Commission, ECB, academia, the likes, the NBB, and others, are producing a balanced perspective that is both critical and well-informed. And I guess over the medium term, we broadly do. But can we really claim that we are completely clean on the identity front? That we always resist the temptation to push a bit further in the other direction, just to say, we are not in Trump's camp. We have long communicated that transition was a great opportunity, not a negative supply shock. We have gladly ridden the green hydrogen bubble. We are probably still too optimistic on carbon capture and massive housing insulation. We keep claiming here and there, Draghi report, that accelerating the transition will lower electricity prices like tomorrow. We have dramatically overestimated popular support for green policies. I believe we need to ask ourselves, is this optimism a bug or a feature? And it's not only that we tend to be too optimistic on the transition cost or timing. I'm afraid that we also tend to overemphasize physical cost, at least in our latitudes, I'm talking France, Belgium, Germany, and over the relatively short term. Frankly, in our environment, and I'm talking about our social environment, it is politically correct to rejoice each time a paper comes with a higher number on the cost of extreme weather events. And some of our institutions have quickly aligned themselves to the highest bidder on the physical risk estimates. So the one that comes with the highest estimate, we align immediately. So I think in any case that we frequently produce and sometimes recite numbers that I have a hard time making sense of. So, for instance, recently there was an estimate that if we don't do enough, the physical cost for Belgium will be between 3 or 5% of GDP. Now, over the last 20 years, the cost of extreme weather event in Belgium was less than 0.2% of GDP. And agriculture is 2% of GDP. I can't make sense of 3 to 5%. I just can't make sense of it. Now, oops, I just said that I can't make sense of that number. I immediately feel that I should say, sorry, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that the number is correct, because otherwise I probably would be against science, something like that. But that's weird, no? I should hope that the number is wrong. I should hope that something I really don't understand and that is bad news. I should hope that I'm right and they are wrong. But, you feel like you have to excuse yourself and I hope I'm wrong, like, it's really 5%, it's going to be very bad. Another example, ECB. You've read many publications of ECB saying that there was a big financial stability risk associated with the climate transition. Well, we are using basically an orderly scenario with a carbon price of 600 euro per ton and a disorderly scenario with 1,000 euro per ton. So we are basically assuming that tomorrow politicians will impose an oil price of $300 per barrel and let the economy go down the drain. And then we say there is a financial stability risk, while we don't even know whether ETS2 is going to survive the parliament. So I think this is not very useful. So yes, I have the impression that we are also part of the problem, that we sometimes spend more time signaling where we belong than having the harder discussions on how to get there, on how to build a credible view on the easy and not so easy path to net zero. And then the narrative. I mean, the narrative again was built, and I'm going to caricature a little bit, but around two lines. The great opportunity narrative is going to be good, it's going to create a lot of jobs, and endangered Earth, which is basically the climate version of Project Fear. I.e., not acting will have clear, rapid, and dramatic consequences. And I think the part here that I have a problem is rapid. It will be dramatic if we don't act, but we claim that it's going to go fast, and I'm not so sure. And again, it's, in our environment, you have to say that it's obvious that moving fast is the best policy. But if I'm looking at Belgium, and I'm looking at 2050, my own estimate of the physical cost is lower than my estimate of the cost of going to net zero. So I'm not so sure it's obvious. So my concern is that although Trump is clearly wrong by claiming that climate change is a hoax, is that he might be perceived to be right over the short term, because he might be, on that front, closer to reality than we are. And let's face it, I mean, transition costs, while manageable, are not negligible, but China is winning the green industrial battle, not us. And I guess physical risk for countries like ours, while ever more visible, clearly remains small from a macro perspective. Now, more broadly speaking, I think, Project Fear tends not to work very well. And it's becoming a broader institutional trust issue that has an impact on the way our institutions are perceived. It's Brexit, it's COVID, to some extent Trump's tariffs. And, don't take me wrong, now people in the UK realize that Brexit probably was a bad idea. But the problem is that we had told them that they would have a big recession the next year if they would vote for Brexit. And they did not. And I'm a bit concerned that by claiming that, it's around the corner, this terrible thing, that if people don't see it, at some point you are going to lose credibility. So we've basically told people going above 1.5 is going to have dramatic consequences, and not, 20 years from now, close to now. So now we know we're going to go above 1.5. So what is the narrative going to be? That it's actually 2 degrees that is going to be terrible? So I think we have a problem with the narrative, and it's not easy, because of course if you don't dramatize, then the problem disappears, but if you over-dramatize, then you lose credibility. So what should we do? And I'm over time, so I'm going to conclude here. But stock taking, I think, is very important. That's what we're going to try to do today. I'm afraid of death by the 1,000 cut. That we are going again to defend the lines and then lose and lose and lose. We need to regroup and relaunch. We need to find a new consensus in this new world that we have not chosen, so that we have a credible narrative and a credible policy making around climate. Because if we go for something which is a compromise that we don't believe in, and that is going to unravel more, then we lose the credibility of the signal. Now, if we lose the credibility of the regulatory signal, the brown investment won't take place, risky. The green investment won't take place, don't know, better to wait. And then we don't get investments. And we're in a sort of no man's land for the next few years. And I'll stop here. Thank you for being here. It's great to have you here today. Now, I need water.
Okay, why don't you take a seat? Actually, sit here, because
No, we do it like that.
All right, it's fine. Okay, so we started a bit late, so I will let this go over by 5 minutes and then have Georg deal with the consequences in the next session. So, it was a great presentation. The arguments are very clear. I think your effort at Nuance was successful. Of course, the cost of that is that we're not quite sure what you really have in mind on policy, except for the point that you made about allowing ETS rebates for exports. Yeah, sorry, you were sitting on the microphone, indeed. I did that too. So maybe you can say a little more about that. So particularly whether you have in mind that process emissions, which at this point I think are close to half of ETS emissions, and I think in Belgium probably significantly more than half, whether they should be, in a sense, taken out of the ETS, whether we should extend the free certificates for that industry. If you can elaborate a bit on that, because I find myself thinking that your general line of argument is very reasonable, but that I might not like the policy implications of your argument. Now, before you say that, though, and I will let you then answer both questions together, I'm going to try to challenge your main argument. So it's very clear, or it was very clear on the last slide. So in effect, I would summarize it under saying dishonesty gets you nowhere, right? Marginal cost of sticking to net zero will rise. The marginal benefit will become increasingly questionable. As a result, just sticking to these targets is not credible. That muddies expectations. You end up in the worst of all worlds. So I have sort of two worries. I mean, essentially we are faced with two very unattractive options. And so the reason why I fear that what you may be proposing, which is to sort of come clean on the fact that we are not going to get there, even if we were prepared to sacrifice the energy-intensive industry, we would not get there, just because it will become increasingly difficult to justify the cost-benefit trade-off. There are obviously also credibility costs of breaking with an existing commitment. And so where does it stop? Another way of putting this is, in order to, it's a bit like devaluing the exchange rate, no? When it's overvalued. You can do it, but the way to make the new peg credible requires a large devaluation. And so I'm worried that in order to land at something that is completely credible, we have to land at something that's really unambitious. And that's a worry. And then, of course, there's the standard argument that we might be creating, contagion, further. I mean, you depict, and I agree with that to some extent, our problems as being a reflection of the fact that the rest of the world is less committed than we have been. And so all we are doing, they did it first, and what we're doing is in some sense lowering our degree of commitment a bit to get closer to theirs, but they may then lower theirs further, right? So these are some of the worries. Go ahead.
No, I mean, fair question. And at the end of the day, it's essentially a question of your reading of political reality. My concern is that if we cannot regroup and define a reasonable, credible ambition for which we have enough consensus, that the quality of the signal is gone anyway, that people will wait for the next victory of this new coalition in the European Parliament. But I don't have a good answer to that, because it really depends on what you believe will be the political reality in the coming, because at the end of the day, it's a political discussion. So I would put it this way. I think we can claim, and I would do that we are going to be the most ambitious continent in the world in terms of the climate transition. But that if others do not do their part, we're not going to sacrifice, say, our heavy industry for it to move to the rest of the world and, keep emitting. So I would go in that direction. Say, our commitment is we're the most ambitious, but we are not going to die alone. In some sectors. I think you can do that. Now, your question on where am I in terms of policy, I think it's a fair question, because I could be, pleading a balanced view while my view would be extreme. Again, I think, like this very high level of insulation, label A all over the place, I think it's not doable, but some reasonable objective in terms of insulation. Going for heat pumps for new buildings, doing whatever you can do so that people, as much as possible, go for heat pumps with some forms of support. Making sure that electricity in your country is at least not more than 4 times more expensive than gas. and things like that. EVs, I would not go back on the 2035. I would have an escape clause for small cars, but I would say, no, you are going electric in 2035. But if small cars, the cheapest, are not cheap enough, then for that part, I would have an escape clause. But I think that's the problem today, is that it's being rediscussed in all fronts. And I think on some of those fronts, we should keep the line.
But specifically for industry, how far would you go?
So industry, I mean, today what's taking place is basically we have renationalized the stuff. So we have an ETS price at European level, and the Commission is politically forced to allow countries to subsidize industry. And it's going to happen in a way which is chaotic. There won't be a level playing field. There are no easy solutions. Again, I'm not even sure it's a solution, but I would have a discussion on an ETS rebate if you export. We need to look at whether CBAM is going to do it to protect from import. I see that there are now discussions on tariffs on some Chinese goods, and that has to be at least.
But you would still phase out free allowances as is currently planned, or you would postpone those?
Look, it's expensive, and it really, I mean, if you want to decarbonize the industry, you are going to have public money on the table. So if we have a consensus for putting public money on the table and pay for it, with taxes, then you can decarbonize. Okay. If you cannot sell that to your population, then we're not. Okay.
Maybe moving on or staying on the focus of energy-intensive industry. My feeling is that the Draghi report narrative, which is we're going to, in effect, abatement support subsidies are okay to the extent that they help abatement, right? That's essentially the narrative, and the Commission has absorbed this narrative. Now the difficulty is, as you said, that no one knows where the money will come from. So in the end, the state aid regime is diluted, which we both don't like. But I always felt that this narrative was a little disingenuous because I felt that this was in effect an intellectual justification, a green justification. I think it was greenwashing of subsidies, in effect, to basically legitimize subsidies that had far bigger motivations, broader motivations than just the cost of abatement. Namely, energy prices are really high, and so, we now have an explicit license in the state aid regime for governments to peg them at lower rates if they get a little bit of abatement in return. And then there's the China issue. So basically, my main problem is, I mean, this doesn't really, I don't think this necessarily undercuts your argument as far as a more realistic aims and then some adjustment of policies is concerned. But it does undercut the hope that by doing the things that you're proposing, we're going to save our industry, right? So our industry faces three challenges: high abatement costs, high relative energy costs, and you have stated, and I agree with it, that was your consensus item 1, that these are going to be relatively high no matter what we do on the green transition. And the third is Chinese overcapacity. And so I'm worried that, this is not going to be enough, and hence what we really need under any scenario is a lot of structural transformation in the industry, where the industrial geography of Europe may have to change. We may have to completely outsource some energy-intensive production phases. We have to do lots of unpleasant things in order to save the minimum that we really want to save, and that will be true under any scenario on climate action. And so, for me, the way I would approach it intellectually is I would condition on that I would first come up with an optimal strategy for the energy-intensive industry that abstracts from the climate problem. It's only about China and high energy costs. And then, conditioning on that, I would then ask the question, how expensive is it then to ask to subsidize incrementally, or to ask this industry, what's the incremental impact of these abatement efforts, either for the state or for the industry itself? And I think if one asks us like that, they're going to turn out to be quite a bit lower than if you essentially fold all these three problems into the abatement problem.
So I said energy is not going to be cheaper. I meant green electricity, because natural gas is going to be probably a bit cheaper, in the next 5 to 10 years. So you could say we keep running on the gas for the next 5 to 10 years. We have a more efficient industry in terms of energy use than in the US. So you don't want that part of the industry to move in the US and to pollute more. But that's also only a short to medium term solution. And it's not a good solution in terms of abatement. But anyway, I mean, we know we need some carbon capture infrastructure, although I don't believe so much in hydrogen, but here and there some hydrogen infrastructure. If that infrastructure is not financed with public money to kickstart the thing, it's not going to come. The industry will not be able to pay for this heavy infrastructure. You have a huge coordination problem there. And if you are not capable of putting the money on the table, I'm afraid it's just not going to happen. And then maybe it's just better to say, okay, run on gas and we'll see. I don't know. I mean, there are no good solutions. I mean, let's face it.
Look, my point is that when you decide about industrial policy, I mean, typically economists like you and me would say, look, let's look 10 years ahead beyond the distortions that cloud the medium term. Think about competitiveness 10 years ahead, and let's not do policy that countervenes needed adjustment of the industry in 10 years. And so if I look 10 years ahead, it seems to me that under any scenario, I'm going to have a lot less energy intensive industry in Europe, or at least it will change location in Europe. And then I'm wondering whether, conditional on that needed change, so the shrinking of the industry, we will not be able to keep it exactly as it is right now, whether actually that marginal abatement effort that you think is the straw that breaks the camel's back politically is actually as high as you're making it out. I mean, don't we have to come to terms with the fact that, we face the biggest challenge since the Industrial Revolution, pretty much no matter what we do on climate, and that this is, in relative terms, a sideshow. It may not be a sideshow politically. I agree with this. But still, it seems to me one could come to rather different conclusions on how ambitious we are on climate, depending on whether we think that, it's inevitable that, half of the value added of this industry is going to shrink or not.
Well, I mean, I know some people say anyway it's going to go, so let it go. And intellectually,
yeah, I'm making half that argument.
No, but intellectually, I mean, part of it. Intellectually, I think I could go along with that argument, but I think it's a very comfortable position to be in. I mean, we have a shift to right-wing populism in Europe. It's part of identity politics, and part of identity politics is that industry is important. If you kill industry, the political cost of that, for the coming majorities in Germany, in Belgium, in France, will be high. I have that in mind. If I wouldn't have that in mind, if I would reason only as an academic, I would say, put a carbon price, it dies, it dies. No big deal.
Yeah, political costs go beyond economic costs, basically. Okay, final question. Sort of this hard-nosed logic of, marginal cost equal marginal benefits. Let's not push this too far. I think would obviously dictate that since carbon emissions are a global problem, the efficient way of reducing is by picking the lowest to abate regions and industries of the world and then putting our money there. And that might be a ton cheaper for Europe and avoid a lot of the political problems that you have made. So I think what you are really arguing for is a much more internationally oriented emissions reduction strategy. Is that what you're arguing for? And if so, how would you do it?
Well, I think it's easy to argue that if it's difficult to go to net zero in Europe, that because the last mile is very difficult, that you would rather use that money to finance much cheaper emissions reduction in other countries, which is a little bit the discussion we are having now on the 2040 objective. To be honest and maybe a little bit cynical, is that the end game, that we are going to do that, or is that the compromise today and then the next step is that you don't buy these negative emissions in emerging countries? Because how much room do we have today in our democracies to say we are going to pay, to reduce emissions somewhere else? I don't have an answer to that, but of course there is a real risk that you start saying that. and it's only to win time, and then, oh, sorry, the market is not there, and then so on, so we don't do it. Probably should be part of a deal. So, I mean, I know in Bruegel you're working at how Europe is going to position itself, André Sapir and others. You know, what is our positioning towards India, towards China, and so on? You first need to address that. Because you're not going basically to subsidize or buy carbon credits in China if they kill you with cheap imports. I mean, this is not going to work politically. If you have a good relationship with India, and it's part of a deal with India that we're going to help them abate some easy to abate sectors, then maybe it works.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to decide that the hard stop is at 10:10, so we have time for exactly one question. Yes, gentleman over there was first, just on the right of the corridor. And introduce yourself kindly. Wait, it's you. Yes.
The lucky one.
Marcus Wilterner from McKinsey. Thank you very much for this very thought-provoking lecture and also the great questions, the follow-up questions. We are in the national bank, so my question is going to be, what's the role of monetary policy for climate change?
I thought we had agreed that no one would ask that question, but no, I'm kidding.
I mean, I think we should be risk-based. I don't think we have a mandate to do policy. So we've been borderline doing policy making at the ECB, and if you ask the question, you probably know that I disagreed with that. It's a symbolic discussion because what we're doing is not having much impact, but symbolic discussions are sometimes important. So, you know, I'm with those that say, no, we have a strict mandate, it's not for us to do policy. There is a carbon price in Europe, it's for politicians to decide upon it. If you believe there are market failures, you know, you either believe that the carbon price that we have today in Europe is not the right one. I don't think it's for the ECB to decide on that. And if it's the right one, there is nothing to do. So that would be my short answer.
Thank you so much. We end the session. It was fantastic. I'm going to re-watch it to get all the subtleties. And now I invite Georg and the next session participants.
Before Georg, we will have a short poll for the audience. So a survey. It will take 5 minutes just for you to also to bring your input to the discussion. And then Georg will take the floor.
Morning, everybody, and also online. So as Luc said before the 5 very interesting sessions, we would like to know your views. So we have prepared 4 questions, which will appear on this Slido poll. So these are anonymous responses. We don't know who answered. And you can scan the QR code there, so with your cell phone. And the same QR code will remain. So you just keep the app open, and then they will follow 4 different questions. So 4 questions. The first 2 have a horizon 2035, so in the next 10 years. And then we will move to 2050 for the last 2 questions. So the first question is on the energy price gap. So as the governor said, energy prices are higher in Europe today. And the question now is, how will this energy price gap evolve for industry compared to today? So will it widen? So will it become even more expensive than elsewhere, than the global competitors, or will it remain the same or narrow? So these are the responses. So I'll wait some seconds for you to scan the code and to answer. Okay, interesting. So majority thinks it will narrow. So that's good news for Europe. Voila. So I will move to the second question. So what is the most likely outlook for EU-based energy-intensive producers of basic materials by 2035? So basic materials, think about, for instance, steel, aluminium, chemicals. So there are 4 options. So large-scale shutdowns in the EU, First option. Second option, will they shift to specialized or high-value products? Third option, survival through subsidies or trade protection. And final option, green competitiveness, for instance, through electrification, hydrogen, or circularity. Okay, interesting. So majority votes for shift to specialized or high-value products. Third question. So now I move to 2050. So please not 2035 anymore, 2050. How likely is the EU to achieve the net zero climate goal by 2050? Very likely. So how likely is the EU to achieve net zero emissions by 2050? Very likely, likely, unlikely, or highly unlikely. Okay. It's tight, but okay, we don't have extreme answers. Highly unlikely, very likely are not very popular, but either likely or unlikely. So let's leave it like this. Unlikely has about the same. Final question, how significant, so again 2050, how significant will nuclear energy's contribution be to achieving EU climate neutrality? So 4 options. Very significant, significant, moderate, or limited. Okay, so majority votes for moderate. So moderate contribution of nuclear. So thank you very much. So these were the poll, and now we move to the first session with Georg on the future of the energy system in Europe.
Yes. Good morning. I would like to ask the panelists of the first panel to already take a seat, please. And let's get started. So, good morning. My name is Georg Zachmann. I'm a senior fellow at Bruegel, and what we are going to do now is a bit more unfair than the Slido poll that you have just seen, because it's not going to be anonymous, but I'm going essentially to discuss with you what you're thinking about the 2035 future is. And the reason why I think it's a bit of an unfair question is when trying to look 10 years back and asking myself, what would we have thought in 2015? The answers would have been potentially quite a bit off from what we see today. Just to give you a few examples, oil price at the time was about 25–30% lower than today, which is probably within the margin of the volatility. Gas prices at the time was a third of what we have today, so 10 euros per megawatt hour compared to now 30 euros per megawatt, or more than 30 euros per megawatt hour. Electricity prices at the time were half of what we have today, and carbon prices were at only 10 euros per ton at the time, because the market was flooded at the time, and also the gas market at the time was massively flooded by Russia just trying to destroy all competitors in Europe, and hence now carbon prices are in the order of more like 70–80 euros per ton, so 7–8 times more. At the same time, in 2015, we had a renewables share in electricity of 28%, and it increased in only 10 years to 44%, so it showed how quick progress can be made. Stationary emissions in the European Union decreased 50% in only 10 years, so a massive improvement in the stationary emissions. But electric vehicles and heat pumps still today stand at less than 10% of the car stock and the heating stock still. So it was 10 years back probably as difficult as it is for us now to look forward what might be in 10 years. But I think it gives you all, and what I hope to distill from our discussion now is essentially to get a sense a bit of where there is some convergence, where we all believe kind of that's most likely the direction of travel, the consensus of the day, and what are those things that are essentially the interesting parts where there is some divergence in views. And I have potentially one of the best panels to discuss that on a European level here, because it's representatives from companies, from think tanks, from academia, from policy side, and excellent ones. So let me first introduce Antonio. Antonio Lopez Nicolas is the chief economist at the Directorate General Energy at the European Commission. He essentially oversees their economic modeling. He was before at NSOE, and maybe you just start.
Thanks, George. Yeah, and happy birthday, Bruegel, and thanks a lot for the invitation also to the National Bank of Belgium for hosting us here. So the EU is facing three challenges. I think competitiveness is clearly one of them. We have security, we have decarbonization, I mean the climate crisis, how to deal with the climate crisis. And if we look at the energy sector, we see that energy is at the very center of those challenges, of Europe's reply to those challenges. So we are trying to build an genuine energy union that delivers competitive, affordable, secure, and sustainable energy. And we have a strong foundation. We are not starting from scratch. We have, by the way, I think there are some slides that should come online. So we are not starting from scratch. We are starting from an internal market, which is integrated. It's the largest integrated market in the world, which is saving already 34 billion euros compared to the situation where there was no internal market, no connection between member states. But we want to build a stronger, genuine energy union with a stronger interconnected grid, a stronger interconnected market, and a stronger political cooperation across member states. So if we look at the first slide and at some of the numbers coming from what we've seen in the markets, and if we look at the first graph, we see that clearly we have a competitiveness issue. I mean, since the energy crisis and the invasion of Ukraine, the prices in the EU have increased, and now, I mean, they have reverted partially to normal, but they are still much higher compared to the US and China. And this is a very important issue, which is affecting our citizens, but also our industrial competitiveness. But if we look at the second graph and we see that the picture at member state level is a bit mixed when we get to the details. And we see that, I mean, the more low carbon energy, renewables and nuclear that a member state have, the lower the wholesale prices are. So decarbonization and low carbon energy actually deliver low energy prices at wholesale level. And we see this in the decrease of energy prices thanks to renewables deployment in the last few years. We can see it also from the World Energy Outlook of the IEA, where, I mean, if you look at the net zero scenario, I mean, they project that the gap on system costs across the US and the EU by 2035 is narrowing substantially in the net zero scenario thanks to low carbon energy deployment in the EU. But if we look at the right side of the slide, then we see how those lower wholesale prices translate to retail. And then we see that there is an issue. We see that in some cases, the final price that households and industry pay is made of many different components, including network charges and including taxes and levies that can be up to a third of the final energy price at EU level, but it can be much higher in some member states. So if we want to really to deliver competitiveness and also affordability for citizens, this is an area where we need to look at seriously when moving forward. If we can have the next slide, please. Sorry. Now I need to learn how to use it, which might be a bit complex. So if we look at how the energy system is evolved towards 2035 and 2040, I mean, there are some clear trends there. I mean, we see renewables that are expected to grow massively. I mean, if we look at the energy system final energy consumption, they are now at 24.5%. I mean, they are projected to increase to 42.5 by 2030 and to over 70% by 2040. And together with nuclear, there will be, I mean, the majority of a decarbonized power mix in 2040. And if we look at the nuclear numbers in the nuclear illustrative program that we published in June, we will be above 100 gigas of nuclear energy in 2050. Electrification is also a major trend. I mean, we will move from 23% electrification currently to 32 in 2030, 46 in 2040, and 57 in 2015. So this is also, I mean, the age of electricity, as the IEA calls it, but it's not happening yet in Europe. I mean, in Europe, electricity is stagnating at 23% for the last 6 years. So there needs to be a growth of the electrification of the economy, of heating and cooling, and of transport. There is a strong reduction of final energy consumption, 1/3 by 2040, which is also, and in the electricity sector, this reflects not, thanks to electrification, not in a decrease, while overall energy consumption decreases, but in an increase of 30–40% electricity demand. And finally, there is a strong decrease of fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, towards 2040. This is what we can see in the 2040 scenario. At the same time, we see steps towards decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors thanks to hydrogen and associated fuels and CCS. So major changes are to happen on the way to 2035 and 2040. So next slide, and I think this is my last slide. So I think to make it happen, we need massive investments. At EU level, we are talking about 660 billion euros a year from now to 2030, close to 700 after 2030 to deliver the energy transition. I mean, generation, grids, demand side. If we focus on two of the main bottlenecks of the energy transition, I mean, grids and flexibility, we see that the investment needs for those are massive. I mean, this is what ENSO-E projects in terms of new interconnections needed by 2030, 64 gigas. In our numbers, we are talking about 75 billion euros of investments in electricity infrastructure a year for transmission and distribution. We have massive increase on flexibility needs that are very much needed if we want to deliver a secure system, but also an affordable energy system. And we need to deliver those investments thanks to private capital, because, of course, public funds are not going to be enough to get this amount of investments. So how the Commission is making it happen? I think we are heading towards a very intense political cycle and policy cycle with a strong focus on implementation of the existing legislation, also implementation of the Affordable Energy Action Plan and the Clean Industrial Deal. There will be new legislation to tackle political priorities, grids, energy security, the 2040 energy elements. And there will be also a focus on certain elements that need attention. And this includes, for example, electrification, where we will issue an electrification action plan, but also investments, where we will issue a clean energy investment strategy trying to ramp up investments.
Thanks a lot, Antonio. Maybe one very quick question back. What you showed us are essentially target scenarios that are supposed to reach 85 to 90% decarbonization in 2040. So it would be somewhat also aligned with this 5% flexibility that yesterday has been decided in the Parliament, right?
Yes, and if you look at the different scenarios from our impact assessment back in last year on 2040, and you see that the difference between the lower scenario, 78% emission reductions, and the upper scenario are basically not on the power sector. The differences for the power sector are small. The differences affect more options to decarbonize how to abate sectors such as hydrogen or CCS. But yes, I think.
Thanks a lot. Then let me turn to William de Hazeler. William de Hazeler is Professor Emeritus, but still very active at the KU Leuven. He has a background as electrical and nuclear energy engineer, and is also extremely active in energy policy discussions in Belgium.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for painting the environment a little bit. Now, I'm going to follow up on what he has said, but of course we have some differences. For one reason, he's still in office. He still needs his salary to be paid. My pension is probably not dependent on what I'm going to say. So I have some freedom to do some freewheeling. But however, what I'm going to say is, it's my conclusion from thinking of the whole climate energy system problem over the last, of working on it 30, 40 years. I might be a bit provocative, but okay, give me some time. I'll try to stick to my notes, otherwise I should talk for 2 hours, but let's do it. Now, if you ask the question, what is the European energy system in 2035? The honest answer, I really have no idea. I don't know. The reason is that all the scenarios that we're looking at and our thinking, it looks like the future is developing smoothly. Well, it's not. You have lots of perturbations, probably even maybe disruptions, and I'm not going to repeat the disruptions we've had over the last 10 years. But if you push me, I'd say that the European electric power system will certainly consist of massive amounts of PV and wind and solar installed capacity, perhaps a few pilot nuclear power plants of the SMR type, and by 2040 or so, maybe there are a few more to be expected that are state-supported. Large-scale battery storage together with natural gas-fired plants as for balancing. And we will have many hours of oversupply, screaming for more offtake in whatever sectors. So then you have transportation, building and industry are expected to electrify, but, and now it comes, it will be slower than expected, except perhaps maybe, well, even the electric vehicles, for me that's a done deal. But you like it or not, and maybe that gentleman Elon Musk, how strangely he behaves, it's thanks to him that the whole thing has been quote unquote solved. It was a big issue 10, 15 years ago. So I would say by 2035, 2040, passenger transportation will be electric. And hopefully people will then charge at the right time. And if governments can do something, then they should help to invest in charging infrastructure. If that is done, then people will automatically go to electric vehicles. But buildings and industry will take time. It will be much slower than people anticipate. The arrow of time points towards electrification and sector coupling, but not the day after tomorrow. Now, most short-term attention at this moment should go to electric power system integration. Avoid mishaps like what happened in Spain and Portugal. Let's hope that nothing happens somewhere else in Europe. Take, for instance, Germany. In Germany, they've been doing a marvelous job so far, but let's hope that something doesn't happen over the next 5 years. Otherwise, there will be a crisis, a political crisis. And please invest in electric power grid upgrades. Include cross-border transmission, but also distribution. And something needs to be done about permitting, permitting, and permitting. In the long run, I would say 2050, 2060, only energy technologies can solve the climate-related issues in the energy sector. But in the medium term, the societal aspect should not be forgotten. And we have to honest cost-benefit estimates. If not done right over the next 10 to 15 years, businesses and companies will vote with their feet and they will move elsewhere. And citizens will express their opinion in the voting booth. It's exactly what at least what I understood that the government has said. Think about Brexit, climate skeptical administration in the US, and the political future in Europe is uncertain. Think of France, the UK, and whatever. Now, the European targets for 2040, if you allow me. Now, we shouldn't forget that the energy transition, which is the subject now, is actually not a goal or an end in itself. It was a means to decarbonize the global economy. That's what basically happened. And then we started changing the energy system. For me, the driving force is still, for this worldwide energy transition, is still the climate change issue. Whatever people may think, for me, that's still my constraint that I use as a guarantee. At the same time, of course, we have to make sure that we look after security of energy supply, which was something that was forgotten, and also the affordable cost issue, which was also forgotten. So my objective is decarbonization of the global energy system by mid-century, so 2050, 60, or whatever. And that's my goal as an energy engineer, to optimize the global energy provision system subject to the decarbonization constraints. And in that light, the 90% EU reduction target with the 5% flexibility, is it realistic? My view is it is not at all. And even more importantly, it's not even necessary. Now, if you allow me to make that point, I'm not sure whether I should be sad or angry, but let me be constructive. I honestly think that many people do not or don't even want to understand what global climate change actually is. This is a global, worldwide problem, and one must understand the orders of magnitude. I'll try to be constructive, but a bit provocative. Maybe I might be swearing in the church. But follow with me the following thought experiment. Now, if you look at the numbers and the latest GRC report, the Joint Research Center report, Europe at this moment is responsible for 6%, 5.9 to be exact, of the global greenhouse gas emissions in 24. Even historically, China has overtaken Europe in 23 as the biggest emitter. At this moment, China, starting from 1850 to 24, 12.4%, and Europe is 11.7%. The future of climate change will be determined by India, Africa, Southeast Asia. That's where it will happen. And I stole this, I'm not sure whether Michael Liebreich is in the room, but I stole this from a discussion that he had with Leo Birnbaum in May 24, and I think they're right. We don't know what the US is going to do. China seems to be on the right track, but at this moment, they're still a heavy, heavy polluter. So the EU emission target pushing, the target pushing by the European Union, it misses the point completely. The EU reductions themselves, a few percentage points, more or less, they're just a drop in the bucket. So we have to do it differently. And I'm afraid that at this moment, by doing that, by pushing it too hard, we're going to disentangle our societal and industrial fabric. Now, for me, the global climate change issue, that's the problem that we have to solve, and it doesn't matter where the CO2 is emitted. So I would do it differently. My suggestion would be, if I may, impose, so we should, in Europe, make the same financial effort. So I'm not saying that we should do less. We should make the same financial effort globally, I mean in Europe, but do it differently. Impose lighter domestic CO2 reduction targets. And certainly no extra targets like X% renewables, Y% efficiency, Z% electrolyzers, whatever. But you should invest much, much, much more in a sustained effort in research, development, innovation in crucial energy technologies, because then our own industries can profit from that for a certain while, but even more importantly, after a little while, they will diffuse to the world at large, and they will be used then in Africa, in India, in other places, which is indeed then the place where the decarbonization has to take place. I know that, of course, it won't be easy to do that, but of course it's innovation and it's a process that has to reinvent itself. So, of course, then other countries will copy that, but then we have to reinvent it again. It is a continuous renovation of innovation. And I'll try to make it short. And actually, I'm inviting now the economists, the brilliant economists in Europe, to think a little bit. And the path has been shown to some extent by the recent Nobel Prize winners. And I'm going back to 2018. I'm not an economist, but I invite the economist. Now then the prize was given to William Nordhaus and Paul Romer. Now many people remember William Nordhaus for his developments. But Paul Romer, as a matter of fact, he was the one who introduced endogenous growth theory, the integration of ideas, research, innovation, and technology in growth theory. And recently, the last one, with Peter Howitt, Joel Mokyr, and Philippe Aghion. Aghion, well, it says for itself, the power of creative destruction. So we have the brilliant people here. So they should help us to think of a different philosophy rather than target pushing and then go for it. But of course, it's less tangible. The politicians will not be able to cut the ribbons. And for the last thing, we should be optimistic because we have had interesting, very nice surprises. Electric vehicles have been a success. The cost of PV has come down. Wind and batteries also to a large extent. Hydrogen has been a disappointment so far. Open questions, CCUS, maybe we need more research to do that. Heat pumps, fuel cells, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, I don't know. I'll leave it at that now.
Thanks a lot, William. I think I see some broad agreement on the technology pathways to 2035, on the conclusions you draw from your analysis. I kind of want to push back on one point. I'm wondering, we are now complaining about China being so successful in electric vehicles and heat pumps. We could have done that if we would have been pushing stronger 10 years ago. And now you're telling us we should push potentially less on industry decarbonization and other hard-to-abate sectors. Are we not potentially handing the key to those sectors again to other parts of the world, while we could do that and invent that and commercialize that here?
Well, if you look at the short term, for industries and heavy industries, and indeed there's a debate whether that's necessary or not, and I'm not going to answer that. I'd like to come back to what I've just said. Why don't we give them a little bit of breathing space at this moment, and indeed go back to grandfathering of the permits?
Like we did for the automotive industry in Europe 10 years ago.
Just a second. The fact is, I'm not an economist, but I understand that even if you give them free permits, there is the opportunity cost. And that was actually shown in Belgium a few days ago by Solvay, as a matter of fact, that they sold their surplus allowances for their profit and for their bookkeeping to some extent. So you see, there is indeed still that incentive to reduce carbon, even if you give them for free. But okay, I'll leave that to the economists to make the point much clearer. But the other thing is that I think for like PV, it was also mentioned yesterday, like PV, I think the bulk manufacturing, I think there's no way that we can win that against China. I think they will take over and then we will have to live with that. But we have to be more clever. Maybe like, if you think about PV, I think we should invest also more in research and then the control, the steering of the inverters, the clever things, the smart things, That's where we should be. But we also should be ready to accept that 5 to 10 years from now, people will copy it again, and then we have to reinvent ourselves, etc., etc. I think that's a way to actually to have an industrial fabric, and to both to do something for the global climate change issue, and also profit from it for our own competitiveness for our industry.
Many thanks, Bill. Then let me turn to Pierre-Laurent Lucille. He is coming from a corporate background, so he's the chief economist at ENGIE. And I think the fascinating thing about ENGIE is that they're not only strong in Belgium and France, but that they're having extremely global perspective on the energy sector, also across very different energy vectors. So I would be excited to hear a bit what your thoughts on the 2035 question, with a bit of a focus on Europe, is.
Well,
and I think there's some slides for.
Yes, please. Thank you, Georg, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share some insights today. Well, I think that 2035 is actually an interesting time horizon, because a bit unlike what you said, I think there are unknowns, but 10 years' time, there are also things we know on where our system will go. And keeping in mind this dichotomy of what is known and what is unknown, I'd like to cover 3 topics, quite classical: demand, supply, and cost. On the demand side, what we know is that power demand will grow. We know that EVs are economical or will be so by the end of the decade. That's also true not only for individual vehicles, but also for trucks. But what we don't know is how fast will the adoption of these new technologies will go. So, meaning that we could have either a very slow growth, around 1% per year, up to 3% per year in the next decade, and that makes huge of a difference. On the gas part, on the natural gas part, I would say less uncertainty. We know that we will see a decrease. Will it be 10%? Will it be 15%? That's mainly driven by the building electrification, which means less gas for household. Where we see massive uncertainty is on the hydrogen side. On the hydrogen side, there are 2 types of uncertainty. First, how will we manage to green the current consumption of hydrogen in industry, in particular in petrochemistry? And then second uncertainty, how will we be able to develop new usages of clean hydrogen, in particular to produce new fuel, synthetic aviation fuels? And depending on that, you could either have an almost flat production of clean hydrogen, or you could reach, by 2035, if all the targets in terms of obligation of incorporation, both in industry and in aviation and the maritime transport, were to be met, we could go up to 20 million tons of clean hydrogen by 2035, but major uncertainty. Going back to the supply, on power supply, it's been said, clear trend of massive development of renewable. Today we are more or less at 50% in terms of electricity produced. We probably, given the dynamic we are seeing, reach something around 70% by 2035. Another known is that the need for flexibility will more than double, and that's a direct consequence of the development of renewable. What we don't know is how this supply, this flexibility needs will be supplied, and the big unknown is the role that demand-side flexibility, which is the cheapest flexibility, will develop. How will we be able to develop smart charging from EVs? How will end-user customers react to signal prices? And actually, I'd like to mention an experiment that we are doing at ENGIE in France. We have recently launched an offer where many of our customers have 2 hours of free electricity in the afternoon. So of course, it's exactly the hours where we tend to have a surplus of electricity in France because we have too much PV. And we will typically see, and there are 100,000 customers which benefit from this offer, whether with this very clear price signal, do we manage to switch load from the evening to the afternoon? Big unknown on flexibility. On gas supply, there are things which we know, is that the LNG tremendous development is ahead of us. If you look at the share of US LNG, before the energy crisis for Europe, it was 5%. Today, it's 18%. And in most projections, it will double, so reach around 35%. The IEA mentioned that we expect 300 BCM of additional LNG in the next 5 years. That's 50% more than the existing capacity. Half of that will come from the US. This will have an impact on prices, but on both sides of the Atlantic. It will have a downward effect on prices in Europe, but also interesting to see how US gas prices have evolved recently. In the last 6 months, they increased by 50%. So what we are probably going to see is a narrowing of gas prices on both sides of the Atlantic. Big unknown on the gas supply is the role of biomethane. Will it take off? Will it reach the 10% we see in this graph? Big question mark. And if we take a step back, and I think it's quite in line with what Governor Wunsch was saying earlier, we see quite a good level of certainty on what I call the development of first generation technology, BESS, PV, solar, heat pumps. Here the question is a question of adoption by the end users. On the second generation of technology, which is targeted towards the hard-to-abate sector, be it renewable gases, hydrogen, biomethane, carbon capture, there is a major uncertainty. But what we know is that if by 2035 we have not managed to kick off those technologies and to scale up them, to start the virtuous circle of the more you build them, the less costly they are, the more you build them. If this is not done, this has not started by 2035, then it means that the 2040 target will be unreachable, and of course also the 2050 targets. Last point on the cost, and there I was going to say that there is a consensus before I heard Governor Wunsch, but that's probably the way that the thermometer is calculated. We have recently released a European energy outlook where we assessed the cost of the energy transition. But I think we need to be precise by what we call cost of the energy transition is the additional cost of going towards net zero compared to a kind of counterfactual scenario where we would still build an energy system, but an energy system without carbon constraint. Another thing also is that what we are looking at is net cost. And when we say net cost, it takes into account the fact that there are savings in the energy transition and savings which mainly comes from the reduction of fossil fuel imports. So taking this into account with this definition of what we call decarbonization cost, our conclusion, and which is quite in line with what I have seen in particular coming from the IMF, is that in the next decade, the cost of decarbonization Europe should be around 2% of GDP, and that this net cost should decrease because the further we go towards the transition, the more savings will be done, in particular linked to savings of fuels, fossil fuels, I mean. Of course, this is a very significant amount of effort in the current context, which needs to be compared to the cost of inaction. I understand also listening to Governor Wunsch that there are uncertainty there, but the fact that these costs are most probably lower than the cost of inaction, I think is a consensus. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Pierre-Laurent. Maybe one question back to you that I'm in principle not kind of getting an answer from Antonio on, which is, have you looked into regional differences in Europe of these cost impacts? So is there, is this about 2% or somewhat less than 2%, is that relatively evenly distributed among member states, or is that highly heterogeneous?
Well, that's an exercise we have not done, in particular because you also take into account the grid, in particular the development of interconnection, and we have not gone through the exercise of allocating interconnection costs between countries. What I can say is that compared to the work which was done by Jean Pisani-Ferry focusing on France, the 2% ratio is quite similar to the conclusion he had for France.
Then, last but not least, I would like to ask Emmeline Speer to come in. She is the co-director Europe of Agora Energiewende. Agora Energiewende is one of the big energy think tanks in Europe. I think more than 200 people. Not yet, but that are working on that. So they are fulfilling essentially also the request by Pierre Wunsch for more fact-based underlying of the debate.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Bruegel, and thanks for the invitation. Can I get the... yeah, thanks. Allow me maybe, would like to push back just a bit on Professor Dasseler statements on the EU should change it all and that the impact that we have or our share in global emissions. It's not as simple as that, right? I mean, we know there are dozens of other carbon pricing systems in the world, and we've seen some of them being recently adjusted with the prospects of CBAM coming into play. We see CBAM driving green steel investment projects around the world. So it's not just our own emissions, it's what how our policies can drive decarbonization policies around the world. Now to the question of the panel, 2035 energy system. Thanks for the question first, because yeah, there's lots of discussions on yeah, how to share the costs of the energy system, and before and of course, if one consumer doesn't pay their share of the energy system, others will, and so it's fine to have those discussions, it's have to have distributional discussions, but you should first try to minimize the cost of the energy system, of course. What I did, because we've had a number of scenarios presented, is I just selected a couple from our work, selected facts that happen to be in 2035, to add a couple of considerations to the discussion. First one, electrification, so I won't repeat all the reasons why we should embrace electrification as one of the few no regrets, clear no regret strategies in all this. This picture is from our study last year. It's a technology study on electrification of industrial heat that basically has shown that by 2035 we will have a vast range of technologies that can enable us to electrify 80%, 90%, sorry, of industrial heat, energy demand from industrial heat, which is basically 3/4 of industry emissions in Europe. So the technologies are there, and that's really the good news. For that, will we see it? So will we see the stubborn 22% finally move up? Will we see that curve finally move up to double towards 2035? We heard it's the easy part, it's the easy to abate part, yet we haven't seen it happening. So it still depends on policy, right? Because there are still financial and technical organizational barriers, and because of course all the risks involved in staying, in burning gas to have your heat are not entirely internalized. We've learned this lesson for ourselves the hard way a few years ago, And we all know that when prices go super high, I mean, not all the externalities are internalized, and when prices are super high, people also expect that governments will not let that happen. So we need support policies to address the hype from costs of electrifications. We need grids. They deserve the utmost attention. And we need to have a strategy for this window of low gas prices that we're going to see, that was mentioned earlier, and that we're going to see in the coming few years. Obviously, it's hard to say it's bad news, right, for Europe. At the same time, it will only be real good news if we use that window, that time window, to push for electrification. And if we use those lower gas prices that we're going to see as an opportunity, for example, by taxing them a bit to reinvest into electrification. So we need to de-risk, you know, if I'm an industrial and I'm told I need to electrify, but then the prospect is gas prices are going to be low the next few years and my competitors maybe will not electrify. Should I do it, should I not do it? So a key policy will be to de-risk the gas price ratio for investments in electrification. And then, you know, on another side, on the domestic side, maybe we shouldn't delay ETS2 for too long. Member states actually have a unique opportunity to introduce it at a moment where it adds up to gas prices that will not be too high and maybe it won't hurt as much as it could. And then we can already use the revenues to invest in reducing emissions and therefore reducing the future ETS2 price. So first set of considerations. My next, I will start maybe with this one. My next slide is, so this graph comes from our flagship German publication, Climate Neutral Germany 2045, which we updated at the end of last year. So it represents the evolution of unit power system costs in our scenario. And what do we see? So we do see in that scenario that, of course, is built to reach climate neutrality in 2045 in Germany across the economy, like is planned in the law. We see that before 2035, unit power system costs reduce. So as investments in renewables and batteries displace the use of fossil fuels in the power system. This is, of course, only the power system. Does not include investments in heat pumps and EVs and the fossil fuels displayed by that. But it does include decentralized PV, home batteries, grid-scale batteries, and so on and so forth. So it's a model, right? And hence it's very smooth. It includes 40 years amortization period for grids. But what do we learn from it? And how can we approach that curve in reality? Couple of thoughts. Investments should come in the right place. There's some assumptions around that and behind that modeling, right? That you have some locational signals and that also production and consumption come at the right time so that markets do reward flexibility. Could be locational pricing, could be dynamic grid fees. Second point, make the most of existing infrastructure. And therein we have built, you know, optimization of the build out of infrastructure, overhead lines rather than cables when possible, smart anticipatory investments, and flexible connection contracts. But maybe even more importantly, those cuts are 70%, 80% capex, right? And we know that a very significant share of that is going to be financing costs. So how do you keep financing costs low? You need to reduce risk. You need visibility, you need predictability, you need clear choices to reduce the WACC, but also to reduce, by the way, scarcity premiums like we see in the grid supply chains at the moment, right? Because there's a lack of visibility in the long run. And another aspect of that is you do need to try to synchronize investments as much as possible on the supply and demand side across the value chains. Again, de-risking instruments, meaning so we need to continue de-risking investments in renewables, investments in electrification, as I mentioned, with the spike gap. Otherwise, we risk a chicken and egg situation where one side is waiting for another one and the transition will only be more expensive. So that's a really important message. And just one last slide. Just one last snapshot of 2035. 2035 is also a date at which first, number of large cities in Germany, or for that matter, an entire country, Denmark, have announced that they will be shutting down their gas distribution grids. And so will it happen in 2035? Will it take a bit longer? That's of course to be seen, but I think 20% of utilities in Germany have that kind of plan in a way or another. And I want to use this to make a couple of points around the role of infrastructure. Infrastructure is crucial, obviously, in all this. The power grid needs to expand, the gas grid will need to decline, and a new infrastructure will be needed to some extent for hydrogen and carbon dioxide. So three messages here. Electrification, the heat transition will not be only about individual choices of industry or of households, it's also about local infrastructure planning and the choices that will be made there. It will drive it, it will matter a lot. Second message, we need a lot of new infrastructure, but we will also need to start decommissioning the infrastructure that we won't need in the future. If we want to keep the energy system costs under check, that's going to be an important part. Every euro we put today into the gas distribution grids, we'll still be paying partly for it in a couple of decades. So there are obligations under Fit for 55 and the gas package to introduce heat planning, to start planning decommissioning of gas grids, and it's of the utmost importance that member states implement this. Of course, it needs to be done carefully, and you need to take care of the last consumers online. And then final message, we need a proper planning across energy carriers for infrastructure, not only at local level, but also at EU level. And here a little bit of a teaser, we're going to publish next week a piece of work on integrated infrastructure planning, based on a large pan-EU cross-sector energy modeling. And what that indicates is that we need a robust, that confirms that we need, a lot of investments into the electricity grid. It also tends to indicate that current planning processes at EU level greatly overestimate the need for a hydrogen transport backbone, at least by 2 times. We'll need a hydrogen backbone, right? But probably more limited, and that's going to be more clustered as an investment than currently planned. So keeping energy system costs under check is also about investing in the right infrastructure and avoiding stranded assets.
Thanks a lot, Emmeline. Time-wise, we are at the end of this session. I would briefly summarize, and then there's one question allowed from the audience, so that we still have time for some coffee break. My take is, I was a bit rather surprised by the level of consensus on the 2035, at least on the technology outlook. So I think there is broad consensus, significant electrification in transportation, overall more electrification. Renewables are going to cover a significant share of this increasing electricity demand. The uncertainties that I spotted were on what happens with the how fast will heating sector decarbonization essentially happen, and heating sector electrification. What sources of flexibility will we use more? And on the industry side, indeed, the feeling was that it's very hard to foresee how much will happen in the next 10 years, and strongly policy driven. My main sense is from that, as electricity is becoming so important and systemic for the energy system, that we should try to identify what the consequences of that are. I mean, fiscally, that's interesting, because should we put money into the system, or should we take money out of the electricity system? What are potential distortions from the way we organize our system in the internal market? So do we embrace them? Do we want to have a system that tries to optimize on a European level, or do we want a system that is going to be run nationally? And that are going to be questions that we need to answer relatively soon, because the investment, I mean, Emmeline made the clear point, we need certainty in order to bring down capital cost to get to an as cost efficient as possible transition. And now I wonder whether there's one question. Yes, gentlemen over there.
Well, thank you, Philippe Lambers from the European Commission. So I'll ask my colleague, because there's something that it's intriguing me. Are all the bottlenecks in terms of interconnections at borders between member states, or are there some bottlenecks within member states, typically between northern and southern Germany? Are we looking at that too?
Yes, of course. I mean, there are interconnection. I mean, there are bottlenecks at borders between member states, but there are also internal bottlenecks that are being looked at. Some of them are very clear for everyone. Some others will appear in the future, and there is a need for strong investments inside member states to avoid congestions. But also there is a need to invest a lot in distribution grids. I mean, out of the numbers I gave on investment, annual investments on grids, the 75 billion euros, I mean, the biggest share is on distribution networks of investments. And I think this is extremely important if we want to integrate renewables and if we want to bring affordable energy to our industries. And if we want to go for more sector integration across the system as we are planning to do.
Thanks a lot. I think with that, I will close the session because I have been advised by the co-organizers that we want to restart at 11:30 sharp. So please be back here at 11:30 sharp, and please help me to give a hand to the great panelists.
Great, welcome back after this thought-provoking keynote this morning from Governor Wunsch and after a very interesting panel about the energy scenarios for 2035. We will try to inject a bit the business and industry view in this panel, and I'm very much looking forward. I think we have a fantastic panel here of decision makers, high-level decision makers, all across the supply chain. Maybe let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Markus Wilthaner, I'm a partner at McKinsey. I devote all my time to the energy transition and to the strategic questions in the energy transition with my clients. We will follow a little bit the framework or the thinking that we heard earlier today that the governor laid out in his presentation, which is we will start with the easy part, the part of electrification where we think we can electrify soon, we can electrify at a relatively low cost, but where, unfortunately, as we have also heard earlier, we haven't seen as much progress as we would like. Electrification rate in Europe is pretty stubborn, around 22%. That hides some effects because there is efficiency gains and we have seen some electrification at the beginning. But what we are aiming for is much more than those 22%. And I would start the panel maybe with introducing Grégoire Dalmand, who is the CEO of EDF Luminous. You are active in the generation part, in the distribution part. You bring that power to customers in Belgium. And you are also working with energy services, helping them to electrify their households and their businesses. I would ask you in your opening statement maybe to start us off with a bit of a temperature check. Between 1 and 10, how well do you think we are on track in the areas where you are active, whereas 10 is we're doing fantastic and 1 is it's a train wreck? So maybe kind of ground us there and then tell us a little bit about the electrification efforts that you are doing in Belgium, how it is going, and maybe some of the key challenges.
Thank you, Marcus, for this great question, and very nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. In 1 month, almost exactly 1 month, we will celebrate 10 years of the Paris Agreement. I believe it's the most important agreement ever nations took, obviously to preserve, to limit global warming. At the time, we committed, nations committed to not exceed 1.5, maybe up to 2 degrees. IEA report went out a few days ago. We were privileged, thank you, Mr. Governor, to listen to Fatih Birol last night. And he said, with current policies, we are probably on a 3 degrees track instead of 1.5. By the way, 1.5, we are roughly today. And thanks to the Paris Agreement, we have avoided being on a 4 degrees track today. So that's the glass maybe half full. It has helped reduce the excess, the overshooting on that. That's on the climate. Now, let's see in 1 month how much it will be celebrated, the agreement, because since 3 years, it looks like attention has gone probably legitimately towards more security issues. Since Russia invaded Ukraine, we see that being dependent on import makes us vulnerable. And actually, on a global scale, Europe is the most dependent on import for fossil fuels. Now, this is a case study, as you pointed to, for Belgium. Where are we in Belgium when we look at the energy mix? You see on the left side, the total consumption of energy in Belgium is around 400 terawatt-hour. And the biggest part is oil, 48%. And the second is gas, 25%. So oil and gas together, those that we burn directly to move around, to warm buildings, to run the industry, represent 75% of the total. Now, we talked a lot about electrification this morning, and thank you for that. Now, electricity in Belgium equals 7, we can come back. So electricity, I think we can come back. Electricity in Belgium represents 17% of the energy mix today. So if Europe is at 22%, well, Belgium is for sure worse. Now, when we talk of decarbonization, electrification,
On the PowerPoint, it's obviously very easy. You take the gray out of the chart, and you have decarbonized. Now, in practice, it's more complicated. And if you do that, obviously, you might do a little bit of the way with sobriety, and we probably should. And the biggest lever is electrification indeed. And so the orange part on this graph should actually replace some of the gray. Now, the question is, how do we push? Do we push like this, so on every priority at the same time, or do we focus? And do we focus on those things that we can roll out today at a relatively contained cost per CO2 ton abated? So I would argue we would be better off in Europe today and in Belgium to focus on this usage. We can electrify, we can decarbonize at the lowest cost per ton of CO2. So if you take e-mobility, you see transport is a big part of the gray. It's today economical from a TCO point of view to push that gray out of the chart. If you think of heating, so you see household, it's mostly heating. Well, you can heat households with heat pumps. It's so much more efficient. We really have to push to put orange instead of the gray there. Now, there are also, and it has been addressed, tons which are very hard to abate, which are very expensive to abate. And I would agree with, I don't know where is Professor Dazeler, saying we should invest in R&D, and I believe we should do so, indeed. Now, in terms of rollout, I would focus on those solutions which are today at parity in terms of cost, maybe advantageous or close to parity as a priority. Now, and you see to the right the electricity mix as it was in Belgium, but we have seen the numbers for Europe, so I will not dig too much into that today. Now, we have, in terms of global challenge, global warming is one, geopolitical issue is another one. Now, the good news from energy point of view is that the solution to those two, I believe, is essentially the same. So reduce the total consumption of fossil fuels. Europe is the most exposed, so we import almost all we consume. So we should electrify it. It is in our best interest. It's not, if not for climate, for geopolitical reasons. By the way, China is well understood. China is, it's also in our best interest, even though they import less in percentage than in fossil fuels. The difference between China and Europe, so sorry to be provocative, well, China actually does it. So they are at 30% of electrification of the mix today, and we are stagnating in Europe. Probably we talk more about it, we do less about it. So we need to change from talk to action. That's on the energy mix, electricity mix. And so why electrification? I think it's important to remind there's three reasons for it. The first reason is it goes hand in hand with energy efficiency. So I don't need to explain you why we call a thermal car, because it loses 3/4 of the energy in forms of heat, whilst when you put electricity in a vehicle, electric vehicle, 90% helps you move and you have very limited losses. So electricity goes hand in hand with very high energy efficiency, which helps reduce the total consumption of energy. First reason. The second one, electricity is the only vector that can be produced at industrial scale with low CO2 emissions. And the third reason, and not the least, since we were reminded of geopolitical issues, is it can be produced on our soil, and we have no oil in our underground in Europe. Three reasons which make the case for electrification. So before we go into the debate, allow me to say a few words on who is Luminous. So you'll see where I come from when I am debating with you. Our sense of purpose is to build a CO2-free energy future, thanks to electricity. And we aim to contribute reconciling protection of the planet, human well-being, and economic development. And to get there, we base ourselves on four strategic pillars. The first one is produce more electricity. And I believe we need to look at the total system cost of the electric system and we believe we need a diversified electricity mix in order to reduce the total system cost of the electric system. So we produce electricity, we supply energy. And the third pillar is also linked to the second one. Since 10 years, we focus on offering solutions to reduce CO2 emissions and electrify. And in our little Belgian country today, we employ almost 2,000 people only in that business. We have grown it to a business that today is about 500 million euro of turnover, and it's growing really fast. So we help customers reduce their energy consumption and electrify their processes. Third pillar. And the last baby, last born, you will not be surprised, the business of flexibility. You will explain better than I the need for flexibility in the grid, considering the latest evolutions. And at Luminous, we invest in flexibility solutions, either on our own as utility player, utility scale batteries, for example, or help our customers flexibilize their demand and their energy management. So electrify, and if I can say one thing, focus on those uses that can be electrified in the most efficient way, and also electrify, whilst it was addressed in previous panel, aiming at reducing the total system cost.
Thank you. A passionate plaidoyer for electrification and focus. We'll come back to that, but I want to get the rest of the panel involved. Frédéric Dunant, you are the CEO of Elia Transmission, the transmission player in Belgium, bringing the electrons from the generation sites to the distribution grids, and also to the big industrial users. Maybe you can also give us a 1 to 10. I think, Grégoire, you are actually, you still owe me that 1 to 10. We'll get back to that. So maybe, Frédéric, you can give me your 1 to 10, how are we on track, and talk a little bit about the role of TSOs and the challenges you see moving forward.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. And I will start with the number. I'm always following the rules. And, no, I would say if you ask a question, 5 years ago I've said, yeah, probably 9 or 10 we will achieve the objectives. And like Grégoire said, I think the momentum is a bit lost regarding climate change. We see more discussion at the political level in Europe for the moment on competitivity and on security. We can also say it is basically not that bad, because to answer these two objectives, basically the same solution we have to implement. And I think the driver for competitivity, a drive to achieve that competitivity and security is perhaps even more high than to achieve climate objectives. And I would say, seen from today, I would give a 6 or 7 to the probability that we achieve the goals. And I would say we will not get there by 2050. And I think we will get there. We have to organize ourselves. We have, like Grégoire said, to implement the most easy solutions first, and also probably to give a bit more time for the European continent to achieve finally the climate objectives, and not to focus absolutely on 2050. Now, as a TSO, we are an enabler for the energy transition, and I will just give a bit of insight on 5 key elements that I have in my mind. First, electrification. We discussed already quite a lot about it. I will not spend a lot of time on that. Second, security of supply. Third one, connections. How do we connect the customers? Grid development, and last but not least, competitivity. First, electrification. Like we said, depending on fossil fuel, is not that good for climate, but not also for competitivity or for independence neither. And that's basically, if you take some numbers, I look at it for the last year, of the year before. Europe imports for 350 billions of fossil fuels. It is very huge, and if you see what we have to invest in the energy transition, you could also think about if you can avoid part of this import, you can also have tactically a very good position for Europe. That's one element why you have to electrify. Second one is basically another slide to say the same thing that Grégoire mentioned in terms of technology. There are already today a lot of technologies which are mature, which are economically viable, and that we have to implement first. Mobility, heating, low temperature. We see already today today medium temperature. The technologies are there. We have to implement that first. If you look at Belgium, what does it mean? If we look at 2050, we do expect a reduction of the total energy consumption up to 40%, and we see a doubling, roughly a doubling of the electrical consumption. Then we have two opposite evolution. Just before, electricity is much more efficient in terms of energy carrier. That's one element, electrification. But the second question is how do you supply this energy? And that's basically a figure of a study we published 1 year ago at ELIA. It is basically the challenge in terms of energy supply for Belgium. Basically what you see is the evolution of consumption on a year basis. It's energy and not capacity in energy. And you see we have a gap compared to what has already been decided today, then above what is renewables in the system by then, and the expectation in terms of evolution. And it will happen just because the technology is there and it's quite cheap, but you have a gap between the expectation for renewables and what we do need as energy into the Belgian system. And the question is how we will manage that, and we have different possibilities, prolonging of nuclear, new nuclear. We have offshore in Belgium, far offshore, and it's key that we, as an authority, that authorities decide which are the mix they want to have in 2050, because 2050 in terms of energy sector, in terms of great infrastructure, it is tomorrow. Then we have to have these discussions, okay, where do we want to go in terms of energy mix in Belgium by 2050 to prepare the system to achieve that. But we see the challenge is quite high because we have nearly the consumption of today, that is 80 terawatt-hours, that's the consumption of electricity in Belgium today, is really the gap that we see into the system by 2050. And that's one element. When you solve that in terms of supply, you have to solve the energy part, but still to solve the capacity. And that's basically the ability to manage the peak consumptions, but also the capacity to manage the excess of consumption. And therefore, you need also some mechanism to de-risk the project. You need mechanism for energy, for nuclear, and for offshore. That's basically the CFD, contract for difference, but also for adequacy. You need some mechanism to attract and to de-risk the project to ensure the adequacy of the system. That's what we call the CRM, capacity remuneration mechanism. That's for supply. If you look at connection, we said, okay, it will increase in the future and you will have more electrical consumption in the system. What we see for the moment, it is even more than that. We see a surge for a connection to the grids, which is quite impressive. We see on the slide what is today in the pipeline of failure with different level of maturity. But you see a lot of batteries. We have in the pipeline of failure today 30 gigawatt of batteries into the request process with, again, different level of maturity. But just to remember, the peak load of the consumption today in Belgium is 13, 14. We have requests for 30 gigawatt, 30 gigawatt of batteries into the Belgian system. They will not all be realized, but they are today in the process and they ask for a connection capacity. The same for data centers. We have today in the pipeline of failure 70 terawatt hours of projects asking for capacity on the Belgian system. Total consumption, 80 terawatt hours. Again, they will not all materialize, but they are looking for capacity for reservation onto the grids. And we see the last figures on the right side. That's basically what is already reserved. Then there is someone signing a contract with ELIA to reserve the capacity. Today, the total already reserved capacity is around 150 terawatt hours. What was foreseen in the plan was 120. And we are already above what was foreseen in the plan and approved by the authorities at federal and regional level. What does it mean? It means that basically to solve that, we have to review the way we organize the connection process. Because today the rules, this first come, first served. Is it a data center? Is it industry? Basically, ELIA has not the possibility to refuse. We have to accept the customers in the order of request. That's an element we have to address in the connection rules. Another one we have to work on is flexibility. Today, we are only allowed at regional level to give some fixed contract. We have also to develop, like Grégoire said, all about the flexible contract, the ability to reduce the consumption in some circumstances with some compensation. And that on this topic, pick the energy ministers, because we have 4 ministers of energy in Belgium, but the energy ministers are working on that to develop some flexibility framework to ensure we will be able to give flexible contract to allow more connection of more customers on the Belgian system. That's for the connections, a huge challenge. And last element that we develop on this one is also queue management. It is not an exception in Belgium. We have also developed that in the Netherlands and in the UK. It is the ability to remove some projects in the queue just because they are not mature enough. They have no, for instance, permits. They have no business plan approved. They have no field. They have no ground to build the data center, for instance. Today, we have not the tools to remove this project from the list, and we have also to develop the capability for ELIA to assess, for ELIA or for the regulator or for the authorities, still to be seen, to assess the maturity of project, to remove them from the list and to give priority to projects which are more mature. Just to say, verification is one thing, but it comes with projects, and we see today there is a search for connection, which is good, but we have to manage the flow to make it manageable for the grid development. And when we speak about grid development, today the business plan of ELIA is around 9 billion investment for 5 years, and it's not a peak. It will stay like that for the next decade, even further probably. Then it is a huge investment that we have to foresee to reinforce the network, what we call the horizontal network and the backbone, but also the vertical grids towards the customers, the industries, but also the DSOs. And to be clear, it is not only a human challenge and to attract the talent to do it. It's not only a technical challenge, it's not only a permits challenge, but it's also a huge financial challenge. And we will have to reinvent the way we finance this kind of infrastructure in Belgium, but all across Europe, we have all the same challenge in the DSO, but also in the TSO, gas and CO2 and hydrogen and electricity, of course. And my last point I want to come on is the paradox. We call that the paradox of the energy transition. What we see, if you come with some grids, it means additional cost to be covered by the tariffs. It means more cost for our customers. If you see gas, we are 3 times more expensive than in the US for the moment. If you see in other countries, they took some action to reduce the tariffs for the customers or to reduce the energy, the energy cost. They did that in France, they did that in Germany, they did that in the Netherlands, but it has been cancelled by the authorities. But you see there are some measures taken to protect local industries which are not yet implemented in Belgium. And there the message I want to give, I do think we have a very strong advantage in Belgium for industry, talent workforce, or location with the harbors or networks, gas and electricity are quite strong. But we need also to think about very sound measures to protect industry during the transition, because at a given time, all what we are doing will come with advantages because you will connect offshore, you will connect more PV, you will connect nuclear if we decide so, which will have an impact on the commodity cost. But in the meantime, we see additional costs because these projects are not yet realized, the investments are done, and we put our industry in danger. And that's for me key, that we have also a good reflection at the political level how we do protect our industries in this transition for the years to come. And you can do that with some mechanism like the CFD. You can do that with the energy norm we spoke about in Belgium to reduce tariff costs or to reduce commodity costs. Or you can implement a tax shift. There are a lot of possibilities, but that's really key if we want to anchor the industry in Belgium. Then just to sum up, what is important for me to achieve the energy transition, realize the infrastructure, make sure you change the market design properly, think about support for industry to anchor industry in Belgium, and also consider the advantages and the innovation that we have to implement with new technologies like batteries to help to manage the flexibility into the system.
Thank you. I think that was a great illustration and elucidation of the difficulties of actually providing all that power for the electrification that we talked about. Let's go to the energy users, and we will start with Laurens van Rijn. You're the CEO of LCL Belgium, a data center developer and operator. So you are adding to the problem by asking for more grid, more power, ideally clean and ideally flexible. tell us a little bit how that works and how has your experience been, and also give me a number from 1 to 10 how well we are on track, please.
Yes, besides LCL, I'm also a board member of the European Data Center Association. So yes, 5 years ago I would also have given 9 to 10. But nowadays, you know, with the AI, you know, boom coming up, we didn't see that 5 years ago. So our industry goes very fast. We are facing a lot of problems, and you know, when I was thinking about a number, first I said 6 to 10, but then I started analyzing, and then I came to 2 to 10. And the reason is that our sector is, you know, growing very fast, and we are everywhere in Europe. We are hitting the wall with data centers. So one of the important things I think to get from a 2 to 4 score is maybe grid development. That means permits to develop a grid. You see how long it takes to do Ventilus and Boucle d'Hainaut. It takes so enormous time. 25 years ago, I was in telecoms, and it was very easy to get rights of way. You went to the local authority, you gave a plan, and within 3 months, you could start building. So I wish Elia had also these possibilities. If I have to choose between, you know, an offer from a TSO and a DSO, for example, in Flanders, I would go for the DSO because they are owned by the local authorities and they can give me a hard day when I get a connection. That's more difficult with the TSO. So I think we have to do something about that. You know, the speed to get permits to build out the network. To get from 4 to 6, I think you mentioned it already, it's queue management. You know, it's logic when a data center comes in the market and it says, okay, we identify 5 plots of land and we introduce 5 requests both at the DSO and at the TSO. So that's why the queue goes up. And if you add the megawatts we need, then it becomes very high. So we should, you know, between the TSOs and the data centers discuss this better. So you know what's happening. Today, there is not really a discussion about this. So we should have more open discussions about that. That's happening for the moment at, you know, the European Data Center Associations. Together with the Tenzo work group are discussing these things. So I think that would be a progress. But there's also a lot of speculation in the market. Today, everybody who owns a plot of land and he cannot build an office building, he thinks, oh, batteries are interesting and data centers are interesting. So you get a lot of demand in the queue, which are not real demands. And that's hurting us. We're already more than 20 years in data centers, and we're in the back of the queue. So that's really, you know, I think a problem. Well, to get from, let's say, 6 to 8, I think we need to also really look at the energy supply. I think interconnection is very important. Energy production in Belgium is very important. If we want to do, you know, all these AI workloads, we need to have really, you know, the energy also. Also interconnection to the Nordics, where there's a lot of green energy, and also to the south. So it's important that these networks will be, you know, developed, and we get, you know, energy at good rates. Another thing which is for us a bottleneck, and then we get at 10. It's in fact for us is the flexibility. There's a lot of talk about flexibility everywhere in Europe. TSOs are talking about flexibility, but what does it mean? We cannot always handle flexibility. It's our existing customers, for example. We have to be NIS2, we have critical workloads, we have SLAs with our customers. I cannot tell a customer, yeah, we're curtailed from the net, and the workload you have in our data center is at risk. We run workloads which are so critical that we cannot handle flexibility. Maybe it's different with AI. Maybe you can think about, when you have an AI cluster doing training, maybe it can stop the training. That's maybe a possibility. Or if you have an AI cluster doing inference, which is often in country, you could decide to reduce a bit of the capacity. I think, and what is needed in that domain is innovation. We really need to have a look at how we can better innovate to have this flexibility introduced. And of course, we as data centers, we expect also, a kind of win-win. When we take a network connection with flexibility, we might have higher costs to run the data center. So somehow we need a win-win for that, and we have to discuss this flexibility much better. Europe wants really to have all these AI factories in the continent. If we miss that boat, yeah, that will be very hard. For Europe, we will be the old continent without AI. That would be a shame. That would be, from an economic point of view, very bad. So I think we really need to work towards solutions where we can build these gigafactories, AI factories, and these data centers which are needed for our European future.
Great, thank you. One thing that I noted in your debate was you talked a lot about speed and permits and the need to be connected, flexibility, etc. But we didn't talk about cost. And I think the next panelists will talk quite a bit more about that, because you're in a very, very intense competitive industry where energy cost plays a very big role. I'm very happy to introduce Wouter Bloix, your business director for both vinyl and hydrogen at INEOS, Innovin. INEOS, I don't think needs introduction as a chemical multinational company with a very big footprint in Belgium, and is currently building one of the largest crackers in Europe in the area of Antwerp. So Wouter, please, your 1 to 10 and the introduction to where you see us being on this journey.
Thank you. If you asked my 1 to 10, let me reflect a little bit of my 30 years in the chemical industry. If I look back, I would say that if we did investments over in this period, up to 2015, we mainly looked for 70–80% as growth. How can that project deliver growth, more growth? From 2015, we see a dramatic change, and in our industry, we then mainly looked how sustainable is that project. And from 2015 to 2022–23, we mainly invested in sustainability. How can we do better in electrification? How can we consume less, keep the same level of production, but invest in sustainability? So again, if you would have asked me 5 years ago, I would also give you a number of 8 to 9. But then we had the crisis. We have the energy crisis, I would say. And today, if you would ask me the number today, I would just give a 2 or a 3. Yeah. And let me explain through a few slides why we are at that number today. So in Europe, production is decreasing very rapidly and with a speed that we have not seen over the last or ever seen. You see that we have an output reduction, and it is not linked to a few countries, it's in general, and our operating rates are quite low. And we as an industry, we need to run above 85% just to be profitable. Yeah? And one of the key drivers is, and that is already mentioned a few times today, it is our competitiveness. We are not competitive due to the energy costs. If you compare us with the US, on electricity, we are at least 2 times more expensive. You compare us with gas, we are at least 4 times more expensive. And we feel that every day because we compete in a global market. On top, we have done also high carbon costs, much higher than anywhere in the world. It is there for good reasons, but at this moment, it is hurting us very, very much. Yeah. And I just want to give you one practical example. I'm responsible for PVC within INEOS. We have a very big PVC plant in Belgium, in Gemep. And if for the production that we have there, we have 70 million euros more costs if I would have that same production in the US. Yeah? And 50 million is purely linked to the gas and electricity price, and 20 million is linked to the CO2 costs. Yeah? I sell PVC. PVC costs today 800 euros. If just calculating in a cost perspective, this is 150 euros per ton PVC. Yeah? That's 70% of the price. We cannot be competitive against that. Yeah? And we see that also. Here you see the EU trade balance, which becomes negative since 2022 for the plastics industry. Yeah? So this is really hurting the industry and becoming from a net exporting Europe. We are now a net importer, and this is impacting us. But if we then think that that helps our decarbonization, it is far from true. Yeah? The products that we have to bring into Europe today, if we bring them from the US, they are 2 times more CO2 intensive than when they would be produced in Europe. And if you compare it with China, they are 3 times more intensive. Yeah? So just saying, yes, Europe is decreasing their CO2 footprint, it is absolutely not true. A part is simply due to the fact that we have done a lot of efforts in electrification, but the other part is simply a fact of deindustrialization, closures, less production, but at the same time we import more finished products and we increase our CO2 footprint. What we should measure is what is the CO2 footprint in Europe of the total consumption, not just of the production. And then you would see it's maybe not decreasing, but it is increasing because we bring in products with a much higher CO2 footprint. So we close a little bit our eyes for the reality. So today, Europe is in fact squeezed between 2 big continents. On one hand, we have the US with very low energy prices, with incentives today for domestic production, for strategic chemicals, and protection against unfair competition. We can say a lot of Mr. Trump, but he is protecting US very well at the moment. And at the other end, we have China with trillions in stimulus loans and an acceleration of the national petrochemical and chemical industry. Just to give you an example, again of PVC, up to 1 year ago, import of Asian PVC was 1 to 2% in Europe. Today, it's 15% in 1 year time. Yeah? So there you can see what the impact is that we are currently facing. And it's not only the fact that they import, but they import at prices that we cannot even dream of. Yeah? It is below our variable costs. Yeah? So we cannot compete against these imports. And that is simply the reality that we face. So what we need at the moment in Europe is a little of breathing space. Instead of becoming more strict, we need some help at the moment, because otherwise, and without being overly negative, I tell you that in 5 years, a lot of this industry is simply gone. We see it every day. You hear it about BASF, INEOS, all the big chemical companies. We are closing, reducing, laying off people. But that is the only way at the moment to survive. That's where we are. And we can look 10 years ahead. We look now 1 year ahead, just to be able that we reach the next year. That's where we are today. So we need more competitive energy costs. We need competitive carbon costs. We need fair trading conditions. We need investment support for net zero, and we need a reduced regulatory burden. And that can help us to go from the 2, 3 back upwards to hopefully a 5 or a 6. And once we are there again and we have some breathing space, then we can then further start our investments in energy, energy efficient production, etc. A last example that I want to give, we had a project, it was my own project in Norway, beautiful project to electrify one of our gas crackers. Yeah? Project of 50 million, and I get 60% subsidies, yeah, from Norway and Europe. And we have decided last week not to do it because we have no business case. Can you imagine? That's the state where we are in today. And that is where people need to be aware of these things, because otherwise we dream about electrification, etc. We are not even able, with 60% subsidies, to do it today. And that's a little bit my message.
Thank you, Walter. I think a bit of a reality check on the chemicals industry. Maybe just 2 reflections from what you said and what we've heard earlier on the panel, and also in the session before. So I think what you're saying is there is a fundamental competitiveness problem of the chemical industry in Europe. Climate is a part of it, but it is not the only thing. We also see industrial policy in the US and China that is playing a very big role, and energy prices which are structurally higher, which is probably also quite difficult to solve. I think one other thing that I would kind of contrast, when we started the panel and talked about electrification, we had the argument and the passionate plea for it, where we said electrification of those sectors makes sense both from a competitiveness view as well as from a climate view. I think here we see the conflict between those 2 policy objectives. And I think that's just very important to understand. And if we think about the size of the problem, we said today electrification is about 22% in Europe, about 17% in Belgium, which can hopefully be expanded very rapidly. Yet we do have an enormous part of the problem which we need to address, which I think falls more into the latter category. The energy intensive industry is not the only industry there. We have transport, we have aviation, etc. But definitely where climate and competitiveness is at odds, and we need to think that through. Maybe I will have one more question on the energy intense industry, and then I want to switch back to electrification and also get my number from Grégoire. You said one of the things that is absolutely crucial for you is kind of more competitive energy prices. We heard earlier we need a reality check. We will not have lower energy prices in Europe. How do we deal with that?
Yes, we understand that it will not be easy, but we have a few suggestions. So first of all, can we at least, again, this breathing space and implement unconditional and full indirect cost compensation? That is something that could help for the next couple of years in order to get a little bit more space, yeah? Can we have free allocations, but these free allocations, now we talk about carbon, they will go down over time and they will phase out completely. Can we at least start freezing that instead of further pushing them down, because that will increase costs more and more and more. So there are certain things that we can do at the short term. We have much higher CO2 prices than the rest of the world. Can we at least also there freeze them or reduce them for a while? What kind of mechanisms can we do to support us there? And if this is not possible, then I think we need to look much more to fair trading conditions, because there is not an equal level playing field. Again, I talk about PVC industry. We have implemented anti-dumping duties against US imports. We have realized that together with the European Commission, but now we are working against Asian imports because we have no other solution to do that. Because if today they are importing 15%, next year it will be 30%, and if it is above 50%, we will start stopping to produce that in Europe. I give an example. epichlorohydrin, it's not a very known chemical. It's used for epoxy. Epoxy is used for windmills. Today, this market is lost in Europe. Yeah, there is now so much import that European competitors can only close. Yeah, we need to avoid that. So we need to keep on working and be a little bit more creative on our energy costs. And if it is not possible, we need to protect our industry. Because otherwise, I heard today maybe we can do without this industry and we go to specialties. For specialties, you also need base chemicals. Yeah, you cannot produce specialties without base chemicals. So with all respect, let's not be naive about that. And second, during COVID, we have seen that we were very dependent of the rest of the world. If we have a new major crisis again, and we have no base chemicals, then we are fully dependent of the rest of the world. Do we really want to be in that state? That's a question that I have.
Can I answer? Can I give also an answer? Yes, for data centers, of course, energy prices are also important. Important to mention is that most of the data centers are working with green energy, and also we are doing a lot of CPPAs, and CPPAs are also a way to stabilize your energy price. So we ourselves decided a few years ago that we would develop ourselves also some projects, green projects. So we have today 5 solar parks, 3 windmills, which allows us to stabilize our energy price. And we see this as a trend in our sector. The problem within Belgium is that it's very difficult to get CPPAs in Belgium. I was last week at a conference in Amsterdam, and you see it's today a buyer's market, but not in Belgium. In Belgium, it's very difficult to get CPPAs.
Thank you. Let's come back to electrification, and I'll ask Greg now for his 1 to 10, but I will also ask a follow-up question. The sectors that you said focus on, because those are the ones where the business case looks best, the decarbonization costs are low, sometimes even negative in the right circumstances, yet progress is slow. We don't see heat pumps, we don't see as much EVs as we want. Why is that, and what can be done about it?
Thank you for the question. First, Lawrence, we still have a few megawatt to contract. So for CPPA, be my guest, let's talk. We are still offering CPPAs, and it's strategic for us to do so with a company like yours, so we can discuss that offline. To respond to your question, I believe there is one item which is a big obstacle to, for instance, electrification of heating. And it is a very simple ratio. When you divide in Belgium the price of electricity by the price of gas, take a residential user, you're at a ratio around 4. It means electricity costs around 4 times more expensive for a residential user in Belgium than gas. In France, it's 2, by the way. Europe average is 3-ish, I would say, a bit less than 3 maybe. So why is that an issue? Well, if you put a heat pump to warm a home, it is very efficient. So you put some electricity into it to make the compressor work, like the frigo, but inversed, and you get 4 times the amount of heat because of how the miracle happens in a heat pump to use energy efficiently. So the coefficient performance is 4. You get 4 times what you put in. Now, if at the same time the price of electricity is 4 times more expensive than gas, then if your heat pump is slightly more expensive when you install it, you will never recover your additional investment. So a rational user that shall be moved by a rational, not everyone does that. I installed a heat pump with geothermy at home, but I recognize I did not look at the cost, and I just looked at the coefficient performance. It was 5 in my case, and I'm happy to have a very efficient installation, but it's also expensive, and probably I do not recover the investment over the lifetime of the equipment. So if we like this solution to be rolled, we need to be a little bit courageous to recognize in the price of the energy vector their virtue. So if we say we like to electrify, then we shall not put all the cost of the energy transition on the electricity vector. Now, if we do so, then the cost of electricity relative to gas becomes so high that the demand will not come. So, for instance, if we see gas price, hopefully for the industry, gas price could go down. If I look at the IEA report, they say LNG import will explode over the coming years. There is more and more capacity to transport liquefied gas. That could hopefully give some Ardumruimte for the industry in Europe, low gas price. That would be good for competitiveness of the industry, and it's forecasted. Now, the issue is, well, that will not boost electrification, even in sectors where it would make sense. So my sense is Europe, countries need to find mechanism to electrify and push with focus where it makes the most sense, to reduce the total consumption of fossil fuels and use energy efficiently in our best interest. And that could mean if gas prices go down, well, you know, transform a little bit of the decrease into some markups, and vice versa on the electricity. So reduce surcharge on electricity. Now, regardless of exact levers which are implemented, if we are serious in Europe to say we will electrify, we need to watch the relative cost of electricity to gas. If we don't, like in Belgium, so far we have not looked at this ratio in reality, then we will not electrify, for instance, heating. So that's a big priority. Watch the ratio of electricity price on gas price, make sure it gets closer to 2 than to 4. And then you will see it will go very fast. And then when I hear my colleague from the industry, and I've had some conversation with the industrial players, and I can feel the stress and the reality of what you experience in terms of competitiveness or lack of competitiveness due to a situation. So I would encourage us to pursue the cheapest ton to abate in a priority and roll these, because when you electrify heating in residential place, when you electrify mobility, it has positive effects for the industry as well, because it reduces the total consumption of gas, which in turn shall hopefully reduce the price of those energies, which are essential to ensure the competitivity of the industry. So let's do it where it makes the most sense. Your number? So my number would be 5, because I see very positive things, like there was an excellent article in The Economist, the last one, on China. And you see the big 3 in China, like solar panel, EV, and battery. And they describe over 10 pages the huge progress of these things, like the reduction in cost, the compound in growth rates, the fact that it goes faster than ever anticipated, etc. And so that means a number of solutions are ready to scale in a cost-effective way, I would say thanks to China, because they actually reach huge economies of scale in these big 3, as they call it. The reason I'm negative in Europe, we need yet to start. And if I put myself in Belgium, where I come from and where we operate, 17% electrification, come on. We need to go from words to action. So we are taking action, but when I look at the numbers, the path and the work remains in front of us.
Thank you very much. We are almost at a point landing. Maybe we have time for 1 question or 2 questions. The gentleman in the back, please. Oh, and I just heard Frederick wants to react. Maybe we take the question and then we give you a chance to both react and maybe answer.
Thank you. My name is Sanjeev Kumar. I'm from the European Geothermal Energy Council. I just want to pick up one of the points that our colleague from INEOS mentioned, the need to be practical and pragmatic about how we help industry decarbonize. Now, The geothermal sector, you have lots of examples where they have been providing both electricity, heat, and in a few countries, lithium as well. So I think what we need to do is to find a way where we can freeze the free allocation as well as fast-track the investment in geothermal. That's a win-win industrial policy strategy. And I welcome a further conversation on this one. I want to pick up the other point around the electrification of heating, though. This is super, super important. We need to stop thinking about just the price ratio between gas and electricity. I think there's other business models out there. For example, leasing, collective network geothermal systems where the upfront cost is significantly slashed as well. But just looking at decarbonisation through the lens of economic efficiency fundamentally undermines and undervalues the non-price sensitive benefits, security, long lifespans, lower resource consumption, which has much more significant impacts, electricity grid stability as well. So it's important when we talk about economics to look at the non-economic things.
And is there a question or?
Yeah, no, so within that...
So geothermal...
No, of course I'm going to say geothermal is the answer to everything, but that's not me saying it, that's ministers in the European Parliament. My question to you is that should we be picking certain technologies which are likely to win the race? Geothermal is part of that. Heat pumps, as our colleague has already said, is part of that one. We need the chemical sector to be around the table. We need steel producers in Europe to be around the table. Should we be prioritising and having dedicated technology policies rather than technology neutrality, which just means everybody loses?
All right, we will collect one more question and then we will answer. I think the gentleman over there.
Hello, Serge Doby from the Belgium Nuclear Forum. I will say to Mr. van der Weyen, should you be interested in PPA, be my guest as well. I think that one of the point is the key word is the generation and the co-generation. For the head, we will need to have it. My question is, how could we make together all the people on the stage and the people in the room to pass from word to act? I have heard the question, and I think is the very big question. The solution will not coming apart of everybody, will come together, certainly in Belgium and certainly in Europe. How can we do it together?
All right, around cooperation. Frederick, do you want to respond to gas electricity spark price ratio and maybe also?
I think I will partly answer the last question and come back on the previous one we discussed with Gregor. I think we have also to dare as Europe to ask ourselves the question of which kind of industry we want to have in Europe. And I come back also on what you said before, because for me it is not fully answered. If you look from a global point of view, from a world point of view, you could put in question the supply chain we have today. Do we want to do what we do today in Europe? Yes or no? Certainly for the energy-intensive activities, do we want to do it for in Europe? Because there are some places in the world where you could do it less expensively. But it's for the reason of sovereignty, you don't want to do it. I think we have to dare to dig in this question in detail and to derive the consequences. If you want to have it in Europe, you know in terms of energy you are less competitive, but you want to have it because of sovereignty, then you have to also accept the consequence and to support and to de-risk industry to stay in Europe. I think it's really key that we dare to put some words on that, because it's a bit the elephant in the room. We don't speak about it, and we put basically the industry in difficulty because they are not competitive, and it will not be solved in the near future if you see the evolutions. That's one. And the second one I would also like to come back on is speed, because at a given time energy will be cheaper if we achieve the prolongation of nuclear, if we achieve the integration of renewables. The marginal cost is quite low, but we have to speed up, and there we again have some opportunities to be more competitive than today, but it takes just much too much time. Today in China a new overhead line is 4 years. In Belgium, you took an example of Ventilus and Boucle du Hainaut, 15. It is just crazy. That's the second one. And the third one I want also to mention, I think we have to also understand the system of tomorrow is not the one of yesterday. We will have more renewables in all the possible energy mix we can imagine. You will have much more renewables. It's much more volatile, and flexibility is essential. We have batteries in the system. Do we have to connect batteries like we connect an industry? No. We have to adapt the market design to be sure batteries are also system-friendly and grid-friendly. And these kind of things we have also to go to the bottom and to really accept we will not operate a system tomorrow like we did in the past. That's for me essential, because if we do not do that, we will not benefit of the energy transition. What we try to put in place today, it will just be more expensive. Then we have to accept the system of tomorrow is another one. It is with cheap energy, with a low marginal cost, but we have to adapt the way you manage the system. Otherwise, it will just be too expensive in terms of infrastructure, in terms of system management.
Great. I think that is these are actually excellent closing words. I think it was about 5 years ago we published a report on the net zero transition, and we said it's going to be messy. I think we are now in the middle of the mess. And the middle of the mess, as I heard today, is because we've pursued a climate policy, and we have a little bit forgotten, or it seems to me we have a little bit forgotten about the industrial policy, the competitiveness, what that does to industry, and I think the ultimate question, who will pay for it all? That the governor posed earlier this morning. So I think we had some excellent inputs from the panel here. I think we have also heard in the estimate of where we are that there is a lot of enthusiasm. The industry wants to move. There is an interest. There are business models. There are investments. But there are also challenges. And I think that has dampened the expectations of whether we are on track and made it very clear that it is a very timely debate that we are having here today. I would ask everyone, I enjoyed this tremendously, and if you did as well, please give a round of applause to my panelists. We will now have lunch that will be served outside in the foyer, and I think we recommence at 12:30 in here with a keynote from Michael Liebreich. 1:30, I guess. Yes, 1:30, thank you.
Okay. Then, can I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? Yeah, please take your seat. We'll start in a minute. So, welcome back. I think we now have ahead of us one of the highlights of today's conference. I'm very pleased and delighted that Michael Liebreich agreed to provide today's keynote. And if you're interested in energy, you know Michael. By founding Bloomberg New Energy Finance and making it successful, essentially more than 20 years ago and ongoing, he is probably one of the most influential figures in enabling private finance in clean energy globally, because this has been the information provider for investors, for market participants, to understand this, what was at the beginning very much a niche business and a small sector with a lot of uncertainties. And by resolving many of those uncertainties and providing vision of direction, he has been very, very helpful for the entire sector to understand that this thing is going to get big and important, and that private investment in this sector is clearly beneficial. And by now, investments in the clean energy sector is something, I think Bloomberg New Energy Finance put it at $2 trillion per year. So it has become really mainstream. Michael also clearly deserves the title of a thought leader, as exemplified, for example, in his Cleaning Up podcast. I would, in particular, like to highlight to you his recent episode in which he discusses an article that he has written for Bloomberg New Energy Finance on essentially a provocation on a climate reset. And as the title suggests, it's really thought-provoking, and I very much suggest you to listen into that. So I think I don't need to say any more to kind of mouth water you, and I'm very happy that Michael was able to come here and present his thoughts. Michael, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind words. I'll try and live up to them. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Because it's a different audience. You know, I spend a lot of time talking to private investors, and so I see this as an opportunity maybe to get some of these messages to a broad audience and a different audience and an influential audience, and also an audience, frankly, with much better macroeconomics than I have. So I'm quite happy to engage in these conversations. So, Gil, thank you very much for mentioning the pragmatic climate reset with the piece that I wrote. I'm not going to rehearse that thesis here, the provocation. It is on the podcast and it's out there in the public domain. But what I thought I could do is try to land it in a sense, or select from it and land it on this question of building a competitive European energy system. You know, I work globally, and so the whole piece is much more global, and it's not just about energy competitiveness, it's a little bit more about politics and so on as well. So the first thing that I thought I could do is maybe we could step back a little bit. If we want to be competitive, we need to know kind of what's going on in the world and what are our competitors doing. So I'll talk about that a little bit, and then we'll talk a bit more about some of the themes, frankly, have been spoken about in the sessions and by the presenters this morning in a very, very nuanced and sophisticated way about electrification and some of the policies around that. But we'll see if I can add maybe a bit of a twist to that. So where are we? And halfway through a decade is where we are. And things are moving so fast that it's easy to forget that at the beginning of the decade was before COVID. Right? It was before COVID. It was before Glasgow, COP26, when all these countries said that they were going to go to net zero by 2050. And we were all committed as governments, as organizations, corporations, investors, capital markets. Everybody decided net zero 2050. And that means, well, 1.5 degrees, which means net zero 2050. So that was the beginning of the decade. And what followed until the end of 2024, frankly, was what I call the great clean energy acceleration. And then the question is, okay, that's the first half of the 2020s, but we've now got 5 more years until this very pivotal 2030. 2030, 1.5 degrees means we were supposed to reduce emissions by 45%. And 2030 is where a lot of EU regulations, Fit for 55 or RFNBO, RED 3, etc., a lot of it is keyed to ends of decades. So we're halfway through. Now, if I look at, and Georg, you mentioned the investment figures. You know, I started New Energy Finance 2004, $36 billion globally invested in renewables, which is all that we covered. So there you see renewables at the bottom, the supply, but on top of it there's also power grids. And this is how it grew. You know, for the first few years it grew, and then actually renewable investment stalled in dollar or euro terms. Why? Because it got so much cheaper. So the volume grew, but the investment was flat. But Elon Musk kicked off the second leg of the stool, which was electric transportation. And you can see it there coming in, clean energy demand. And that now is the clean energy acceleration, taking the figure to the $2 trillion plus. So there's 3 pieces to it. There is the supply, the demand, and the bit in between. Supply, demand, bit in between, and we'll look at those a bit more. So that's the money. If you look at what is being built, then you can see a pretty continuous growth in renewables, wind and solar. So, as I said, even though the money stalled for a period in the middle, the volume installed didn't. It continued to grow. And there is the great clean energy acceleration once again. So 90% of everything added to the grid or on the roofs, etc., is actually wind and solar around the world. And all the people who said, oh, this is only going to happen in rich countries and only going to happen where people have got enough money to subsidize it, they were wrong. And now that's capacity. Capacity is a bit fake because these technologies have low capacity factors. Fine, let's look at generation. Now the green line is non-hydro renewables. If you want to add hydro, it's the blue line. And if you like nuclear, and I have a nuclear engineering background, so I'm fine with nuclear, the red line. And this is around the time when I was looking at starting New Energy Finance. And you can see why my friends, my Harvard Business School colleagues, thought that I was throwing my career away, doing this crazy thing. 1% of electricity is, sorry, what's it called? Alternative something. Okay? 10 years later, I was looking at it going, well, I kind of was right, but it's still hard work, right? 3%, something like that. 10 years later, and then the great clean energy acceleration. So we've got to the point now where just under 20% of all the electricity in the world comes from these, what were they? Alternative energies. 90% of what's being built and 20% nearly of the output comes from technologies that did not figure on any sensible person's radar 20 years ago when I started New Energy Finance. And it's important to remember how fast that is. Very, very fast, very rapid, but also this is clearly a substitution curve with all these economists in the room. Remember doing substitution curves, S-curves, sigmoid curves, right? There's probably more people in this room that can actually plot them log than in any other room I've been in for the recent past. That's clearly a substitution curve. It's not just renewables. This is not just a promotional video for wind and solar. The team that I created at Bloomberg NEF, there's other teams that also do the similar things. They produce forecasts. And this is the forecast of batteries from 2019, just 5 or 6 years ago. Very optimistic for growth in batteries. Again, there's always lots of fun things to notice in the details. Look what the proportion is actually in vehicles. So batteries are great in the system, but if you want to use them, you're going to have to deal with the friction of the fact that they're in vehicles. But there's also enormous growth in stationary storage, which is very helpful. What happened? The great clean energy acceleration happened, where within 5 years, you're out by a factor of, and this is the best forecasting team, I would argue, in the world, and they're out by a factor of more than, well, around 2, within 4 years. Batteries, of course, we talked about there, a lot of them are in vehicles, electric cars. There's these narratives that we hear that people don't want to buy them. What on earth is driving that? Is it data or is it wishful thinking by people who don't want to accept what's happening? Because the great clean energy acceleration. And it's really worth getting this kind of historical perspective, not just living in the minute, the latest bit of news about some offshore wind farm that had to down tools because Donald Trump sent a tweet. What's the long-term perspective in electrification of transport? That, on the podcast, I had Andy Palmer, who is the executive at Nissan, Renault Nissan, they both worked on this car. This is the 2011 Nissan Leaf. In today's money, cost nearly $50,000, and it had a range of 75 miles. And people said, well, that's not going to catch on, is it? And a few ultras bought it. And then 15 years later, they're selling this, the 2026 Leaf. And look what happened. It's got twice the power. It's got 3 times the battery and 3 times the speed of charging and 4 times the range for 2/3 of the price. So if anybody tells you that this stuff isn't happening, think about what's that car or the equivalent going to look like in another 15 years, in 2040. Because those trends aren't going to stop. More drivable, more range, quicker to charge, better infrastructure, by the way, as well, and cheaper. And I'd like to see the person who puts down a deposit today for an internal combustion car for delivery in 2040. I don't know who's going to be buying one. And by the way, it's not just cars. I'm going to promote this. I apologize. This is a business that I started called PragmaCharge, and we are doing electric trucks, electric big rigs, cheaper than diesel without subsidies today. And the way you do it is by doing lots and lots of kilometers so the initial cost of the truck gets amortized. And it involves lots of software and AI and so on. And we've got the first ones in Spain. It's not theoretical. Now, what else is going on? It's not just transport. It's heating. And yes, there are some hard yards, hard work that needs to be done by policymakers, by innovators, by financiers doing heat as a service. But heat pumps right now are approximately cost parity with fossil heating. Expensive to install, but they use electricity, and if they're efficient enough, if they have a high enough coefficient of performance, then they pay back. Approximately today. But we know what's going to happen. They will get cheaper. It's not just domestic heat pumps. The thing in the middle is a company called Heaton. I helped to sell them to Advent, a big private equity company that also owns INEO. INEO makes gas reciprocating engines, and we're very interested in having a reciprocating industrial heat pump. And those are now rolling out. And in industry, low and medium temperature industry, you can get coefficient of performance of 5 and 6 and 7. But they're not the only manufacturer. There are plenty of industrial heat pump manufacturers. But again, it's not just low temperature, mid-temperature heat, which is about half of all the heat in industry. All the stuff in food industry, clothing, fabrics, and so on, low, mid-temp. When you get to higher temperatures, you get people saying, oh, well, you can't do high temperatures electrically. Sorry? Arc welding? Thousands of degrees we can do electrically. Is it as easy? No, because gas is really cheap. So you have an economic problem, you have inertia because suppliers haven't yet launched the equipment, you've got lots of combustion engineers in industry and not enough electrical engineers or electrochemists. So it'll take decades. But the direction of travel is absolutely clear. How do you decarbonize? It's going to be around electrification. Go back to that initial chart where I said, you got the supply, the demand, and the bit in between. And I borrow this from my good friend who's just been on cleaning up on the podcast, Kingsmill Bond of Ember, because this sums up what's happening better than anything else I could say. It is a revolution because you've got new ways of generating electricity, new ways of managing it, storing it or moving it around, and new ways of using it. So there's a confluence of things that is happening that is much more powerful than any one thing individually. I've spent more than 20 years tracking the thing individually, and then it took Kingsmill and Ember to say, yeah, but they feed off each other. Okay, it was a very important thought. Now, I said that I would look at how are our strategic competitors as Europe, how are they doing? What are they doing? Well, guess what? China gets it. China has been playing chess while the rest of the world has been playing drafts. This is electric cars. 50% of all cars in China sold currently have got a plug of some sort. 15 years of investing, probably more than 15, are investing in the supply chain, the rare earth minerals, the extraction, the refining, the magnets, the clever stuff, the solar panels, the wind turbines. Very, very strategic. Was it driven by climate? I think climate was maybe an issue. These are smart people, they have a lot of scientists in government. But it was also understanding two things. China does not have the oil and the gas resources. It has coal, but when it burnt the coal, it had a vast air pollution problem that was leading to protests, that was threatening the stability of the country. And we all know in China, stability comes before everything else. And it was an industrial strategy. Could China overtake the fantastic internal combustion engines resulting from 100 and whatever it is now, 140 years of development in Europe? Very hard to see. But could they leapfrog in batteries? Absolutely. And they have understood that tornado, that virtuous circle, producing new ways of producing energy, new ways of distributing it, and new ways of using it. And so when you look at electrification in their economy, if you want to be scared by one chart, choose this one. China is blowing through the levels of electrification that we've got in Europe and the US. And by the way, it's not just China, but you can do the same calculation and you can look at a Vietnam or a Thailand or plenty of other countries that are going fast towards electrification. Those electric cars, we're told, nobody wants. It's something like 70% of all the cars bought in Nepal and Ethiopia and places like that are electric now. Cheap Chinese electric cars. And China, riding that wave, has gone from 5th place in exporting vehicles to 1st in 3 years. And I think if you read the news, you will see what that has done to the earnings of Volkswagen and Daimler and all of the Western car companies up to and including Tesla. I showed this at an aviation conference recently, and I said, I don't know, you're probably asking, why am I showing this? Because China doesn't sell aircraft around the world yet. And everybody in the audience went, woo. And we're seeing the impact on China's emissions. Chinese emissions have dropped in the past, but always when they have unwound some big stimulus program that focused on infrastructure. Always when there was a shock, so going into COVID or the financial crisis. There's never been anything like that. Economic growth, and the last 18 months, falling emissions. It's not just about US, China, Europe. There's the rest of the world. The rest of the world, which is something like 65% of the world's population and 40% of the GDP. And what we see is they're buying, not just Ethiopia and Nepal buying Chinese cars, Africa is waking up to solar. Even Africa. And so what you've now got is that trope about, oh, this will only happen in the rich countries. We now see the whole of the global south waking up and absorbing capital and moving fast. So that's driven by China and the tornado that they've got going, the positive tornado going in China. Now, what is America doing? America has decided, under President Trump, to go the exact opposite way. Unleashing American energy, focus on oil, natural gas, and coal, plus nuclear. And one of the questions is going to be, for all of us, who's going to win? The petrostate of the US or the electrostate of China? And you know, for a while, when I posed it like that, I tried to sort of say, wow, it's very interesting, let's see. And I know, though, which one I think is going to win. I've already said, China's playing chess, the rest of the world playing drafts, the US playing air guitar. What happened last time? President Trump was elected to stop the war on coal. There's US coal consumption through until 2022, haven't updated the chart. There's the first presidency. There is only so much that you can do with presidential edicts and victimization of people doing things you don't like. Economics matters. And the economics of coal are not getting any better. They've just had 2 auctions failed in the Powder River Basin, the most productive US coal resources. They got bids of 1 penny a ton and cancelled the auction. US Energy Secretary Chris Wright recently on a podcast, to me this summed up the lack of understanding of this tornado around electrification. He said, I'll make a bet. He said about solar and batteries. He interrupted the presenter. He said, there's no there there. No there there. I'll make a bet. He said, in 50 years, solar and batteries will not even be 10% of primary energy. Sadly, it will take slightly longer than his term in office for him to be proven wrong. But with solar and batteries already at probably around 3% from a standing start, it's not going to take long. But it's a very prevalent narrative that this transition is not happening, can't happen, was childish ever to think of it happening, and so on. And that's what I wrote about in the Pragmatic Climate Reset. I explained that they're missing the point. The point is, if you judge it by destroying 45% of our energy infrastructure to get rid of emissions very quickly by 2030, yes, it's failed. But if you judge it by the growth of clean energy progressively every single year, then in the end, fossil fuels get forced off the system. Now, these guys are all focused on primary energy. They are looking down the wrong end of the telescope. Primary energy is the lumps of coal, it's the oil, it's the gas. And it stayed fairly similar, partly because China had a huge surge of coal, followed by the great clean energy acceleration. And when you put a ruler across it, you get a similar number, but those are two separate trends, one of which has finished, as we've seen. But primary energy is simply a useless metric. Every time we see it, we should call out whoever's using it and either disagree with them if they're doing it on purpose or educate them if they don't know. 3 examples: lighting, transport, heating. You go from an incandescent light bulb powered by a coal-fired power station to an LED powered by solar or wind or hydro. 95% reduction in primary energy required. They call it demand for some unknown reason. It's not demand, that's the supply. 95% reduction with the same energy service delivered. Same amount of lighting. Transport. Ditch your VW Golf, get a VW ID3, whichever model you like, whatever car, whatever manufacturer, that Nissan, 75% reduction because of the differential inefficiency of fossil, of burning things. Heating, same thing. Go to a heat pump, 75% reduction in primary energy. As economists, as policymakers, as bankers, we have to understand that primary energy does not correlate with human well-being. If we're in the business of human well-being, it is energy use that correlates with human well-being, with cold beers, with MRI scanners in the global south, and so on. Now, the other thing going on in the US is AI data centers. They have dominated the news. The interesting thing is, in terms of energy or electricity demand, they are not the biggest source. They're not the biggest source of demand. Electric vehicles will be much bigger because we already know that 1 car in 20 worldwide being sold is electric, but only 1 car in 1 car in 4 being sold, but only 1 car in 20 on the roads. So we know that simply by rolling through, as vehicles are scrapped and new ones are bought, electric vehicles will drive much more power growth than data centers. The data centers get all the attention because they're very, very difficult to serve. 1 gigawatt, 2 gigawatts, 5 gigawatts in one location. And also, the people who want them are the noisiest, richest, most impatient people in the world who own all the social media networks. So we're obsessed with AI data centers, and those same people have decided the solution is going to be nuclear, largely because they want to control it. They don't want to deal with all the complexity. Everything we are talking about is too complicated for them. These are the masters of the universe, and they want a simple solution. Cut, paste, nuclear. They're going to discover the same thing that all utilities have discovered. It's slow, it's expensive, it's complicated, and you need the public to buy in. That doesn't mean they shouldn't do it. I hope they do. With their money, I hope they don't put the costs onto us. But as a climate solution, because this is catching around, there are plenty of people in Europe and Asia and elsewhere in the Gulf saying, this is great, because not only will we power the data centers, but nuclear is the answer on climate as well. Small modular reactors must be the answer, because we know the big ones are really expensive. You never get them built on time, on budget, etc. Hinkley, Sizewell, Flamanville, Vogel, etc. So let's do SMRs. And here's the problem as a climate solution. They're small. Which means that if you want to catch up with that green curve, the nearly 20% of electricity coming from wind and solar, you'd need to build 2,000 of the GE Hitachi or the Westinghouse. 2,000. We may get 5 by 2030. We may get a few hundred by 2040. But of course, if you go bigger, Rolls-Royce, 1,000. You go smaller, 8,000. And while you do that, wind and solar, and where's Sanjeev? Where's geothermal? There we go, geothermal, right? We'll keep building that. So by the time you get to 2050, if you want to build SMRs, even the big SMRs from Rolls-Royce, we're talking about 4,500 of them. So as a climate solution, SMRs are going to be largely irrelevant. Possibly second part of the century, maybe fusion comes along, whatever. So that's China, that's the US, and there's also nuclear. Now let's look at building a competitive European energy system. I know it wouldn't be fair on me not to talk about hydrogen. I'm going to take that as a starting point. I will get back to the other stuff. But the sad thing is, hydrogen still holds an unnatural place in the heart of far too many European policymakers, investors, and so on. And the reason I'm passionate about communicating on hydrogen is that it slows the other stuff down, intentionally or unintentionally. That's why I have a problem with it. You get, obviously, 5 years ago, the European Hydrogen Strategy, Frans Timmermans, hydrogen rocks. I mean, these are irrational statements. We should not be making, these are energy policy decisions should be based on data. They should be based on physics first, thermodynamics, and then you can get into the economics and so on. And we still have, though, that's 2023, hydrogen has a central role to play. And still, hydrogen at the heart of policy. In Germany, the Bundeskernnetz, the reset, yep, there's a reset, but there's still a load of hydrogen and hydrogen ready. Hydrogen ready just pushes up costs. Let's be real, let's be clear. And this is not it's not marginally uncompetitive. 2017, I created this chart, and anybody who sort of follows me on social media will have seen it, because it still gets sort of tweeted and retweeted. 2017, that is electric vehicles and drawn to scale, invisible hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. 50 years of subsidies, 50 years of research support, invisible. If you're in the front row, there's 1 pixel. People at the back can't see it. And what I said in 2017 is, I'll draw that again in 10 years' time. It will look the same. All that will happen is the scale will have been crushed. So there's the same chart with the scale adjusted. And there is electric vehicles. And there is the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. And I can come back in, it's not quite 10 years, I'll come back in 2 years, I'll come back anytime I'm invited, frankly. That was good buffet. Now, this is starting to be understood. And what we've seen is calls for a reset. European Court of Auditors, Cour des Comptes, Bundesrechnungshof. There are people who understand that this is not going to happen. No strategy, no climate strategy, no economic strategy, no competitiveness strategy built around hydrogen is viable for Europe. However, we still are spending money on it. We're still, even though cars are clearly not going to work, still pouring money into trucks, a network for hydrogen trucks. And a very smart man said in 2023, by 2035, as many as 850,000 hydrogen fuel cell medium and heavy duty trucks could be on the road in Europe. He's with us today. Marcus, I wanted to bet with you it would not get to 1/10 of that. You ghosted me. This is my revenge. We can do the same chart, by the way. There's trucks. And if people say, oh, but we have to do hydrogen because China is doing hydrogen, let them. Let them. And if we say, oh, but we must do ammonia to import ammonia, that's how we're going to actually bring in energy for our energy-intensive industries. Well, guess what? I'm an engineer. That is what happens. Those are the energy balances going from wind and solar in, you name it, South Africa, Namibia, Australia, wherever, North Sea. And then by the time you make electricity, it's 20% efficient, which means, for those wonderful economists in the audience, that your electricity costs 5 times their electricity before you've paid for the capex and the opex and the maintenance and the ships, etc. So if you think that we can have a competitive industry based on anything electrified using ammonia, and I know there was a news story, the first ammonia is being hacked back to hydrogen. Isn't that marvelous? It is not marvelous, it is a distraction. And the scale is gargantuan. I heard today that, well, maybe the goal isn't 2030 for 20 million tons of hydrogen, 10 million made in Europe, 10 million imported. Maybe it's 2035 or 2040. Can we just do the numbers and try to kill this idea of an economy, an energy economy based on hydrogen in Europe? You want to do 20 million tons. By the way, Europe already uses 7 million for fertilizer and petrochemicals. So 20 is new uses as well. Once you've seen the numbers, you can flex them yourself any which way you want. 1 million tons a year is 1 billion kilos. If your green hydrogen costs €1 more than the alternatives, whether that's blue hydrogen if you want to do clean, or grey if you just need fertilizer, that's 1 billion per year. Missing money. In other words, taxpayers' money. Real projects with real data have got a €4 per kilo problem. So they need 4 billion per year per million kilos. So per million tons. And then you need a 15-year agreement. In my world, talking to financiers, they don't build anything unless you give them a 15-year offtake. So 1 million tons requires 60 billion euros up front. And 20 million tons is 1.2 trillion euros. The EU Hydrogen Bank, I think, has 5 billion. We're running around with a few billion euros hammer trying to hit a trillion euro nail. Simply not going to happen. And it's time to actually stop it. It's time to stop it because it is delaying what we really need to do, which is back to that tornado, the virtuous circle of electrification. Because the other thing that happens is every single kilowatt hour, green kilowatt hour, it doesn't matter where it is, Germany, Holland, Belgium, Namibia, South Africa, US, North Sea, every time you take a kilowatt hour of green or clean electricity and you make hydrogen, you are not using that electricity in the best way for the climate. You're spending huge amounts of capital expenditure, huge amounts of running costs, and having somewhere between 2 to 9 times less impact, because when you make hydrogen, what you're doing is you're trying to reassemble the products of combustion into a fuel. Electricity is a fantastic fuel. An engineer will tell you it's the best fuel, it's pure work. And when you try and turn it into hydrogen, it is inherently expensive and wasteful. So electrification, and this is our problem. Here you've got electricity prices. The dark line, sorry, you can't really see it that well, is the EU average. And there are our strategic competitors, China and the US. So electrification is the only game in town, and that is our problem. By the way, if you think it's bad here in continental Europe, that's the UK. Now, the problem you've got is that there's a spiral of doom where high electricity costs prevent electrification, and then by not having increased volume, it keeps the costs high, so nobody is going to want to buy a heat pump or an EV if it increases their cost of heating their home, driving to work or holidays or whatever. And so we've got a dash for renewables, which means we're rushing to spend tens of billions on the grid without the demand, so it can't be spread over a lot of electricity. So the unit cost of the grid piece is high. So you get high grid charges, which slows electrification. The slowing of electrification is particularly bad because electric vehicles, heat pumps, electrification of industry all provide demand response capacity. We can move that demand around, even if it's only by half an hour or a few hours or a day or two. And that matters because, one, you don't have to build the same peak grid capacity, and two, you can move demand away from the time when gas sets the price. So what happens when you break the link with gas and your marginal cost is set by either nuclear or renewables is, to use the economist's term, it removes the rents from the generators. They hate the idea, but that's what has to happen if we want to have competitive electricity prices. So we break the dependence on gas, we stop the locational pricing. Also, price signals matter. Price signals drive where we build stuff, how we dispatch stuff. A quarter of the time, the batteries in Europe are being charged when they should be being discharged, and they're being discharged when they should be being charged because we don't have granular locational price signals. And then you end up with lots more need for ancillary services because you haven't got the demand response flexibility, so you have to build lots of batteries, more interconnections, and so you end up with this spiral of doom. Now, I hope that there is an alternative, and that is the virtuous circle. When I say I hope, China is far ahead of us. Whether it was by design or accident, they've got the virtuous circle spinning. And there is a virtuous circle. This is what we need to be shooting for, where we maybe slow down the pragmatic climate reset. Maybe we don't just talk incessantly about the Dunkelflaute, which is 2 or 3% of the year. Let's just use unabated gas, not worry about it for the moment. Because what we really need to do is get that virtuous circle spinning. So, accelerate electrification, bring that flexible demand in, speed up permitting, that came up this morning, remove the taxes and charges. We all pay them anyway. We might as well pay them out of taxation or borrowing. We'll break the link with gas setting the prices, and we'll get volume growth. And if there's one message that I would love to leave you with, people think that if you increase demand for electricity, that the costs must go up. It's a network. There's a virtuous circle. Increasing demand for electricity will drive the prices down. So what we have to do is get that virtuous circle spinning, and it will feed on itself. And, as I put it here, pragmatic, affordable, competitive, electrified, future-proof, and perhaps the most important word, given the political need for this, is popular. When people see that renewable energy, when it's windy and sunny, instead of paying for people to stop generating, they see that they get free electricity, as just happened in Australia. A couple of hours of free electricity each day during the winter, so you can make some hot water free, you can warm your house up, you can time things, put a big smile on people's face, charge your EV, they will love it. And if somebody comes along and wants to be elected and says, my platform is to take that away from you, good luck to them. Thank you.
I think we're slightly late, but I think you agree that having maybe one or two more questions could make sense. So maybe I permit myself as a chair one question. Fascinating presentation. In the end, the idea of this virtuous cycle is very clear. It's clear that we need to synchronize the build out of the demand, the grid, and the supply at the same time. Otherwise, we are going to waste capital. Now, in Brussels, we're now thinking about the grid package, about the white paper for electricity market design. A lot thinking goes into new planning rules for grids in Europe. Is your sense that the state should take a stronger role in engineering the synchronization of this build out in this very dynamic situation, or is your sense that essentially by just pulling demand, you're getting this virtuous cycle done?
So I think it pains me as a naturally conservative, I'm on the center right of the political divide. It pains me to say, yes, the state has to play a very substantial role. You have to have anticipatory investment in the grid. And by the way, the model is 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, because once you get that virtuous circle going, then it kind of hides any mistakes anyway. If you misallocate resource by building too much, which by the way, China has done, heroically, right? But if you've got that growth, then in the end you'll use it, and it might be a few years later. The worst that happens is the demand comes a few years later. And you have to do it because the time constant of building transmission and digitizing transmission or distribution and digitizing it, but that time constant is at the moment 8, 10, 15 years, while the time constant of building either supply, you can add a wind turbine even offshore in 2 to 5 years, and demand, you can roll out electric trucks or electric buses or electric heating. You can move the needle in 2 to 5 years. You can't then wait 10 years for somebody to move the power around. So absolutely yes. And I think there were some very interesting conversations outside about also, it's not just planning and pulling the trigger on building it and making sure that that is happening early, but also around finance. Because one thing I will say about the German hydrogen Bundeskernnetz, which is very interesting, is the mechanism by which it was going to be funded, because the first people to use it couldn't possibly pay all the costs. So there's a way of parking the costs in a fund. Now, that Bundeskernnetz will, of course, go bankrupt because nobody will ever come along to use it. But in the case of the grid, they will. And so I think there's some really interesting possible avenues to push on not just planning and building it physically, but also how we finance it and stop that finance from arresting the development of the good spiral.
Thanks, Michael. Is there any urgent question? I think Willem and then...
I have plenty of questions, but I'll just stick to one. What is your, do you have a solution to get that whole thing spinning on the, take into account democracy, people go to the voting booth, and permitting. If there's no transition, I think there will be no, if there's no transmission, there will be no transition. How do we solve that to use all these electrons that are produced somewhere else?
Thanks for the question. And it was lovely to see you. I managed to catch your remarks earlier. Thanks. The answer is, when I said I hope we can get that spinning, the reason is it's not been done before. To come from behind and to get something like that going. Actually, I'm sure there are examples, by the way, around, let's say, South Korea and so on. There are probably examples of some intentional investment in industries that has really got a circle spinning. I think what I would also say, though, is, and speaking as an entrepreneur, within, you could say, oh, the grid is a problem, but it's really, actually, there are parts of the grid. There are individual, north to south in Germany and so on. There's a huge amount of capacity. There are a huge amount of houses that are absolutely ready for heat pumps. But what did we do? We did a blunt instrument and tried to pay everybody, tried to subsidize or ban across the board. So we were not, we need to be focusing initiatives, for instance, on the moment when you're replacing a fossil fuel asset, rather than trying to get everybody to do the same thing at the same time. There's a lot more, by the way, in the pragmatic climate reset piece on how we might do that. But I think that my sense is what we need to do is almost, it's a bit like siphoning. When, I don't want to say when I used to steal petrol from car tanks, because that would be bad. But when you're siphoning, you have to get it started. You have to get the circle started. And I think there's an enormous amount of capacity already in the system. And even on the grid, we talk a lot about how we have to build this, we have to build that. Has anybody mentioned dynamic line ratings? Has anybody mentioned getting more out of the existing grid? Has anybody mentioned repowering the grid? Has anybody mentioned reconductoring the grid? So there's a lot of things, digitization. We can do a lot with a little, but it's kind of like, let's have a roadmap that says the goal is electrification unequivocally, and it's going to be driven largely by getting the costs down, even if it means public intervention and parking some of the costs until it starts to spin. So I'm more optimistic, perhaps. I do agree transmission is a non-negotiable, but there may be some sequencing leeway.
Sorry, I have one more question that I wanted to ask, if I may, just using the possibility. Electricity has two main disadvantages compared to other energy forms. It's kind of very hard to store and it's very hard to transport in normal terms. And that leads to a question on a European level, to which degree we want to have an integrated system that we try to have everybody joined up into one big system and hope that then electricity flows throughout Europe and we have all the troubles with that. Or we go back to a system where we believe it's easier through national policy to run the system more nationally, because then the policies can be more targeted to our domestic needs. And I think for me it's one of the big questions that the European power system faces. Would you have any suggestion to Brussels policymakers on whether it's worthwhile, the hard political battle, to move towards more integration, or is kind of the second best option just good enough?
That's a great question. The answer is, you've sort of laid out the bookends, which is go it alone versus integration. The reality will be somewhere in between. You will never build enough transmission, even within a decent-sized country, not to have any curtailment. So that's why locational pricing is so important, because if it's going to be curtailed, that's the political payoff for people to see. You know, they know that when it's not windy and sunny, you have to do something expensive, whether it's transmission, storage, interconnection, whatever it is. So at least give them the political payoff that when it is windy and sunny, then they get something in their pocket immediately. That's the only way to keep the public on side, I think. But you'll never be able to do enough for there not to be able to move infinite amount. You know, the copper plate Europe is not really going to happen. But we will do an awful lot of that. And if we get the virtuous circle spinning, if we go from the 20%, whatever it is, in useful energy terms, it's probably already 30, 35% electrification. If we go to 50%, 60%, 70%, then those huge, colossal, you know, when Tim Meyer-Jürgens, the episode of Cleaning Up that came out yesterday, 65 billion just for TenneT, 60 billion in the UK for National Grid. Those huge numbers amortized over a lot of electricity and over decades and decades and decades, it's not that much. So I think we can go for more integration, and that will be the cheaper route. I mean, we can model it and we could say definitely that's the cheaper route. But the other piece that you didn't ask, which is very closely related, is security, resilience, because one of the things we've been doing is removing buffer from the system. And we saw it perhaps in Spain. We removed piles of coal. We removed strategic oil, i.e. transport fuel supplies. We removed line pack for gas. And we have to balance this market, you know, instant by instant. It turns out that's a huge competitive advantage of Europe. Right? We are really good at high voltage DC. We're really good at electrical and solid state switching and so on. It is actually a strength of ours, but we will need to invest in cyber protection, in resilience of all sorts, including, by the way, something that was brilliantly done in Spain and Portugal, which is rapid response. You know, if you're going to have a system that is fragile, you can spend money making it less fragile, but you can also spend money on making the response, you know, making the, you know, in the event of an outage, reducing the cost of that and increasing the capability to bounce back. All of the above. We're going to have to do all of the above. It is not a trivial challenge.
And many thanks, Michael. I think we need to move to the next session. So thanks a lot for a fascinating and most of all optimistic presentation.
Yes, thank you. Tom Bryce is already standing there, ready to conquer the stage. It will be a big shoes to fill, but okay, the next session will start by now. Tom and the panelists, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tom. I'm a partner at BCG, Boston Consulting Group, and I lead our work on energy transition and energy networks here in Belgium, and I co-lead it in Europe and the UK. So the context of this session is, you know, there's, and as Michael pointed out, there's lots of investment needed in different parts of the energy system. And of course, that triggers a financing question. You introduced it very nicely. And it also introduces an affordability question. But of course, if CapEx increases, all else equal, especially if the wheel is not yet turning, it means also increased costs for consumers and our bills. And so main question or topics for discussion today is how to go about this financing challenge. What about the affordability concern? And also, what can we do to limit as much as possible this CapEx envelope or the quantum of CapEx in order to keep affordability and financing in check? What I'll do is I'll do a quick scene setter, 2 minutes or so, and then I'll open the floor for opening statements by our amazing panelists. And then we have about half an hour or so of Q&A. First, some questions from my side, and then we'll open the floor as well for Q&A from the audience. So I'll do maybe a quick scene setter, and then I'll introduce our panelists and give them the floor for opening statements. So, you know, whereas the energy sector in the early 2000s and 2010s were especially in I think a sweating the assets phase of the cycle, today we're clearly in a building the assets phase of the cycle. Here what you see on the page is just a combination of the CapEx agendas of the largest 260 energy companies globally. And you see that, you know, over the same amount of years, 2017 to 2023, and then 2024 to 2030 ahead, there's about a 50% increase in CapEx that they plan. And this is across networks, across generation, across oil and gas, so all different parts of the energy system, but clearly in a building the assets phase of the transition. And that raises questions on how to fund and finance those investments. For example, if we look at electricity grids, in particular on this page, and this page, the numbers on this page are transmission, so excluding the distribution side, you see that the CapEx committed, or like in committed plans and approved plans, is multiple times the CapEx of the previous period. That's one. And two, there's an interesting row of numbers at the bottom of the page, which shows that these CapEx plans represent multiple times the operating cash flow of these companies. And so cash that they have in order to make investments does not suffice. And it's not by a little, but by a lot that they don't suffice. And so there's a big question on how to finance and fund these investments, especially in a context where many of these companies already face stretched balance sheets, already face elevated debt levels. And so there's a big question on how to fund this CapEx agenda in order not to put it at risk. And so this is now a page focused on transmission, but I can make a similar page for distribution, and we can also make a similar page for other parts of the energy sector, obviously. And so that strong increase in CapEx is, of course, challenging from an affordability perspective. And so while everyone recognizes large investments are needed in grids, but also in other networks, you know, CCS and the likes, generation, storage, at the same time it's critical, as you know, Michael also introduced, to look in parallel at how to get more out of the existing assets, to limit the amount of new assets. And so by pushing our networks, of course, keeping in mind a right risk profile and right return risk profile, but also by maximizing other levers, like for example, deploying flexibility at scale from our industrials, but also from the residential side. And so I spoke a lot about networks, but obviously there's also big question marks on how to incentivize and fund the necessary investments in renewable capacity. Yes, we need lots of it, but they also face business case questions. They also face lower capture rates. How to keep incentivizing these companies to make the necessary investments at scale, and not limited to electricity. At CCS, there's the same question. So many of the industrials we work with, they also face a question how to close the business case gap. Under current carbon pricing, many of the CCS investments are not viable. And so at what point will they become? And how do we close the gap in the meantime? There's a green premium, that's one element. There's a carbon price incentive, but insufficient. So how do we close the gap? How do we make these companies also do the right things and move forward? And so the type of questions I'd like to explore with our three amazing panelists today are, first of all, how to finance these required investments in our energy system. Two, how to make sure that they don't threaten affordability for consumers and market participants. And also beyond thinking about those two questions, are there ways to, in a smart way, limit the CapEx envelope to be financed and to be paid for over the next couple of years, while not endangering our societal goals of having access to secure, reliable, and low-carbon energy? So I'll start by giving the floor to our panelists for some short opening statements, and then we'll enter into a Q&A type of setup. But before I do so, I'll quickly introduce our three panelists. So first we have Sigrid Jourdain, Director of Prices and Accounts Control at CREG, the Belgian Federal Regulator for Electricity and Gas Markets. Second, we have Mr. Jos Delbeke, who holds the EIB Chair on Climate Policy, International Carbon Markets, and was previously the DG of the European Commission's DG for Climate Action. And finally, we have Clara Poletti as well, who is Commissioner of the Italian Regulatory Authority for Energy, Networks and the Environment. With this, I give the floor to our panelists, and Mrs. Jourdain, would you like to start with your opening statement?
Hello? Yes. Yes. Hi, everybody. So 2 years ago, when I joined the CREC as a director, I wanted to tackle the challenge of the financing of the grid investments and those needed for the energy transition. So it has indeed an impact on the consumer's bill, and as CREC, we have to defend the consumers. At that time also, in parallel, there were also suspicions of budget overruns of the Belgian energy island, the MOC 2. And those overruns should also be paid at that time by the Belgian consumer. So the CREC organized a hackathon. It was named No Transition Without Transmission. It was a kind of innovative setup with 15 experts from different horizons, NRAs, professors from universities, representatives of the industry, of the household consumers. And so we had a one-day debate, and afterwards the debates were structured by the CREC into a white paper which was put into a consultation. The key issues of the white paper that were identified is first the investment needs for the energy transition are huge, they are enormous. Second, the funding opportunities at, for instance, at European level are very limited also, and also the to timely realize all those projects, it's very difficult because of limited human resources and also material resources. And on the other hand, it was also the problem of affordability, because the energy must remain affordable for the main payers, that's to say for the household, for the industry, so that the competitiveness of the European industry remains, and also the power of purchase of the household. So one of the lessons learned is that in this context, it's important to avoid overinvestment, and it should be a priority. What does the concept of avoiding overinvestment means? It's the fact that we have to find the optimal level of investment in relation also with the needs. So we launched a strong call first to better use the existing assets, and also to promote energy efficiency at all possible levels. And the second strong call was to realize, identify the needed investments, and also make priorities of them. And that should be based on a clear vision at European level for us, and that vision has to be developed and also linked with planification. We have also listed concrete actions to be done at Belgian level, and the most important is that the CREG, the NRAs in general, but the CREG especially needs to have more impact on the TSO infrastructure development plans. So that was a recommendation also that we made in the report we made on the energy island budget overruns. And yes, and we should also have competence not only to have a view and to also to approve the development plans, but also to monitor the project as itself. And so as the first hackathon was a success, so I can also announce that we will organize a second hackathon next year as a follow-up, and also to focus on the managing transmission investment realization. And second white paper will also follow, put on into public consultation just before the summer, so that everybody will be able to write, to read this hackathon during the summer break. And I also take the chance also to urge to participate to the public consultation before, because we need everybody.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wanted to raise and try to formulate a reply also to the question that was raised this morning by the governor of the Central Bank of Belgium. How to pay and who should pay for decarbonization. And starting from a public policy perspective, you have to ask you the question how to organize that efficiently. And I think we are held by economic theory. Let's go to the basics. The polluter should pay. And that is also in the Treaty of Rome, now the Treaty of Lisbon, where it is clearly stated the polluter should pay. Now, we did so on decarbonization in the European Union. We first started with a carbon tax debate. That was not leading us anywhere because we have a unanimity requirement in the EU, and that was not successful. And then we switched to carbon trading, the emissions trading system that is there now today. And remarkably, when we started, all the debate was concentrated on the price effect. Now, today we have a good price. It's around 80 euros per ton of CO2. So that is good as a price in terms that it is a very efficient incentive to decarbonize to our companies and public authorities likewise. And what is now as a new element, and I'm going to come back on it, on financing for the investment, is that a good price, given the amount of pollution, raises an amount of revenue that was underestimated as part of the political debate. In fact, when we started with the EU ETS, there was no attention for the revenues, while today, roughly every year, 40 billion euros is raised through the EU ETS. So 40 billion, with that, you can already organize one or the other thing. But more importantly is that the price of 80 euros per ton today is inviting the polluters to organize their decarbonization in a cost-effective manner. In fact, every investor has the choice either to avoid pollution or to pay someone else in his place to pay for the pollution. And that kind of choice moment guarantees the cost-effectiveness of the system. If we would have gone for regulation on sector X and sector Y, etc., we would have a very expensive system, much more expensive compared to what we realize today. Another important element is that the objective of the policy is CO2 reduction. That is technology neutral. which is a very important thing. You leave it to the economic operators to make their best choice given the technologies that are available. And I think that worked very well. We only regret now that the driver of greening or organizing the transition to a low carbon economy was mainly a switching away from coal to gas in power generation, which added to the dependency of Europe from Russia and got out of hand with all the stories and the geopolitical dimension was mentioned. Now the fuel switching continues to play out. And I think the story that Michael was bringing is that the fuel switching is playing out towards renewables, which was earlier than what we expected because we thought that gas would be a transition fuel for a few more years. Now the war in Ukraine and the sanctions regime, etc., changed that perspective. But exactly on that moment, the renewables got so less expensive and were, available for the fuel switching. What I want to say is that we should perhaps reassess where we are today in Europe, that we have a pricing policy at hand that is reducing the emissions cost effectively, and that we do that at the least regulatory cost to the economy. And today, if we just look back, we have 20 years of the ETS. We have reduced the emissions with 50% over that 20 years. And in fact, the production that was reassured by the sectors covered was not going down, was in fact growing. So we see a neat decoupling between emissions development and economic development. And I think that's a very important element on which we should, I think, continue for the future, and that is in the European Green Deal. So I think the idea, as you know, comes from the United States, where famous economists and Nobel Prize winners were spinning on this idea. But we introduced it in Europe, while the United States never got it off the ground, regrettably. And so history takes its part. Now, the second point I wanted to make, and that was also in the debate today, is that there is, of course, an impact, an international impact, in as far as we have a carbon price and our competitors, in particular on industrial products, is not having a comparable carbon price. That is where, due to or following the European Green Deal, we have a CBAM now, a carbon border adjustment mechanism, where we are having a duty on the border for industrial commodities, say steel, non-ferrous, cement that is coming from countries that are not exercising the same carbon price. Notably, the world is adapting to that CBAM world. China has also introduced an emissions trading system and is reviewing it in two ways. They are making the cap of their emissions trading stricter, which means that the price is going to rise. Prices in China are today around 15 to 20 euros, and that price is expected to rise, in particular since Xi Jinping announced that they would reduce their emissions. That's one thing. And the other thing is that the Chinese ETS system is covering primarily the power sector, which is very useful because power sector in China is mainly coal. So moving away from coal is very important. But that system is now being rolled out to those sectors that are covered by the CBAM, including steel, including cement, including non-ferrous products. So interesting development. And other countries in the world, say Brazil, South Africa, Turkey, are moving likewise in carbon pricing systems, because if you have a carbon pricing system in place for the products you are exporting to Europe, you can deduct that from your CBAM obligations, which is a very important element. Now, I hear in the room this morning that there is some nervousness that the CBAM system may not be sufficient to protect our industry. And I think we have to be very clear about what we are talking about. Are we talking about decarbonization and the expenditure related to that? Or are we talking about the wider issue of energy prices, energy costs, endowment, in which we are today not very much in doubt in Europe, and hence, we have to face up to the reality that energy costs are always going to be higher in Europe compared to major competitors, say, United States or elsewhere, but that can change, following Michael's, debate about, the move that is coming through renewable energy. Now, if CBAM is not working as of now, and if there is some nervousness, we could revisit the old system that CBAM is replacing. And that old system is free allowances that were given to industrial sectors to cater for their competitiveness disadvantage. Now, with the introduction of CBAM, that system of free allowances is being phased out, which is the logic of things. But given that there is a wider array of questions, we could reconsider that. I think some suggestions were made to have a temporary pause to see what is happening, and I have some sympathy for that, in that sense that we don't know yet how CBAM is going to be effective. It is only starting 1st of January of 2026, so let's assess what is happening there. But I wanted to come closer to the question that you were raising about the finance that needs to be raised and the bankability of projects that needs to be there. Now, the Commission proposed a couple of things that are important to look at, I think. One proposal in the context of the Clean Industrial Deal was the creation of an industrial decarbonization bank that would be endowed with 100 billion euros to start with. And the idea would be to scale low carbon industrial projects. So scaling, not innovation, but scaling. So that may be an interesting thing. Of course, we have to find the money to fund this industrial decarbonization bank, but we could use some of the free allowances to do that. And, there is a saying going, free allowances are going to dry up overnight because of the cap and because of the CBAM system. I did a calculation back of the envelope. Free allocation is still 260 billion allowances. So that is, something, 200 million allowances, which means, roughly 250 billion euros. So that would bring us in a very nice perspective, but this industrial decarbonization bank still needs to be developed and is up for design as we speak in the European Commission for a proposal next year. The other interesting element, and that is the risk element that was raised this morning. Decarbonization projects can be risky. Risk can be covered through guarantee systems. And the European Investment Bank has done quite well on risky projects, for example, in the field of wind energy, etc. There is a debate on the European budget going on, endowing the European Investment Bank to go in that perspective could be a useful thing. But I wanted to conclude, my time is up, in calling for a fresh thinking on where we are today in Europe. There are a number of variables that are coming together. There is the decarbonization, there is the shock that we got through the war in Ukraine, and we have the rising predominance of China, in particular in all the sectors that we were thinking we were very good at 5-10 years ago. And I think that geopolitical context should force us for a fundamental rethink in which decarbonization, security, and competitiveness dimension has its place. And we are only at the beginning of it, because we are coming from decades of free trading, arrangements, of which we were perhaps one of the best in the world. And now Mr. Draghi has called for selective and pragmatic corrections on this free trade logic. Now, if you are selective and if you are pragmatic, you have to define what you want. And I think that that is a reflection that I would welcome very much. And in that respect, I enjoyed very much the discussion earlier today so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here today. It's a real pleasure. The question is huge, is complex. I'm going to take it from the regulatory perspective, which is a boring perspective usually, because we are the guys that have to define the detailed rules to make things happen in just a specific part of the system, which is important, but it's not all of it. So looking at incentives to invest and how to finance investments in grids and regulated activities, electricity and gas. So maybe we should mention gas as well, as if we want to discuss who's going to pay for it. So electricity and gas. If we are in a regulated sector, you should think that this would be less of a problem, because, you know, we are regulators, we can ask consumers to pay, so there is public money there available, even if you need private money to finance the operators. But in fact, what we are seeing now is a big challenge. This is not the case anymore. So, and we have many challenges. One has already been mentioned many times, and I want to come back to it, because from a regulatory perspective, that's a very relevant one, and this coordination. The value of our investments, regulated investments, depend strictly on many other things that need to move together in simultaneously, or at least in a coordinated manner, to give value to the grid, and the grid gives value to the system. But if we have a mismatch, maybe not in the objectives, maybe we are all aligned and no, the political scene is clear, but things don't move at the pace they were supposed to move. So you have a misalignment, and that misalignment and mismatch can be very costly. And this is a cost that usually you don't see in cost-benefit analysis because of the way it's done. So my point is, we should start looking at the system, considering where possible mismatches and imbalances could happen, and assess what you need to do to minimize the imbalance, potentially, but what you have to do to leave the imbalance. So we have to regulate the system knowing that we are out of the equilibrium somehow. And this is a different approach from the standard straightforward planning with different scenarios. So what can I do to make sure that even if something happens later on or doesn't happen at all, I still am on efficient cost curve, let's say, maybe higher than I thought before, but still I'm handling. There are some actions that can be done, and we are already working on that. They are no-brainer, I would say, and some of them have already been mentioned. I need to make my system more smart, ICT. I need to develop ICT in the system, I need to use the data, I need to optimize, I have a lot of new technology that can help me out there. I need to incentivize and regulate in such a way that I don't push for infrastructure, I push for a service. So I need to say what I want to be delivered as a performance, and this is what I'm willing to pay for. So maybe I'm going to pay more because I'm going maybe to pay something that is more related to the cost of the infrastructure, whether through ICT or capital light interventions I got the same result. But this is what asymmetric information is about. Otherwise, we go back 20 years, starting thinking that we know it all. But if we know it all, then we need a different governance. We don't need to have different. We need a centralized approach and just do it. But in fact, this is not the case. So incentives are still important. I like planning, but I still think that we should not get confused. Planning is something that helps you understanding and analyzing the direction. Planning is not the regulatory tool that we use, not even today, because today we use incentive mechanisms to make sure that the right quality is provided and the system moves and improves in the right direction. So this is something that needs to move from a backward-looking approach from a regulatory perspective to clearly a forward-looking approach. It was already in our DNA as regulator, the forward-looking approach. It is today, it is already, but we have to improve how we do it. And this is why I don't really like this anticipatory investment label, because what does that mean? We should clarify the meaning. We are always putting on the ground anticipatory investments because they look ahead, they are going to stay there for 50 years and we are going to pay for them. And we have to know that we are going to pay for them whatever happens. You know, that's a stranded cost. So that's from the regulatory perspective. Try to be flexible in your regulation. Of course, system flexibility is part of it, but I'm meaning flexibility in a wider sense. On the other side, we need as much clarity as possible on where we want to go. That's unavoidable. But I know that I'm asking too much, so I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to assume that I have to live outside the equilibrium and try to be resilient as a regulator. One last point is, in order to be flexible and to have reasonable cost, I need to make sure that consumers are on board, the demand side. And this is a big question mark. And this is something we have not learned how to do. With the industry is a different story, and I wouldn't say it's easier, but you know, we know that we have to address that part. But with households, residential consumers, I think we really sometimes, I have the impression that we assume that they are something different from what they are and their behavior. We don't understand their behavior. We thought that installing smart meters was enough to have them choose dynamic pricing. You know, that's a type of misunderstanding we had and we still have. So that's really something we have to address.
Thanks so much to all of you for these opening statements. I have a couple of follow-up questions, and maybe starting with a higher level one, and then I have two more on the regulator side, on the network side. But so first, an overarching question for you, Mr. Delbeke. So mobilizing capital amid ongoing competition for capital. So what I mean is, energy must compete with other priorities, especially today. You know, think about defense, think about healthcare, think about social priorities, think about an AI revolution, think about all of these elements, industrial competitiveness and so on. How do we ensure sufficient attention keeps going to the energy system and to decarbonization, both in terms of public capital, but also in attracting private capital to those, with so many other things on policymakers and industrials' minds today?
Well, in policymaking, you always have competing demands. I mean, we are now a little bit, I sometimes think, over-exaggerating the world we are living in. When I look back 10, 15 years ago, we had the banking crisis, and we had a very similar debate when it comes to decarbonization, the place of the green agenda, etc. You always have to shift in your agenda and make it compatible as much as possible with other objectives. It's true in the media, you know, but the media is a different other dance. So when I look at the way the decarbonization is happening in Europe, step by step, year by year, our emissions go down, you know, steadily. And I think we should use that as an example for the rest of the world. And the rest of the world, look in Brazil, in Belém, you know, is looking at us into that. So shifting in the decarbonization agenda into other agendas has always been there. The agenda we have today, for example, the security agenda, the war, you know, and our vulnerability, I think there is a long way to go in a compatible manner between decarbonization and making our economy more resilient. I think that the figures by Michael were demonstrating that renewable energy makes us more independent and less dependent. The figure was mentioned this morning. Every day in Europe, we import for 1 billion euros of fossil energy, 350, more or less in a year. So that's my first reply. The second is, of course, the projects we are engaging in must be bankable. And I think the bankability is exactly one of the objectives of the Industrial Decarbonization Bank. One of the things is the contracts for difference that may be considered. They are quite successful in the energy renewables field, and they can also be more frequently used for decarbonization objectives. So the Industrial Decarbonization Bank could step into that and scaling up the technologies that are mature for take-up. I think what I hear on international projects, that is that the dealing with the risks is a very important issue. Hence, I mentioned the guarantee system that the European Investment Bank could do, that other banks then can take over. So we have to make our projects on decarbonization bankable, and we could use the revenues from the ETS to do that. And I would strongly defend, and I think we are making a big mistake in Europe there, is that too much of the revenues from the ETS, which are considerable, are being used for other purposes. I think they are paid by industry and they should go back to industry. And I think that is a very strong appeal that I was listening to in previous panels, and I think that is something that could be valorized in the political debate. And it is about free allocation, but it's also about the revenues from auctioning. But we have to consider using them in an intelligent manner. You can not use the revenues from the ETS to finance fossil fuel production. That there are going to be some conditions and rings attached, should be obvious. But that is what the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, the CFDs, could do, and we have very useful examples of that that are available. So shifting in, our decarbonization agenda with other agendas is one thing. The other is, of course, we have to have a good, bankable, market-conform logic to make it all work.
Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. Maybe now, Mr. Jourdain, also a question for you. So when focusing on the energy networks and especially electricity grids point of view, so we see in many of the analysis that, in terms of financing, these companies have stretched balance sheets, elevated debt levels already. So that's one financing lever that at some point may reach its limits for some of these companies. And so in your work in Belgium and in your discussions with regulators from other countries and over the world, what type of financing mechanisms do you see that these grid operators are pursuing? And so it could be things like direct government funding, or some are considering some minority stake sales or other ways to raise capital. And what kind of levers do you see, and which ones do you think are most scalable and future-proof?
But yes, on the Belgian side, so we have Elia, Frixis on the other side. Additional debt is clearly not an issue if there is additionally equity raised. So the key question should be, are the shareholders of the TSO able to sustain a pace, that pace for the future equity rise? And especially in the current context with massive public deficits. So we set up as CREC the level of remuneration of the capital invested in the Belgian grid. And we think that the current remuneration of the capital invested in the Belgian grid is sufficiently attractive, and we do expect increases in the near future. So even if the remuneration won't increase, it should be clear that more capital to be remunerated will mean higher tariffs for the network users. And we are now working on the future methodology, tariff methodology. And we are also thinking of, yes, we are asking us a question that, that's to say, should only the consumer pay for the development of the electricity grid, for instance, because there are other network users, such as generators, batteries, and so on.
And maybe following up on that, so the who pays, right? So, you know, there's a big CapEx agenda, and even at current remuneration levels or return levels, still, you know, multiple times the CapEx agenda in the next years versus the previous years, all else equal, will raise grid fees and network fees. And so we're balancing, of course, you know, the who pays question, industrial competitiveness, should the industry pay more, or you know, household affordability challenges, or generation side, more direct financing, but already stretched public budgets as well. Clara, from your perspective, what principles, you know, according to you, should guide allocation or reallocation debate of costs? There's a certain quantum of costs that has to be made. Someone has to pay for it. How to balance these, like who pays, and how do you look at that question from a regulator perspective?
Thank you. In my opinion, it is important to keep transparency about the cost that the system is facing. So on the one side, we have to adjust our regulation to make sure that we are able to provide the right service for renewables, connecting renewables, for customers and everything. And you're right, it's not just economics, it's finance as well. So you need to make sure that that doesn't grow too much, and in principle you need more equity. But sometimes, and that's a paradox, when companies are state-owned, you don't get the additional equity. So that's we have increasing cost, and we need to try to follow the cost responsibility type of approach. I know that sometimes that's difficult to do because there is a request to discount rates for some customers, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. You should keep a clear signal on how much the network, the service costs, and then you should give support wherever is necessary, or if you need to bring down the cost, you should do it in a transparent manner. So keep the two things separated, minimize cross-subsidies, and give a clear signal. And if you need to give support, just give it, but should be transparent, clear, and possibly paid by the public budget.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, perfect. Of course, on top of these, you know, normal network investments and generation and supply investments, operators of energy infrastructure face also rising resilience needs. Think about, you know, climate adaptation risk. Think about physical sabotage risk. Think about cybersecurity risk, and so that adds, of course, to the CapEx agenda of our energy system or energy infrastructure. In your views, are these additional investments already baked into the current CapEx plans, or would that come on top? That's question one. And question two is, in terms of financing these, do you see more possibilities or more creative possibilities to then fund these type investments versus expansion investments, or should they follow the same logic and rationale? And of course, it would be great if all of you could give your thoughts on that.
Okay, those are different types of risks. let's start with the climate change risk. I think this is a new type of risk because the risk is the one of having extreme events with low probability, and this is something that is not embedded in our current regulatory frameworks usually. We have a more reactive approach often. So something happens, we have to do and we have to restore. But we need to change, and that change it requires a new approach, new regulatory framework. First of all, we need to find a way to assess the impact of the event, the potential impact, like time of return of the big storm, and multiply by the number of customers affected. No, just a possibility. So you have something, you need to measure the risk, you need to give a value to the risk, and that's something we don't know and was mentioned by the government, I think government this morning. When you assess the value of investment in resilience, that's a big question mark, because what is the value of losing consumption and energy on a longer period of time is not clear. So anyway, you have to try to give a value to that risk and then to embed the risk in your planning, maybe having resiliency plans ahead, and then you have to adjust your economic regulation, giving incentives to system operators to improve resiliency and giving them penalties as well if they don't do it. So that requires a big change in the approach.
Any reactions from the other two panelists?
Yeah, I think it's an entirely new agenda, as was indicated. I think adaptation and how to deal with it, adaptation to climate change and how to deal with it in an efficient manner is on the one hand a very local affair, with manifestation is always, you know, very local, and it is a risk that you have to see paid back by a charging kind of mechanism. And I think there we have to take again, that the principle of the user should pay. And I think that is not an easy way to deal with things, but is a new reality. We have to incorporate that into the new functioning. We know that climate change is happening and the manifestation is going to intensify. You know, when we are now in Belgium, you know, surprised by the flooding in the Vesder area, you know, these kind of phenomena have been described for more than 20 years. But all of a sudden it happens very locally, and then everybody is very surprised. And I think we need a systemic approach to cater for that. And it's very difficult because the appearances, you know, it can be a flooding, it can be droughts, it can be sea level rise. You know, people tend to minimize the sea level rise, but sometimes I'm thinking, when I see the results of scientific evidence, sea level rise in the North Sea may, by the end of the century, vary between 0.5 meter and 2 meters. Say, and the more we know, the worse it gets. Say it is 2 meters for the port of Antwerp. You know, we will face quite a bit of infrastructure adaptation to do for that. And then, you know, who shall pay for it? The user will have to pay for it. And I think that principle, we are only at the beginning of that, because the manifestations, we long thought that they would not appear in Europe. But now they appear squarely and much more active compared to what we thought, say, 5 or 10 years ago. We thought we were in the moderate region, and it was Africa and Bangladesh and, you know, faraway regions, but now it's squarely here. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a quick time check. How much time do we have left? Because then I'll also open I have lots of questions, but I'll open maybe the floor for some questions. Governor.
No, I would like to challenge a little bit Michael's narrative, because we've seen a projection for electricity prices this morning from the woman from Agora, and it was going up a little bit, and then it was going down a little bit. Now, in those projections, people don't vote. So when they pay doesn't matter. So I guess at the end of the projection, you probably double electricity consumption. You don't see that big drop. So, I mean, I think I believe it's part of the story, but we're still with this question, is it the case that if you double electricity production in Europe, that at the end of the day, your grid costs on a kilowatt hour basis, not absolute numbers, are going to go down? Or is it such that because you have not invested much in the grid for so many decades, and that you have to invest so massively now, that even on a kilowatt hour basis, you know, it might be flat or even increase? But I mean, again, we've seen the numbers this morning. Okay, it's one projection, but honestly, I've seen a number of projections, and mostly the takeaway that I get from that, and again, those are projections where you double electricity production by definition. It's a projection. You don't think about whether it's going to work or not. You just run the numbers. And mostly what you see is indeed, at least qualitatively, that it starts with a rise, and then as indeed you increase consumption, but also as probably the cost of renewables is going down more, you start having a decline. But you still are, at the end of the day, with electricity prices that are 5 times higher than gas prices. So there again, I mean, okay, if you have a heat pump, it makes up for it, more or less. But if you don't have a heat pump, there are a number of places where people are going to be faced with high cost. And then again, I think it would be good to list those, see how we deal with that, whether people are going to be a little bit angry or very, very angry, and you know how. So to you, the question is really, how do you see the evolution of grid prices, but this time tariffs on a kilowatt hour basis, and maybe if you have a view on electricity price as well.
Thank you. Anyone from the panelists?
Yeah, I just want to start by saying that today the share of transmission cost in the average bill is very low. Even if we double it, we triple it. I mean, it's low. When we see that the wholesale price going down, that's the energy part. We still have to add the fixed cost of producing, because that's not going to be for free, even with renewables, and you know, and that's a big part. It's going to stay, I think, in my opinion, that's going to be a relevant part in the bill. The transmission networks will be more expensive, but we start from a very low share of total cost, and distribution still. Is what is it? Is it 20%? That depends on the countries and on the definition of transmission and distribution. But again, maybe it will not go down. I don't know, because I'm this out of the equilibrium mood. So maybe it will not go down. But I know that we have to make sure that there is better coordination at a local level between consumption and production, so that I don't need to build that much. So I have to reduce the need for new infrastructures. And there are ways to do it, but the system needs to become more clever and more smart.
I would concur with what was just said, but I would say, you know, this investment cost and the transmission costs related to it is a minor part of the electricity cost. That's one thing. But generally, you can say that to protect your society against, you know, high levels of emissions, you have to go for more investment. And you, as a return, you get less costs related to energy. So it's a case of the heat pump or the electric vehicle, or, you know, insulating your house. So you have an upfront high fixed cost, and you earn it back later. Now, the beauty of what we are having in Europe, I think it was said in the previous session, is that our grids are of excellent quality compared to elsewhere in the world. You know, in the United States, there is not an integrated electricity network. So that is an investment worth making. That is improving our resilience, you know, and it is improving as well as our capability for decarbonization. So I would say it's a normal part of the cost price. It's not a jump that we will having, because if you reflect one thing, on the COVID crisis and the energy crisis we got. Approximately in Europe, 700 billion of indirect cost compensation was done to consumers. You know, if we think one moment, if we would have invested those 700 billion and making us more, you know, resilient for this kind of crisis, you know, it would not have appeared from cost-benefit analysis and all these models that we are currently thinking of using or are using. But, you know, it's an impressive figure. And now we have come back, we have, you know, digested the crisis, we come back to normal price levels. Electricity prices, gas prices, you know, it all goes back to the normal level, but we should not forget that the investment behind that needs to be organized and paid for, and that leads us to the way to decarbonization, pardon.
So, in Belgium, the transmission cost for Elia, it's about 100 euro per year for the household. So we had already a doubling of this tariff for the consumers, and as we see the development plans that are on preparation, we should have a second doubling for the next period, and it will increase. So and on the other side, the volumes there is a delay for on the side of the volume, so it won't be that efficient. I think that has been announced previously. And on the other side, we see also, and that's one of the lessons learned of the MOC 2 report we made, that we saw an explosion of the material costs. There are also lacks of human resources to build all this infrastructure. So yes, it's perhaps short term for you, but I think it will be very heavy on the consumer's bill.
So I see we have a couple of minutes left. Just want to open also to the audience if there's any questions related to the financing and affordability of the transition in our energy system investments. William.
Yeah, I would like to challenge the fact, and of course I understand what you as regulators have to do. You have to make sure there is not overbuilding for transmission. But aren't you going to be too late by being too strict? Because I have a little bit that vision, take about electrical cars. I think what we need is more charging stations, and charging stations. People will automatically then go for electrical cars in the end. Now for transmission, it's basically the same. If it takes 10 to 15 years to build a new line somewhere, and you're too, how do you say, too strict to allow new transmission, it's a little bit the chicken or the egg problem. Isn't this going to slow down the electrification too much? And aren't we going to be optimizing, sub-optimizing our electricity system too much locally rather than having an integrated system?
Too slow, but on the other hand, it has also to be feasible. So you spoke about permitting problems. We see in the plans and the business plans of areas that there are choices to be made because yes, they can't do everything also. And all those delays also cost. If there are ambition plans and afterwards they have to reduce them, it's also a cost for the society. So it has to be monitored by the regulator. We have to also to be flexible, but realistic, I think.
Hello, Emmeline Spear from Agora Energiewende and also former regulator. On the user pays principle, I have a very open question which I haven't solved for myself, which is on the one hand, of course, you need that, it's a very, it's like a column of the temple of regulation of grids. And at the same time, and even if I showed this graph that was just mentioned this morning, where you see that if there are lots of things you can do to spread the costs properly of the grid, there's still this question of we need to electrify, and there's the power to gas ratio. And you could also, another perspective on this is basically the power system bears an incredible proportion of the costs of the transition. And so how do you, how do you get the right incentives, and how do you get radical incentives to electrify? And so some are calling for more public money indeed into grids to take it off the user's invoice. And so I'm still myself, wondering how to ponder this with the user should pay principle. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, I think we have a lot of, maybe too many mechanisms piling up that are meant to internalize environmental externalities. And sometimes they give opposite signals and they sort of cannibalize each other. I think using tariffs is not the right way. And then you risk to get it wrong. For example, give you an example. Many years ago, some member states had increasing unit tariffs, distribution tariffs according to consumption for efficiency reason in electricity, because they wanted to reduce consumption. So is that efficient today? You would increase the tariff as the consumption goes up so that you don't have a heat pump because it's not convenient. So time of use distribution tariffs. I'm skeptical about time of use distribution tariffs because how does that relate to the wholesale dynamic pricing that we want to realize? Wholesale is not local enough. Okay, fair enough. I understand. I like nodal pricing, so I'm all in favor of nodal pricing. But it's not that by adding signals that contradict each other that you can solve the problem. So I see the need to give signals, but I'm not sure tariffs are the right tool.
If tariffs are not the right tool, I don't know. Taxation could help. I wonder in this country why the tax on gas is so cheap compared to electricity, why we want to electrify. So if the government is looking for tax revenues, even if they want to go tax neutral, they could shift the balance between the two, and that would already help a big deal, for those driving electric. I think we heard what Michael was saying, in terms of the efficiency gains that are derived from there. So let's get real on that debate, and then there is the policy choice, whether you want to have it neutral in terms of benefits, or when you are looking for a net benefit to finance other financial needs. But today, in this country, we are gas addicted, and we are not moving whatsoever towards electrification. We are creating a burden that risks increasing again, and I think that that would be very suboptimal.
One last question maybe, and then we close the panel. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah, please.
Frederik de Brauner from Deloitte. I will ask a question to Jos, because you cannot come to the event in 2 weeks. And well, thanks first of all to confirm that you are all for making sure that the ETS funds that the industry pays, that they get it back. I think it's something that is still debated. I'll come back to that with a question. I would like to go to, and obviously many of my clients are energy intensive industries. I think the case that Wout Bleux from INEOS brought made it very practical, that even the best projects do not get a go. I think the INEOS example was brought here today. I have another example of BASF, where very good projects cannot get a go. And then a few weeks ago, I was talking to the European president of a global energy company that said by 2030, we have 30 billion available to be invested in clean technologies across all of our plants. But there is no business case in Europe. So all of this money will be invested in the US, Middle East, and China. So how do we practically make sure that that money will be invested in Europe, as we want to be the best kid on the block?
I think it's a very relevant question, and it is a very important question. But in terms of, clarification of the policy decisions related to that, we have to start distinguishing between decarbonization and the geopolitical new situation we are in, and related to that, of course, the rise of China, and the instability from other things that we were discussing today. We have to find a reply to that. We are trying out a few things. The countervailing measures, the tariffs that we have on car imports from China, I think is a very intriguing and interesting balance. On the one hand, it protects temporarily our own industry. On the other hand, it does not take or put them entirely off the hook. So it's a very balanced way. And I deduct also from the Chinese side, they don't like it, but they understand why we are doing it. So I think we have there a good cocktail on the basis of which we can perhaps implement that to other products. But we have to prepare that well. And I think in the car case, it was prepared well with a scale from 7.5 to, I think, 35%, depending on a number of variables, etc., etc. Another thing is we could also ask the Chinese to do some more foreign direct investments and to invest in Europe instead of just bringing over their cars, and have a sort of local content, in the cars, or share their intellectual property, exactly the way we have been dealt with 10, 15, 20 years ago when our companies were investing in China. So the geopolitical context, we are an energy poor country or continent, and we have to start learning with that reality. Having said that, on decarbonization, yes, I'm a strong defender that the revenues of the ETS flow back to industry. And I would put a slight condition to that. Of course, then industry has to decarbonize. And it tempers also the carbon price, because we have today a carbon price that is relatively good, as I was saying, around 80 euros per ton. Now, the last 20 years of the ETS is not going to be comparable for the coming 20 years, because we have done our decarbonization halfway. So the amount of allowances is going to dry out, and the market is becoming less liquid compared to what it was some years ago. So we will have to revisit, as well as part of the ETS, how we can prevent carbon price spikes that may occur on one or the other occasion. I think the ETS review of the Commission is on the table for next year. I think that element of liquidity that is an issue under the carbon market is also going to help our companies, I would hope, in giving them a stable perspective of to what extent they have to decarbonize, and to the extent that price level is not good enough, then to call on support from, for example, the Industrial Decarbonization Bank in having some revenues that are raised elsewhere to make their projects bankable. So there is a lot of things to discuss, but the geopolitical context is to be distinguished from the decarbonization context, and the in the decarbonization context, yes, we should rediscover the value of the revenues raised to accelerate the decarbonization of our industry. And if they are decarbonized, they are becoming also less vulnerable for fossil fuel price developments and differences elsewhere, because then we can rely more on homegrown electricity to a much larger extent. So that would be my reply to. There are other little ways that were brought forward in the last panel, like indirect cost compensations and things like that. It could be temporarily. I think that is a very important element. We should not jump into long-term arrangements, but I understood from Michael Liebrecht's kind of development, we are midway, and if we are thinking 5 years ahead, and if we are recognizing that there is a problem in the coming 5 years, let's concentrate on what we have to do now in order to give some relief to industry and facilitate the way they are, undergoing all these pressures.
Thanks so much for the answer, and thanks to all of you for the attention. Thanks to the three of you for the fantastic contributions. And with this, I close the session for now. Thank you.
So we will take a 15-minute break, and just before 4 we will start again for the last session and the conclusion. Thank you. 15-minute break.
And just a few more seconds for everyone to come back, and we will start. So let's start. Good afternoon. My name is Simone Tagliapietra, Senior Fellow at Bruegel. And I would like to, first of all, start with a thank you, because being still here with us in the now late afternoon of a Friday is something, and it probably tells about how really important this issue we are discussing today is for all of us. And I think, as Jeremy predicted this morning, that we had an incredibly rich discussion throughout the day, and we now have, with this session, the responsibility to build on what has been discussed to provide a more specific focus on the policy implications of the various issues we have tackled concerning the energy transition in Europe. Of course, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to summarize all the elements emerged during the day, and for that we will have the governor and Bruegel director, of course, delivering on that task afterwards. But let me maybe just recall a few elements namely emerged during the morning sessions. So to circle back a bit and try maybe to close the ring with some then policy considerations from the panel. I think we started the day with a strong call for a recalibration of the climate narrative by the governor. I think the key questions that were put there were how much does it cost, this energy transition, and who is going to pay? And building on these important questions, I think we had throughout the morning, but then also the day, a clear vision about some of the elements that will more or less certainly characterize this energy transition. I think we discussed at the beginning, no, this is uncertain. Who knows in 10 years' time where the European energy system is going to be, but I think we came up with a reasonable number of elements where I think we found consensus. The first being, of course, the importance of electrification and the need to almost basically double the current electrification rate, so to achieve our targets. The fact that this electricity will predominantly be supplied by renewable energy sources, but also the important role of nuclear and the crucial role of investing into the electricity grid expansion, but also upgrade and modernization. I think there was a point, which was, by the way, also recalled yesterday at dinner by Fatih Birol, about the question of the upcoming LNG glut, and due, of course, to the major expansion in the United States and in Qatar, which could provide Europe a window of opportunity of at least 5 years to rethink part of its energy action and possibly use this window of opportunity as a way to accelerate the transition for when the prices will go up again afterwards. I think there was a strong plea for more integration in the energy planning across Europe in order to deliver more efficiently on the investment we need to deliver for the transition. And finally, I think a lot of the discussions have been around the fate of the energy-intensive industries, and that's where probably we have seen very different views on the interplay of the energy transition, decarbonization, security, and competitiveness. Now, trying to put all these things in order is not necessarily easy, so anticipating the rich nature of this debate during the day, we decided with this panel to structure our conversation now around the energy policy triangle, we have in our energy policy making, meaning decarbonization, affordability and competitiveness, and security, of course, in a way to provide some elements of reflection for each of these angles, and then close a first round of intervention with a more macro perspective and go back to the question about what are the macroeconomic implications of the energy transition. To do that, we will be guided by an extremely distinguished set of speakers, which I'm pleased to introduce you. From my left, Simeon Agespil, Government Commissioner for Energy of Luxembourg, Dorothée Rouzet, Chief Economist of the French Treasury, Kurt van der Berge, Director General of DG Clima, and Thomas Pellerin-Carlen, member of the European Parliament, but also former colleague and dear think tanker. Kurt, maybe let me start with you to tackle the first angle of the triangle, the one of decarbonization. Also, perhaps in light of the recent, I would say, successful negotiations on the 2040 target, and tell us what you can share with us on this regard. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Simone, and happy to be here on a late Friday afternoon to discuss climate. We can never discuss climate enough, I think. Indeed, we have an agreement reached last week in the Council on 2040 target, and yesterday a good vote in the European Parliament. Thank you very much, Thomas, because you've been very active in this. That for us is of course important, not just because we go to Belém for the COP30, where everyone is anxious to see what Europe will do. Will Europe stay the course? And we can now emphatically say, yes, we will stay the course. But also because it's even more important domestically that we give the message, we stay the course, we remain predictable. We will do what we have said we will do. And that is, of course, very crucial for investment mobilization, because this whole agenda of decarbonization is all about investment and modernization. I'm a bit surprised, I must say, by many in the media who say that the agreement we reached for 2040 is weakening our climate ambition. I do not agree. I do not agree at all. We have built in some flexibilities. We want to make it more pragmatic, but the real message we get from both the Council agreement and the discussions in the Parliament is that even more now than before, climate policy has to be industry policy and has to be security policy. And that's exactly how we will conduct it in the future. Because what people need to understand is that climate, we don't do climate action to protect the planet. The planet will take care of itself. We do climate policy to protect our welfare, to make sure that we stay competitive in a very quickly changing world. So decarbonization really is defossilization. It's getting the fossil out of our system and modernize our economy so that it becomes more fit for a future that will be very different. I often say now, and I apologize to the Francophone Belgian people that I see in the audience here. Basically, what we're trying to do is to prevent what has happened to Charleroi, which 100 years ago was top of the world. It was the #1 or 2 region of industrial development. And we all know what happened because it didn't invest in time. It did not innovate. It did not modernize. It thought we could continue like this forever. And now you see when you walk along the canal in Charleroi, what this has done to such a region. So that is what we're trying to do. And that, you mentioned that, Simone, electrification is the way to go. Everyone agrees on this. Electrification, not just because policymakers like ourselves want to promote this, but because of physics. Basically, electricity is 3 times, if not more, energy efficient than fossil. Secondly, because of economics, it's becoming increasingly cheaper to do it by renewables in more than 90% of the cases, and because of geopolitics. We are paying an incredibly high price, both financially and politically, for being dependent on imports of oil and gas. Last year, still 400 billion euros that we pay for importing oil and gas. So what we will now do, and we have already started this, is revisiting our whole policy framework for the post-2030 in the light of what has been agreed on 2040. By the way, I'm very happy to see that no one, but really no one, is questioning the 2050 objective of becoming climate neutral. That stays the North Star. No one is disputing that. But it's true that our framework is made for 2030. We have to revisit it for 2040. And what we will do is to make sure that our climate policy becomes an industry, investment, and innovation driver. Investment, because the investment needs are massive. We have calculated in our impact assessment for 2040 that we will need an annual investment in the energy system of 660 billion euros, which is an additional 1.5% of GDP per year. If you add transport to this, you come to close to 2% of GDP additional per year. Now, some will say, who will pay for all this? If on top of that you add defense, where we need to go to 5%. We need to realize we're today at an investment rate in our economy of 22.5%. Same as the US. China is at 40%. We're not saying we need to go to Chinese rates. But if we add 3% additional, we will still do less than what we did in the 1970s in Europe. Because in the 1970s, we had investment rates of 26, 27%. So it's not unprecedented. If on top of that, we know that there is a lot of savings in the EU. Latest figures I saw, household savings rate in the EU, 15%, compared to 5% in the US, and investment rate, 9%. That can definitely be increased. So what I would say is that let's make and work this climate and energy and industry policy in such a way that the mobilization of the investment can be done cost efficiently. And we believe it can be done with a couple of factors, and I'll conclude on this, Simone. First, predictability. Regulatory policy stability is the name of the game now. And we see, compared to the United States, for example, what the attractiveness can be of a continental economy that is really predictable, stable over time. That attracts investment. Secondly, using to the maximum the single market. We're not doing that enough. We have internal trade barriers that are more than 40% of GDP in goods and more than 100% in services. That is really where we need to work, create a single market, both for capital, the savings and investment union, which for our climate policy is as important as ETS. And secondly, using better smart specialization in Europe. We have seen from auctions we did on hydrogen, for example, that it can be very cost efficient to produce hydrogen, green hydrogen, in Spain, Portugal, or Norway, Finland. Let's produce the renewables there, and let's not throw a lot of money in producing green hydrogen in Germany, where it will never be cost efficient. But let's make sure we have the interconnections between north and south and the center. If we do it in this way, then we can actually do it very cost efficiently. Third, technology neutrality. We are past the stage where the Commission, the policymakers, the regulators should say in detailed rules who should do what. I think for us, it will be really an opportunity to remain clear on the direction, but become much less prescriptive on how to get there. And that's also why we are becoming much more relaxed, as you've probably seen, about the possible role of nuclear energy, which probably will be necessary in the future. It's a nonsense to invest everything in nuclear today, but we will probably need it in the future. We need all sectors on board. That's still work we need to do to make sure that no one escapes from this. That includes, and that's the most difficult sector, agriculture, which on current rates will become half of emissions by 2040, 2050. And last point, industry. And I really want to emphasize this. For us, there will be no success in climate policy if we deindustrialize. We need the energy intensives in Europe. So that's why we have the Clean Industrial Deal, where the premise is we will do what is necessary to make sure that the energy intensives invest in Europe, but only on condition that they invest in decarbonization, so that they stay here, not for the next few years sweating their assets, but that they stay here for decades to come. And that I'm very confident we can do with our climate and energy policy.
Thank you, Kurt. And maybe let me just push you a bit more on this point, because during the day, I think some raised the concern that the ETS is denting the competitiveness of the energy-intensive firms across Europe. I think Jos, in the previous session, mentioned the revenues side of the ETS, which was probably not sufficiently stressed during the other part of the day. So I wanted to ask you, what do you have in store for the revision of the ETS next year? Because I see that as an important moment to rethink the system and potentially do something, the idea of extending the free allowances, but with a strong conditionality, for example, on decarbonization. So what do you see coming with that? And I know you have a recent report, by the way, looking at how the revenues have been utilized so far by the member states, and I think maybe some numbers there are interesting.
Well, what we see is that the ETS is driving the power sector to decarbonization almost automatically now. So that's the big gain from ETS. What we have seen is that industry has by and large not decarbonized much, because until now they got free allowances to prevent carbon leakage. So that's why we have introduced the carbon border adjustment mechanism, so that progressively we can take away the free allowances, there is protection against carbon leakage, and the industry gets an incentive to decarbonize. I accept that the carbon price is a part, but probably a little part in the whole competitiveness discussion. There is much more at stake in terms of degrading competitiveness for our energy intensives than simply the carbon price. I think the most important reason is energy prices. And these are high because we are so dependent on imports of oil and gas. It has to do with changing market dynamics. China used to be our biggest customer, is now becoming our biggest competitor. And it's not by reverting course on decarbonization that we will gain market share. And thirdly, we also believe that, with some exceptions aside, there's been too little investment by those industries. So what we will do is to, as I said, revisit the ETS, make sure that the industries have a perspective where the ETS is conducive to their investment and not just only a cost factor. That means that, in technical terms, the linear reduction factor, so the annual decrease of emission allowances, will be relaxed a little bit because we can't chase our industries away. But the most important thing is that, as you hinted at this, that the revenues generated by those who pay in ETS should go back to those. And there we have a lot of way to go, because in our recent report published last week, we show that member states use only 5% of the 25 billion revenues they get every year. They only use 5% for supporting industrial decarbonization. You cannot be serious when you say, I want an industrial policy, I want the ETS, but all this money will be used for other things than supporting our industry. So that's why I'm saying we will support our industry, we will support their investment, we will do what is necessary so that they invest here, but they need to invest then in decarbonization.
Thank you, Kurt. Thomas, maybe this is a very good bridge to you. If I can ask you to tackle the energy transition and competitiveness dimension. You are one of the champions in the European Parliament of clean tech and industrial decarbonization. So how do you see this interplay, and what can we do better in this space in Europe moving forward?
Thank you, Simone. Just before that, I want to thank Bruegel for the invitation, but not only. Also, I want to wish you a happy birthday, 20 years old. I mean, I remember from like 16 years ago for me, was a great time. And I want to say, I'm not only saying that because I've been working with Bruegel in the past as a researcher. As a researcher myself, I obviously value the work that think tank research is happening. But since I became a politician a year and a half ago, I realized that I undervalued the value of think tank researchers, which is funny because I was one myself. and really in this very divided European Parliament, where on the same day we can have a pro-democratic coalition on the climate law and a pro-Russian coalition on the due diligence directive with in that coalition, you need to agree with AfD, and therefore people who think that the COVID vaccine was filled with microchips, you know, those kind of unreasonable people. More than ever, we need scientists and think tank researchers to do their work, and to do that because it helps us as parliamentarians to at least agree on facts, which is a thing that we took for granted for decades in the European Union, but something that I see now. And obviously Bruegel plays a big role here in Brussels, and I'm relying on the work that you, Simone, but also Georg, Heather, are doing, the work that Fugvin Nguyen is doing at the Jacques Delors Institute, or Nils Redeker in the Jacques Delors Center, or Karen Humphrey at the Institute for Climate Economics, but also the think tankers that are not in Brussels. I'm thinking about Agora in Berlin, or the Reform Institute in Warsaw, or ECCO in Rome, because there is a vibrant ecosystem in Europe, and those few hundred peoples that are working in think tank research are absolutely essential to inform us policymakers. And I say that at a moment where civil society is under attack. We now have a new wave of McCarthyism in the US, but also in Europe, because the right-wing and far-right coalition are attacking civil society. Currently, they're attacking only climate NGOs, but if they manage to kill climate NGOs, then they will go against NGOs that defend women's rights. That is what Fratelli d'Italia is currently doing in Italy, but they will also at some point attack science. And therefore, I don't wish for Europe to lose one of its competitive advantage, which is that we have policymakers that still today believe in science, unlike the #1 economy, where that is led by Donald Trump, who is a man who, let's remember that, as a piece of scientific advice, said that to cure COVID, we needed to drink bleach. Going into the topic, I've got 4 points. First, I want to underline, like, whenever we talk about climate change and clean energy, there is always one thing that is implicit in the discussion we had, like the one we had yesterday at dinner. And that implicit notion is that the fossil fuel system is great. So my first 2 points are trying to underline why the fossil fuel system is a catastrophe for European economic competitiveness. And then I will move to my 3rd point on the clean energy revolution, and my 4th point on a modest proposition on how we can get there. First, fossil fuel dependence destroys our industrial competitiveness. I am really, what's the word? Mad is not the right word. Frustrated. Whenever I hear energy-intensive industry come into my office and claim that the real problems they have today in terms of economic competitiveness are linked to the due diligence directive that is not even implemented yet. The key problem that our energy-intensive industry face now is that fossil gas is today 2 times more expensive than 6 years ago. So when one of the key elements of a production cost doubles, of course, you have a challenge. And I say doubles because now the price of, like, every day, you know, people watch the weather forecast, I watch the TTF gas price. The TTF gas price currently at 31 euros. 6 years ago, it was at 15. What happened between then? Is it, you know, the dark magic of DG Klima that got us there? No, it's Vladimir Putin. This leads me to my second point, which is about macroeconomics. We have had, I'm speaking in front of a central banker, so I'm always cautious whenever I'm talking about macroeconomic policy. We have had essentially 3 major macroeconomic crises in the last 20 years. The first one, 2008-2009, is a crisis that many people talk about either as a subprime mortgage crisis or as the Greek public debt crisis. And a lot of people forget that one of the elements, the third element, was an oil shock. Because in 2008, the price of oil reaches $140, which is 2 times higher than the price of oil that we have today. So our dependence on fossil fuels aggravated the Great Recession that we had in 2009. And if we had opted for clean energy in the 70s, which from a climate perspective we should have done because the climate science was clear enough in the 70s, the 2009 economic recession would have been much easier to handle because we just needed, in that alternative history, to handle the Greek public debt and the, let's say, contamination of the banking system by the subprime mortgage crisis without having to deal on top of that with an oil shock. Second macroeconomic crisis, obviously COVID, not energy related, but the third one is actually mostly about energy. And I remember I was still a researcher then, and people were saying, oh, inflation, war in Ukraine, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, that inflation crisis in Europe started in the summer of 2021. In the summer of 2021. Why? Because that is the moment when, for some reason, Gazprom stopped selling Russian fossil gas on the spot market. The price of gas started to increase, the price of electricity started to increase, and the canary in the coal mine was Spain, because Spain is a big European country that consumes a lot of gas to generate electricity in the summer for cooling purposes. And therefore, Spain was the first country to be affected. I was still a researcher there, I was on holiday, and when I came back from holiday, my Spanish colleagues with whom I was in contact, because here again, it's a European ecosystem of think tankers, were, oh, but what happened to us is going to happen to you. And indeed, we started with the so-called French government energy shield in October of 2021. And the total cost of the subsidy to manage that Russian-created macroeconomic challenge was, for France only, 74 billion euros of public subsidies. 74 billion euros of French public subsidies not wasted because there was, let's say, an economic challenge, but money that is essentially lost, that did not lead to any kind of structural change, and Bruegel has been documenting that not only for France, but for the entire European Union. So, to be honest, like, relying on fossil fuels is a very silly idea for us Europeans. It would be a different economic proposition if we were in the US. Because in the US, they are net exporters of oil and net exporters of gas. Well, I mean, how much oil can you drill when you do a hole in Antwerp? How much gas can you find if you drill in Normandy? And so therefore, the fact that we chose to rely on fossil fuels for us Europeans mean relying on foreign imports of countries that will manipulate energy to destroy our economy, to create inflation, and to win the war. Because Russia is at war with us. The Russian way of victory, however, is not to send Russian tanks through Berlin and Paris. I mean, they cannot even take Pokrovsk, so they're not going to take Paris and Berlin by force. But it is to have those Russian tanks being invited by French President Jordan Bardella and by the AfD Chancellor of Germany. That is the way Russia wins the war. And how do you do that? By creating inflation in the economy to create social unrest, to make sure that AfD and Rassemblement National go from 25 to 35% to majority with the support of the center-right, because that is currently the French way of looking at things. So relying on fossil fuels is a major threat to our economy and a major threat to our democracy. Third point. My original mission was to say, why is the clean energy revolution great for European competitiveness? I'm not spending much time on that because Michael Liebrecht just gave us like a 60-minute lecture, and I agree with everything that he said. I would add a caveat on the role of hydrogen for e-fuels for the military navy and for the military air force, because we need to be able to win the next battle of the Atlantic against Russia if this comes to happen. But everything that Michael said, apart from that particular thing, I fully agree. And so as a researcher, let me remind the systemic element that he underlined, the fact that we have 3 revolutions happening at the same time when it comes to electricity. It's the GSU. A revolution for generation, a revolution for storage, and a revolution for usage. And the combination of those revolutions create a synergy that will make electricity a far more interesting vector of energy for our economy. So now, I've spoken too long, as a politician must do. So the fourth and final point is, how do we get there? And I've got a very simple thing. And here again, I'm sorry I need to say that, but this is unfortunately what I think is happening. To me, currently, one great threat to European competitiveness is, as Kurt said, regulatory instability. If there is one man in Europe that needs to be held accountable for that, is Manfred Weber. The greatest threat to European competitiveness currently is not Manfred Weber the person, but his politics. Is politics of saying, I'm just going to use German political parties there, but he would rather agree with AfD than with the FDP, because that is what he's doing in the European Parliament. And this is something that not enough German citizens are aware of, because I strongly believe that the vast majority of the CDU-CSU voters do not want to collaborate with AfD, because they are true Christian Democrats. Emphasis on the word Democrat. And so therefore, how to get there? My very simple suggestion is for Michael Liebreich to have a 45-minute discussion with Manfred Weber. Hopefully that will help us make sure that we are back in the European Parliament, where we can have a political debate that is grounded in economic reality.
We can work on that. So thank you, Thomas, also for the creative idea, which we will certainly follow up on. Now, Simeon, he touched upon already the issue of energy security, of course, but can I ask you to develop a bit more on that point? Thank you.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me. Thanks for having prepared me that you would ask such a question on security, which gave me the opportunity to quickly double-check that indeed the aspect of security is not in the title of today's conference, I realized. So you're actually speaking of competitiveness and climate change, but I think we should actually add, while keeping security high, and we've heard a couple of times already today that the quality of the energy supply that we have is actually very high, and it's an asset that we have, and that, of course, I guess we all agree we should really keep. I also get the point of having short and catchy titles, so it's no offense. Complementary to that observation, just an anecdote from 2 public lectures I gave recently, where I also introduced the topic of the energy triangle, where I was asking the audience what angle they find most important for the time being. And I found it actually quite interesting, because there were a couple of voices raised for the sustainability angle, so the very classic triangle, so sustainability, affordability, and security. And a couple of people raised their hand for sustainability, quite a large majority for affordability, and there was literally no one raising his hand for security of supply as the most pressing angle of the energy trilemma, which I thought was interesting. It probably shows that the world moves on, and people have other worries, and I think it also shows clearly that as I said already, there is very high quality of supply, and it's really taken as something normal, and as such I would really argue that this is something that we also need to preserve, because behind the scenes, we as think tanks, as policymakers, as political advisors, I guess we all know that this is not coming by itself, but really needs to be carefully thought through how we ensure also the security angle in the energy trilemma. Thankfully, also Fatih Birol last night alluded to the dimension, so I'm glad to build on that. And my 2 cents to the debate today is that actually for energy policy in general, but I think specifically for the security dimension, it's very important to consider the right scope in terms of content, but also in terms of governance. And the discussion we've been having today is, I mean, of course, very international. We're in Brussels, so it's very European by definition as well. Quite a bit of geopolitics, but I would argue that also other levels are extremely important for energy policy and energy security specifically. And this really starts with, you know, the level of communes that have a role to play for ensuring energy security. Of course, member states, so on a national level, I think there's really strong stakes, and I will come back to that. And of course, we all agree that also Europe and geopolitics are important for energy policy and energy security. And I think it's relevant to consider what is the right scope to engage and to promote and to push things forward, because we cannot play on all levels at the same time. We simply don't have the energy and resources for it. And I think, therefore, that it's really important to be aware of the different scopes and levers that we have to make things move. Now, I'm coming from Luxembourg, representing the Luxembourg government, so it might not come as a surprise that I'm also talking of, say, smaller scopes. Luxembourg is very small, undoubtedly. It's clearly very low on resources, and it's very import dependent. But I would argue that at the same time, we're also greatly benefiting from that constellation. So for instance, when you look at outage and reliability statistics for say, electricity, those are actually excellent in Luxembourg. They're really best in class. So despite an import dependency for electricity of 75%, it's actually not meaning that things are going completely the wrong way or so. We can talk about energy prices as well, even though also the energy prices are not excessively high in Luxembourg. So my point is, I guess, that there are interdependencies. It's a reality, whether we like them or not. I think there is a tendency to think too narrow, to either completely disregard interdependencies, or to have a tendency not to like them. And I think that's a wrong mindset, actually. So I think we should really work on positively embracing the reality that there are interdependencies, and that we actually make good use of them. Be aware of them. It's also a matter of awareness. And just when you think about it, it's interesting, actually, when you make the comparisons. I would argue that the role of Luxembourg in the EU is actually, at the end of the day, not so much different with the attributes I mentioned to the EU on a global level, right? So we are, let's be honest, even as EU as a whole, we are actually small. We are relatively low on resources, and we are certainly import dependent when it comes to energy and energy-related products, critical minerals, clean energy technologies, etc. So let me mention a couple of concrete elements that I think are important to embrace interdependencies. I don't want to be, or I cannot be exhaustive, of course, but just a couple of elements that I think are important. So what can we do? So I think Europe is really an important part of the solution. Luckily, energy security is one of the 5 pillars of the energy union. So it's really a strong fundament we can build upon. I think the critical entity resilience and NIS2 directives are extremely important packages. They're not always liked. There's some implementation effort, etc. But at the end of the day, I think there's even a relatively large understanding and common understanding that those frameworks, specifically for the new types of risks that we have in the system, are actually extremely important to get more coherent rules and very importantly also better coordination with respect to critical entity resilience and protection, and also this whole very complicated, specifically for policymakers to get a grip on it, sphere of cybersecurity. Of course, I need to mention REPowerEU. It's a very good package. It's focusing on the elements that we have. It's about saving, it's about increasing clean energy, it's about diversifying, which are of course the important levers to enhance our energy security. Great progress on the front of gas. Allow me to mention that, that there's also nuclear and oil. And I think it will be very important to work on that swiftly. There are, and that is also something that we do not often like, or certain people do not often like to speak about, but there are some uncomfortable truths, I think, when it comes to nuclear energy. Dependencies also there, and we have to deal with it. And also in terms of oil, just a bracket really. So again, with the threat landscape we have for energy, I think oil can actually be, or will undoubtedly be, for a certain while remain an important energy carrier. So when it comes really to resilience and backup generators, or when things really go south, military needs, I'm fully with you, Thomas, that we also can work on that, but I think it's a reality that this will take a certain while, and we need to make sure that supply chains for oil are sufficiently resilient when things really go south. I should also mention the EU Security of Supply Architecture revision, which I think is also a very good initiative. It's of course quite focused on the internal market, so not the external dimension of energy security, but it's the internal market, electricity, gas. And I think it's a very good initiative. We believe it needs to be practical, so really hands-on. So how can we improve resilience, network codes that will be applicable to all member states straight ahead in terms of industry standards for transmission grids, for instance, that would allow more efficient stockpiling of critical assets, organization of exercises at a European scale, where I think also the Commission will have an important role to play. The JRC specifically, there were some interesting examples for gas in the past. So really practical revision of the security of supply architecture. Last point on the politics of energy security, because it's also the title that we have for this panel, and I alluded to it in the beginning. It's very sensitive to give up national competence on energy security. Let's be clear on that, and I'm sure that holds true for basically all countries. No exemption. But I think there are essential ingredients that can make it work. And the one thing is clear added value. So let's not cooperate just for the sake of cooperation, because we actually need to prove that there is added value in cooperating. And I think we need to be clear and precise on why we cooperate. Brings me back again to this question of scope. Let's be clear on what the scope is and why we do this. And it's also about trust. And I think that is also something that is often missing when we come together, also on an EU level. And of course, particularly relevant when it comes to security issues that are highly sensitive. We do have a couple of good examples, though. So, for instance, the regional coordination centers for electricity, I think, are a real success story. I think no one would actually challenge that nowadays, but they were heavily debated back then, if you remember. There's also the Pentalateral Energy Forum, the North Seas Energy Cooperation, where Luxembourg is glad to be part of course, also building a lot on this trust element between countries. We also need to leverage established institutions, NATO, IEA, etc., to achieve better energy security. And once again, I think there's really an opportunity, also from the crisis situations we had, energy crisis, but also from the geopolitical landscape now. I think there's a certain willingness also of policymakers, also of national policymakers, to embrace interdependencies better and to refine the scope for where we really can collaborate to make things better, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simon. So we tackled decarbonization, competitiveness, security, and now we can zoom out a little bit and go back to the macroeconomic implications of all of this. I think during the morning, several speakers, at least 2, 3, mentioned the work that has been done in France with regard to the macroeconomic impact of the transition. a work that has been, of course, pioneered by our Jean Pisani-Ferry. So we are, of course, very attentive to what has happened there. And I would say also part of the work has been done by you, Thomas, when it comes to the investment gaps, right? So I foresee, again, an institution where Jean has a role to play, right? So, Dorothée, you are the chief economist of the Treasury, and of course you have also been following these dimensions. So what do you want to share with us on this regard?
Sure, always difficult to end the Friday afternoon with macroeconomic modeling, but I'll try. And
never underestimate we're in a central bank.
But,
So.
yeah, thanks for the invitation in the first place. And yeah, just to share a bit of, I mean, it's a succession of exercise, and in a way, it's always work in progress. I mean, Jean Pisani-Ferry and Selma Mahfouz started the work on investment gaps and on the macroeconomic effects of the transition. We then built from that and completed the estimations in a net zero review that we published at the beginning of the year. And we are still working on it, going in particular more at the sectoral level. So this is always work in progress. But just, I mean, to share a few ideas about how we go about it. The idea was really to give orders of magnitude of what are the economic channels through which the transition to net zero has an impact on activity. What are the orders of magnitudes for looking at the fiscal cost as well, and how does that depend on the mix of levers that you use in order to reach a transition? So on channels, I think, I mean, there are a few main channels. The first one is, I mean, regardless of whether you use a carbon tax, whether you use regulation, whether you use targeted subsidies, in a way, I mean, the effective price of carbon should go up relative to low carbon activities. And I mean, in most scenarios, that is both a negative demand shock and a negative supply shock. So unambiguously, I mean, that weighs on activity, you add an extra cost in a way. But on the other hand, I mean, you have these investments that are needed in order to reach net zero by 2050. I mean, we focused more on the 2030 horizon because there, I mean, we have, of course, more visibility on the, I mean, technological maturity and not what we need to do sector by sector. And our estimate is that by 2030, we need to double the amount of low-carbon investment that we are doing in France if you add up all of the sectors, energy, industry, transport, housing, agriculture, etc. So that's more or less, I mean, going from 100 to 200 billion a year to give orders of magnitude. And of course, I mean, that investment has positive impacts on activity short-term. It also needs to be financed. So whether you assume that it's financed only by an increase in public and private debt, which we don't think is realistic, or that somehow this has to be taken out of consumption or out of other investments or out of other public spending, of course, the results are a bit mitigated. Putting all of this together, I mean, I think I wouldn't attach too much importance to the numbers. We get on a very sort of high-level macro exercise to between 0.5 percentage point or 1 percentage point of GDP in terms of the economic impact or the economic cost by 2030. But I think the message is still, first it's temporary. You get this cost on the path to net zero, but once you have decarbonized most of the economy, then this cost disappears because you don't need to add to the carbon price anymore, and you don't also, I mean, you kind of don't need to divert investments or R&D from other activities or from more productive activities. So there's no reason that we end up in a lower growth path, but of course there's a cost along the transition. I mean, still, if we compare the magnitude, again, there's, you know, a lot of uncertainty, but still, the order of magnitude compared to the kind of economic shocks that we're living through, compared to the effect of demographics, compared on the other side to what might be the effect of AI, it seems manageable. I mean, that's on the economic cost. The fiscal cost is also an issue, of course. I mean, part of the total private and public cost of this doubling of investment can be financed through the fact that we also need to have the high carbon investments, but that's not enough. And there's still an extra need for both public and private money there. So yeah, so that's on the very macro side. I still want to at least go one level more granular, because I think, I mean, once you've said this message, it has the fact that there's a lot of heterogeneity, and I think this has been abundantly clear through the day, that, I mean, the devil is at the sectoral level, and there I would say there are sort of three main areas going back to the decarbonization and or versus competitiveness question of the day. I mean, one is the energy sector, energy supply, and there I think, I mean, I don't need to repeat what's been said. there's no real trade-off because, well, we don't produce fossil fuels. So, I mean, the fact that we import fossil fuels is responsible largely for the fact that we have gas prices for industry that are 3 times those of the US, that because gas is often the marginal producer, we have electricity prices that has twice those in the US. And so, I mean, going to electrification gives us both decarbonization, security of supply, and more leeway in terms of competitiveness. Then you have the hard-to-abate sectors, which are largely in manufacturing. And there, of course, decarbonization can be costly, and this is where really we have the most concerns. But at the same time, maintaining a carbon price there is essential to encourage the long-term investments, to encourage innovation in low-carbon technologies, and this has not been proceeding necessarily as fast as it needs to go. And that's where we get to issues of effectively complementing EU ETS with CBAM and reducing the risk of carbon leakage through an effective implementation, taking into account the risks of leakage through exports or through downstream sectors or through sheer circumvention. There too, I mean, it's important to provide predictability and visibility for investments. So I share the assessment that actually, I mean, sticking to the path is important, and the 2040 target is with the pragmatic flexibilities built into it is a welcome step, because I mean the industry needs to be reassured in a way that the path is going to stay, and that's what you need for investments that are essentially long term, especially when you get to innovation or high risk investments. And then the third part, and I'll stop with that, is clean tech sectors. And then, I mean, there the issue is not the carbon price, right? The issue is how do we build leadership in future sectors, or remain the leadership, or retain the leadership where we have it, or where we can still have it. For instance, in wind energy, where I mean, in nuclear, European is a leader. In wind energy, it still has enough of a market share that we can defend this leadership. In solar panels, we know that the ship has already sailed. So what do we need there? Again, it's not an issue of carbon price. It's mostly an issue of preserving the level playing field, and they're using trade defenses where necessary, where we are faced with unfair competition from China. It's an issue of industrial strategy, especially in these sectors where we need to help our startups to scale. And there we need national or European initiatives to support innovation. European ones like IPSAs contribute to this. But it's, again, not just about the financial side, but also about having a clear strategy, a clear end goal, and a clear path to get there. And that also helps support investment. And of course, all of these aspects require financing. I mean, let's say we have huge financing needs. I also said we need this financing for investment. That was not even counting the money that we need to put into green R&D and development of clean technologies. So there it's more, again, an issue of integrating our capital markets and building the scale there. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. And key words I will take away from your intervention: this is manageable, and the key importance of predictability, which is exactly where we also started with Kurt, and again, recalling the importance of carbon pricing with that regard. And when it comes to industrial policy, the need to have a smart industrial policy, which means building on comparative advantages, which of course means within Europe, doing that, but also internationally. And that's, of course, the question about the extent to which we want to open our clean industrial policy. And I presume that December 10, we will start to get also some additional elements to understand, for example, where are we positioning ourselves vis-a-vis local content requirements issue, made in Europe or made with Europe, and so on and so forth. But maybe we can arrange another conference after this new package so to further discuss. Our time is over. I will thank the panelists very much for their contribution. I will thank you all for your attention, and I will hand over to Peter, because we will now run again the survey we had this morning, so to see if you change your mind during the day on the crucial issues that were asked in the morning. Thank you so much.
are still here. So it was an amazing conference, I think. What I would like to do, what I would like to do is to show the questions again, and please, these are anonymous. As I said before, the responses are anonymous. We would like to see to what extent opinions have changed. So you can scan again the QR code and then answer the first question about the energy price gap, to what extent that the currently higher prices in Europe that the gap will increase, stay the same, or that this gap will decrease. So please answer on your cell phone. Okay, interesting. So let me wait a few more seconds. So a similar picture as this morning. I will show you on the next slide. So this was this morning. 41% said it will narrow. Now 45%. So opinions have shifted a little bit, but broadly the same. Let's move to the second question. So it's about the energy-intensive producers of basic materials. So what is the most likely outlook for the EU-based energy-intensive producers? So large-scale shutdowns in the EU, shift to specialized or high-value products, survival through subsidies or trade protection, green competitiveness through, for instance, electrification, hydrogen, or circularity, or don't know. So these are the options. Okay, this has changed. So before, the top answer was shift to specialized or high-value products, 40% in the previous round. Now the majority thinks survival through subsidies or trade protection. And also the green competitiveness has also increased. It was 19% before, now it's 24%. So the shift to specialized or high-value products has declined in the percentage. So here is the previous answer, where it was the top answer in the first round this morning, and now it has declined. It's number 2. Okay, so last 2 questions. So this is Horizon. It was Horizon 2035. Now it's 2050. So about how likely is the EU to achieve net zero emissions by 2050? So very likely, likely, unlikely, or highly unlikely. I think people have become a little bit more optimistic. So likely is now the most prevalent option, 38%. This was 36% this morning. So at the same time, very likely has declined from 9 to 5%. So picture is a bit mixed. I would say slightly more optimistic. So this was this morning, unlikely was on the top, and then now it is slightly shifted towards likely, but more or less the same. Final question, and then I hand the floor for the conclusion. How significant will nuclear energy's contribution be to achieving the EU climate neutrality by 2050. Very significant, significant, moderate, or limited. Also here, I think opinions have really changed here. So this morning, limited was 28%. Now it's almost half. So in this conference, we learned that impact of the contribution of nuclear was less than previously thought. So thank you for answering the questions. Now I'm very glad to hand the floor for the conclusion by the Governor and Director. Please.
Okay, so it's been great. Thank you for holding out. You are probably a little bit greener than the sample this morning. You know, this says something about stamina, or maybe you did, in fact, change your mind. Okay, so I'm going to rattle off 7 points, and you have 6, I hear. Pierre. So now this is a mix between essentially takeaways, things I found interesting about the conference, but of course it's biased by my own views, right? So not everything here, this is not a representative summary of what actually was said. So point number 1, this conference was definitely not the usual Brussels echo chamber. And in that sense, we succeeded because that was sort of the main point we wanted to achieve. We wanted to have true diversity of views. And so 2 views that were presented very persuasively was, first, I would say, pessimistic story that emphasizes the cost of decarbonization for industry at a time when competitiveness pressures are already very high for unrelated reasons, and hence the worry that political support for decarbonization will collapse, and we have excellent evidence for that. And, you know, arguably, the vote yesterday in the parliament that Thomas alluded to is a point of evidence. So that's one view, very persuasively articulated by the governor. And then another view, very persuasively articulated by Michael Liebreich, is this phenomenal success of what he calls the clean energy acceleration, suggesting that the energy transition is actually succeeding beyond expectations. So how do you reconcile those views? This is my second point. So here's a sort of naive way of reconciling it. Well, if we're going to turn the clean energy acceleration into an actual emissions reduction acceleration, we need to accelerate electrification, right? And that was sort of one of the main points of Mr. Liebreich. But electrification requires, accelerating electrification requires unprecedented investment, and the question is how to finance it. And depending on how you answer it, the political gloom may turn out to be right after all, because it might just be very expensive to do. Third, I didn't hear an easy answer to the last question, how do we finance it? We had a whole panel on this. I didn't hear a very easy answer. I heard many partial answers, so it could be a combination of better coordination of production and consumption to reduce the required investment volume, so actually lower the bar a bit, higher energy and efficiency, better regulation, use of public funds. One idea that several people articulated is to tax gas during the expected period of a gas glut and correspondingly lower prices. Now, my naive economist view is that if we are in a situation where you have a temporary large cost, say from here to 2035, for an investment program that's going to have very large benefits from roughly 2040, 2050 onward, and not very many benefits in the short term, a point made by Pierre, this is a very clear argument for public debt financing. Sorry, fiscal conservatives. Very clear argument. Now, we may not all have the fiscal space to do it, but surely we will then find creative ways of fudging it, and one could be to have some sort of intertemporal smoothing of transmission charges rather than having intertemporal smoothing through fiscal instruments. And that could be done maybe by promotional banks rather than through the government. Fourth, and related to the last point, so I think yours made this, we probably should work harder on separating the incentive effects of carbon pricing from the distributional effects, right? We cannot have, victims of decarbonization that are critical to society. And so maybe the revenues from the ETS should be recycled to those victims, particularly the industries that pay for them. Fifth point, the energy-intensive industry faces a fundamental competitiveness problem, of which CO2 emissions costs are only one part. There will be adjustment pressure on these industries under any scenario. We had a slide by Laurens van Rijn that mentioned 5 sources of pressure on the chemical industry. Carbon cost is only one of them. So we need a much more comprehensive strategy for that industry. Sixth point, all else equal, that point was also made earlier in the day, European deindustrialization is actually counterproductive for emissions reductions. It's a form of leakage. And it's a form of leakage that CBAM cannot fully address. So we do need some combination, I think, of keeping industry in Europe, even for emissions reasons. And importantly, that's close to my heart, it wasn't discussed much at the conference, accelerating energy transition outside Europe. I mean, the logic was evident. Because the argument why we should, not try as hard on energy transition is that our marginal contribution to the success is becoming smaller and smaller because, we are becoming a victim of our own success. In the meantime, others are increasing emissions. So my personal takeaway, and that is my bias, we need much greater emphasis on international emissions reduction, both for efficiency reasons. It is in the logic that Pierre presented of going for the low abatement cost opportunities, but also because without our own efforts will not have had any impact. And so the real question, I think, is what can Europe do to accelerate international emissions reduction? Not discussed very much today, but we have published a whole report about this with CEPR in the summer, the third so-called Paris report that's about coalitions of the willing to do this. Now, the really hot, uncontroversial question here in this room, is this going to be a substitute or a complement for EU emissions reductions? And so, in my view, there is an inevitable substitutability via fiscal constraints. We will have to probably do a little less on the home front if we're going to do quite a bit more on the international front, but there's complementarity through the signal, so we cannot afford to be seen by the rest of the world of reducing our own level of ambition. And so here, one idea from the government to ensure complementarity is perhaps, and this is a heretic thought, but I like heretics, and we are here in the house of a very notable heretic, is let's really think about conditioning our CO2 reduction ambition on the CO2 ambition of the rest of the world, or maybe of specific countries, large countries in the rest of the world. And so, why should the developing countries be the only ones to announce 2 nationally determined contributions, conditional and unconditional? And maybe we can do a conditional NDC too, not conditional, of course, on financial support, but conditional on, for example, what a large developing country emitter might be planning to do.
Great. I mean, I guess I agree with all what you said. So this is not going to be a fight, during the last minutes of this, I think, great conference. And again, thank you for all of you for being here. I think there was broad consensus on many issues, and actually my views are quite close to those of Michael. I mean, when I had this table where I said we need to distinguish between tradable and non-tradable, I really put a lot of focus on a small part of the story, which is, I don't know, maybe 15% of emissions. And of course, a lot depends on whether you believe that 2050 is a strict limit or not, because the more you believe it's a very strict limit, the more you look at the fact that some people, think we might not get there, and then it becomes very difficult. The more you believe that there is a little bit flexibility, the less nervous you are about this last mile. And that's a little bit the idea of then going for conditionality. I cannot help still noting the difference in tone between the last panel that was very positive and the industry players and the Slido. I mean, especially on whether we can really get there by 2050. I mean, the scores that they gave were not stellar. Most of them went from 9 to, 5 or lower than 5. So we still have some work to do. And honestly, I don't know if I would be reassured if I would be BASF and INEOS in this room by what was said in the last panel. I still believe that we don't have a very convincing solution. Part of it because there are no easy solutions. Side remark, but we haven't talked much about bottlenecks. They've been mentioned here and there, but it might be at the end of the day the constraint in the system. Just the time dimension of it all, which when you make projections you don't see, but getting the permits, finding the people, and building the stuff. Building stuff in Europe takes a lot of time. And we've seen that in Belgium with the energy island, is that when you want to accelerate, a lot of movements takes place in prices. So we had an estimation for 2 billion investment to do this energy island with windmills, and then it became 5. And a lot of it was just price because you have a limited number of players that just raised their margins. And if you look at the share price of Siemens, for them it's good news. But now, I guess I don't think we differ, but where I have a different perspective, I believe, is not here, but outside here, the debate is toxic. We're in a polarized society, and the debate on climate has become toxic. And we tend to over-rationalize, and that's very reassuring. My take on that is there is not much more room for policy mistakes. We've had the farmers, a lot of people are angry. It's amazing that, how in some parts of our society, just people hate the Greens. It's not that they don't like them or they have different priorities. They hate them for being so moralizing and all that. It's part of the story, we like it or not. And I think it means that even small policy mistakes will have a big cost. And we haven't really discussed much about that, but I think the insulation requirements are still too high and will create problems. The reporting requirements probably as well. If you have a number of big closures in the industry, be it car or be it chemical industry in Germany, the Greens will be blamed. And, it might even be only a small part of the story, but people will say, if they hadn't closed the nukes, you will hear that. And that means that I think we are in a political environment that is much less constructive than the discussion we've had today. And then my last point, we need to talk about China. It's of course much more than climate, but it's a big issue because our optimism on climate comes from China. And that's a problem because of course, are we really willing to depend largely on China for a transition? Now, of course, when the solar panels are installed, they can not take them back, so it's not like rare earths. But still, I think it's a difficult issue. And honestly, when I'm seeing Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Kim Jong-il at the same military parade and what's taking place in Ukraine, I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? And the fact that they could, the rare earths industry is a 6 billion industry. It's 0.1% of the size of the energy market. And it was transparent. They planned it, that they would take control of that value chain. And we didn't react. So that's where, of course, part of these issues are difficult, as you rightly mentioned, because they come on top of so many others. But it also means that the capacity to take more is limited. When I hear the ETS is only part of the problem, well, if your gas price is 30, which is already much more than the US, well, a carbon price of 100 adds 20. If 30 is already difficult, well, adding 20 won't make it easier. And that's where, if we are in this room and we have to find the solutions among ourselves, I would be more optimistic. But when I'm outside and I'm looking at the quality of the discussion in Europe and the fact that it's becoming ever more toxic, then I'm a bit less optimistic. But thank you so much for being here, and it was great to organize that together. So thanks to you, Jorgen.
So, very final to say that you are all invited to the closing reception in the foyer. And thank you very much for being here.